esteemed faculty members, and our academicians. Welcome to the Best PhD Thesis Award at the 4th International Conference for the PhD Award event. Our highly respected academicians and eminent researchers are a mentor par excellence. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kirti Ditti ma'am and Jawar sir. We welcome you, sir. Now, to add a touch of elegance to this auspicious occasion, we extend a floral welcome to our esteemed judges. I would like to call Dr. Ashima Joshi ma'am to please give a floral welcome to Dr. Kirti Ditti ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to call Dr. Ajit Upadhyay sir to give a floral welcome to Suyash Jawar sir. Now, I would like to call Dr. Yogen Singh Rajawat sir to give a floral welcome to Dr. Amitabh Joshi sir. I would like to call Dr. Ajit Upadhyay sir to give a floral welcome to Dr. Deepak sir. We welcome you all. To all our judges, your invaluable insight will guide us through the PhD presentation, where our outstanding scholar will showcase their remarkable research on various aspects of sustainable business practices, unveiling innovative strategies, uncovering challenges, and presenting novel opportunities for fostering environmental consciousness and corporate responsibility. We welcome you all. Now, moving forward, each presentation promises to be a treasure of time to present their research. 25 minutes along with question answer, knowledge and exchange of ideas begin. Has completed his thesis on the topic, A Study on Online Behavior in India.
Okay, very good morning to everyone and all. I am although Dr. Prayatna Jain, but again I consider myself as a research scholar every time. PhD under the supervision of Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, Director PIMR Devas, Indore. I completed my PhD in January 2023, last year, and my topic was, as you know, a study on online buying behavior in India. So my whole work is actually dedicated to my late grand nanny, Srimati Bindu Rani Jain, and I can't forget her, so that's why I just mentioned over here. Does not restrict to the online shopping. This is one thing which we need to understand, because the point is generally what people believe is online buying is restricted to online shopping, but it's all about the online streaming, like Spotify. Whatever we do is again it's a kind of a buying. The apps which we download, again is there. E-ticketing is also part of online buying. So because this whole, the scenario of online buying is so vast, to be more focused and more specific, I've decided to limit my strategy to as a scope to the online shopping sites only, because the reason is the moment when you go beyond the online shopping, the behaviors gets changed, the factors gets changed, the way we decide things gets changed. So the things can, actually there was a chance that if we go beyond online shopping sites, the results will vary. So with the discussion with my guide and also going through various researches, we have limited our scope to the online shopping sites only. So, so obviously the internet marketing environment, which is really very important. I mean, if you talk about online buying, one of the most important element over here is you need to talk about on internet market. Obviously, if you see the kind of a scenario which was 10 years ago, there was something, these things were not that much positive in terms of internet facility, but now the internet penetration is growing drastically, and even it reaches to the rural market as well. So, although, yeah, I mean, still the scope is very high. I mean, we have now the 5G as an emerging technology, and soon we may see 6G as well, because obviously there are companies who are working on 6G as well. So things will change, and obviously the government of India is actually working hard on it, penetrating internet connections. So the moment the internet will grow, obviously the online shopping will also grow. As a corporate, for these corporate people, obviously it's an opportunity. So that's the reason my study was more focused on this online buying behavior, because this is something which can actually help all the people who are into the online businesses. So yeah, there is a lots of scope for the management of these kinds of businesses to grow. I mean, e-commerce in India, the research according to Indian Brand Equity Foundation 2020, the Indian e-commerce industry has been an upward growth trajectory. And if you can see that Indian e-commerce sector will reach US $99 billion by 2024. So obviously now that we are on the verge of 2024, and we will see actually almost it will touch 100 $100 billion US dollar business. Which was, I mean, very less in 2019. If you see, in 2019, it was only $30 billion. So that means in just 5 years, it will grow by triple amount. So that is something which confirms that yes, online buying is a big, it is something which we can see as a promising future. Again, there are some other researches which were conducted over there. So we can see that Indian e-commerce sector is ranked 9th in the cross-border growth in the world, according to the Pioneer report. And Indian e-commerce is projected to increase from 4% of total food and grocery, apparel, and consumer electronic retail trades in 2020 to 8%. That means again double. So we can see that, there is a lots of scope in this kind of a business. Again, when you talk about e-commerce, so there are some other facts and figures which I have just taken into consideration. Like example, online shoppers in India are expected to reach 220 millions by 2025. India's digital sector is expected to increase by twofold and reach $335 billion by 2025. So again, we have lots and lots of scope into it. So that's the reason I have just considered this topic as one of the important area to do research. I'm just moving ahead so that to proceed. Why reasons? So obviously we know all the reasons why people go for online buying behavior. These are some common reasons why people go for online buying. These points I have taken it from various research, and this is just like example. Obviously the convenience, the time saving. We can easily compare between the products over there online. There is a large variety which is available. Obviously lower prices and discounts are also offers continuously online. So these are some of the basic reasons why people are going for an online buying behavior. I mean, this is important. Industry is growing, and we can, as a management student, as a management person, obviously we should always focus on the future. So research is always should be done in those areas where actually we can see future, we can actually contribute in the better future. So that is the reason. Although already I have mentioned the scope was limited to the online shopping sites only, e-commerce platforms only, because the reason is the other platforms have different kind of a mechanism. So a separate study can be conducted, but for the research purpose, for the PhD purpose, my focus was completely on the online shopping sites only. As far as the literature review and all these things is concerned, I'll just talk about some of the points. First, I will cover the objectives of the study. My study has different objectives. So what I have done is to understand the difference. So these are the objectives on which I focus: to understand the difference of opinion amongst buyers towards online shopping in India, to understand the impact of domain-specific innovativeness on online buying behavior, to understand the impact of attitude on online buying behavior in India. So basically I have considered one of the model which was there by Mosabidi. I'll just show that model as well, which was taken as a base for this research. So there were some dependent and independent variables. So dependent variable was online buying behavior, but there were independent variables like attitude, domain specific innovativeness, which was there, perceived behavioral control, and the subjective norm. Basically, if you see these four characteristics, basically these four elements have come from the theory of planned behavior. So the theory of planned behavior talks about these four elements, which talks about subjective norms, attitude, perceived behavioral control, and domain specific innovativeness. So that to understand, and then when we talk about attitude of the buying, it is dependent on various factors, which is affected by various factors, which we call as risk factors. So there are n number of risks which are involved in online buying. So I have considered those risks as an, again, independent variable affecting the attitude of the buyer. So there are, like, we can see that to understand the impact of financial risk on attitude, to understand the impact of perceived product risk on attitude, to understand the impact of convenience risk on attitude, to understand the impact of perceived non-delivery risk on attitude, to understand the impact of perceived return policy on attitude, and to understand the impact of perceived service and infrastructure variable on attitude. This is the objectives as well, and the objectives. So to understand the impact of demographic variable, which is very important on overall perceived financial risk. So what I have done is, it's a two-phase study where actually I am also trying to find out how the demographic variables are affecting this perceived risk. We cannot say there is a risk, it's all about perception. So obviously the perceived financial risk can be affected by various demographical variable as well. So you can see that there are certain demographic variable which has been taken into consideration. Example, to understand the impact of gender, age, education, family income, and most important is how, what is the experience of online shopping of a buyer. So obviously from various research it was found that experience actually somehow reduces the perceived risk of buying, which is, today we can actually see that we can relate also ourselves with this, because the reason is obviously the moment we feel more, we are more well versed with the online buying behavior, we know that we can manage the risk as well. There is no that much of risk which we believe that, yeah, we will have product loss, or maybe we will not get the product on time, or maybe somebody will do a fraudulent, or maybe the financial risk, which is the most important, is there. So that was the base of this study. So similarly, again, I tried to find out the impact of demographic variable on perceived product risk as well. Similarly, on the convenience risk. Similarly, on the non-delivery risk. Similarly, on the perceived return policy. And similarly, on the service and infrastructure variable. So all those factors which are affecting the attitude, how demographic variables may affect them, I have tried to incorporate that as well in my study. Again, also try to find out the demographic variables impact on those four variables which are the part of the theory of planned behavior. So how the demographic variables are impacting the domain specific innovativeness, how the impact of demographic variables on attitude, on the subjective norms, on perceived behavioral control, and overall how demographic variables can impact the overall buying behavior, online buying behavior. So these are the objectives. And again, last thing which is an additional thing which during the study we decided to do is to understand the impact of demographic variables on preference towards online and offline buying of selected products and services. So like example, you see, although my study was limited to the scope of e-commerce, but again, we think about to, actually not restrict to only that, because study needs to understand how exactly it can affect the other things as well. So like example, e-ticketing. So whether people prefer to go for e-ticketing online, ticketing. So ticketing whether they want to prefer, like for example, if you want to buy a ticket for movie, whether you prefer to go again, still you want to prefer offline buying only, or you want to go for online buying. And that too, we want to understand. Actually, I was thinking to understand how demographic variables can affect this. Like example, whether it can be a phenomenon where males would prefer to buy it online, but females still may prefer to buy it offline. It is like that. So, this is the, so this was the last consideration, which was the understand the impact of gender on preference towards online and offline, or maybe it can be a case where they want to go for both as well. So there was 3 options: online buying, I prefer to go for online, I prefer to go offline, or both. I mean, yeah, I mean, that depends upon, sometime I go online, sometime I go offline as well. So example, there is an option, another example, I mean, I'm just sharing this, like share trading. So whether they go for online, offline, and like this. So I'll cover that as well. So conceptual model, basically, as I was talking about, so there are these kinds of risks which are available. It has a direct impact over there on attitude. Then obviously we other elements of this, the theory of planned behaviors are also included: domain specific innovativeness, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control, which can have a combined effect on overall online buying behavior, online shopping behavior. So this is the model which was taken into consideration for the research. So how come I have just come down to these elements? You can see that these all factors are actually derived from various past research. So example, online shopping behaviors, that scale is actually derived from these 4 research, which are Liang and Huang 1998, Karyani's 2003, Swinyard and Smith 2003, Forsyth et al. 2006. Then those elements which were related to financial risk were taken from Swinyard and Smith 2003 and Forsyth et al. 2006. Similarly, product risk, Swinyard and Forsyth; convenience risk, Swinyard and Forsyth; non-delivery risk is from Forsyth et al. 2006 research; return policy from Lewis research 2006; infrastructure variable, Lewis 2006; attitude from the George 2004; subjective norms from George and Swinyard 2004 and 2003, and like this. So my whole research, I mean, questionnaire was derived from the various researches which were conducted earlier. They were the base as a scale. So already, I mean, you can see the number of questions which are there. So this is the questionnaire which I have taken into consideration. Talking about first section, it is divided into 4 sections. The first section is talking about attributes of online shopping. So these basically it is talking about attributes of online shopping. So like for example, first statement is, I shop online as I do not have to leave home for shopping. This is one, I mean, there. So you want to do shopping because you don't want to leave from the home. Similarly, I shop online as I can shop whenever I want. I shop online as I can then save myself from chaos of traffic. So these were some of the statements which was there related to the attributes of online shopping, which was taken into consideration. Second section was about risk factors, which I mean, already I've shared earlier as well. So there are some questions related to financial risk. There are some statements related to product risk. There are some statements related to convenience risk, non-delivery risk, return policy, service and infrastructure variable. Third section is about all those elements which are the part of theory of planned behavior again. So there are some elements related to attitude, subjective norms, perceived behavioral control, domain specific innovativeness. And then the final part, I mean, is all about demographic variable, where information related to age, gender, education, family income, occupation as well, how frequently people do buy online. That is also one of the part which was supposed to be taken into consideration. So every day, whether they do shopping online every day, once in a week or like this. Also, how long they have been shopping. Already it has been, I mean, I have shared this, that experience of buying may affect the perceived risk as well. So whether they have an experience of less than a year, 1 to 5 years, or more than 5 years. Because my data was collected around 2018-19, so that time again, I mean, it's a pre-COVID era, so there were there were high amount of chances that people may not have that much of experience of online buying. So that is also the reason these elements are into the consideration, because maybe today if we talk about 2023, it can be a case that people may have, most of the people may have experience of more than 5 years, but there is this research basically, I mean, the questionnaire was filled during 2018-2019. So that is also one of the reasons. Also, what kind of products they buy specifically online, how many online shopping sites they compare, which is a very interesting element for this study, and how they consider themselves on internet. So the point is, one of, as already I've started in the introduction part also I've mentioned that one of the most important element for an online buying is actually internet. So internet savvy is, I mean, one of the characteristic which is important. So whether people are really very comfortable enough with the internet, that is also one of the, can be an important element in their buying behavior. So that is also, that was also considered for the, specifically for the research. Again, as I was talking about, the last objective which was there was focusing on online versus offline buying behavior. So there are these kinds of services and products were taken into consideration, like example, stock trading. So there was a straight question which is asking, I would prefer to receive following service offline, I prefer to receive this service online, or I would prefer to receive online as well as offline. So the services and products which were considered were stock trading, education, legal services, banking and insurance services, lifestyle products, buying of lifestyle products, electronic services, to pay utility bills like telephone and electricity, reservation, booking of tickets and rooms, grocery and vegetables, and softwares and hardware. So to support the last objective of my study, this was the part of my questionnaire which was there. So moving ahead to data analysis and interpretations, I mean, just giving you the, quickly I'm just going through the demographic profile of the researchers, fair enough, sir. So gender you can see very well, you can see the education of those, again the age of respondents, family income, then occupation, then again frequency of buying online. This was the product with consumer buy the most. So I mean, we can see over here that actually you can see there is a mixture of products which are being buying, but specifically if you see electronic products are buyed, I mean most of the people are buying electronic products, which is represented by the color yellow. Red is defining the others, which is a mixture, but if you see individually, I mean you can see that the most of the respondents have mentioned that they buy electronic products a lot online. Fair enough, sir, as you say. As far as reliability of the data is concerned, obviously the value is 0.831. Then adequacy is talking, when we talk about adequacy, the find value was 0.868. And as you are asking for result only, so I'll just go one by one all the hypotheses. So like the hypothesis one is talking about there is no significant difference of opinion towards financial risk among different age groups. So the ANOVA was rejected, okay, and it was found that there was a significant difference between the age groups of 19 to 25 years and 36 to 50 years, where p-value was 0.000, which is less than 0.005. So like that. Similarly, for there is no significant difference of opinion towards product risk among different age groups, and the value is accepted. So there was no difference in the product risk, perceived product risk amongst the different age groups. There is no significant difference of opinion towards convenience risk. So the ANOVA was rejected. That means there was a significant difference amongst the different age groups towards the convenience risk. Non-delivery risk, again it was rejected. As far as the return policy is concerned, again it was rejected. As far as service and infrastructure variable is concerned, again it was rejected. There is no significant difference. Up now the point I am going to the those elements of those theory of planned behavior. So there is no significant difference of opinion towards domain specific innovativeness among different age group. It was rejected. As far as perceived behavioral control is concerned, it was accepted that there was no significant difference actually amongst the different age groups as far as perceived behavioral control is concerned. There is no significant difference towards attitude variable amongst different age group. As already we can see, the most of the risk factor we have seen that actually they were the hypothesis was rejected for the age part, and this can be confirmed over here as well that actually overall there is no significant the hypothesis has been rejected that there is a significant difference among different age groups as far as attitude is concerned. There is no significant difference towards subjective norms. It was also rejected over here. And finally, there is no significant difference in the online buying behavior amongst it. there is an acceptance of this. So the contradiction has come because of there are other variables. It may be because of the reason that overall contribution of attitude may be not that much high in comparison to other elements as well, where it was accepted. Like example, subjective norms or perceived behavioral control. So there were acceptance amongst the age group. So overall, the result was accepted. There is no significant difference in the online buying behavior amongst different family income group. Again accepted. There is no significant difference attitude, accepted. H14 talking about there is no significant difference among subjective norms on the basis of family income group. That was rejected. Already the Tukey's post hoc test was actually applied to find out where is the difference. So the figures are already in the, I mean, on the right side of the table, that yeah, there was a difference. Again, there is no significant difference towards perceived behavioral control, and the result was that there was no significant difference. It was accepted. The null hypothesis again is there is no significant difference toward domain specific innovativeness among different variable group, and the result were accepted. Similarly accepted. Demographic only. Fair enough, sir. I'm just, so I'll just skip to that part only, and I'll just come down to that only. Because there are lots of, I mean, obviously there were so many objectives and there were so many hypotheses, I understand. Yeah, let me go with the. Yeah.
What made you take so many objectives?
Ma'am, actually, I was just thinking to understand exactly where the differences are there, because many a times what happens is on a broader aspect, when we do some research, the problem may occur that there are n number of factors which may affect, I mean, individually to that particular factor. So, because the core objective of doing this research was to not only help the researchers in understanding the online buying behavior, but also to help the organizations to understand how the consumers behave. So there can be n number of factors which may contribute. So that's the reason I just thought of to I mean understand this. Also, one of the reason, I mean, my background is more about, even I am a digital marketing person. So I have a specialization to digital marketing as well. In digital marketing, one of the very important element is to understand, to focus on the audience. I mean, to know more about the audience. I mean, the which may affect their buying behavior. So whenever in terms of, whenever we talk about online e-commerce platforms, they go for digital marketing also as a tool. So I was, I mean, thinking to understand whether education or these all things.
So out of all these 34, 36, 24, whatever factors you've taken,
Yeah.
which are the 5 top factors in order of priority which you found made truly a massive significant difference?
So one of the, I mean, the most important was the actually perceived financial risk, which is there. As I've already told you that the data was collected in way back in 2018, and that time again that this is something which I have found that most of the people were, I mean, quite reluctant towards online buying behavior because of the perceived financial risk as one of the important element. Another thing is the experience has a deep impact. Second, third, which was, I mean, which I have found over there in my research, is actually, it's all about, I mean, how subjective, basically, I mean, when we talk about this subjective norm, when we talk about, that also has a very deep impact over there. So people, now people are actually learning this online buying behavior looking others. So it's now, it's almost like a status symbol as well. This was a very interesting thing which was found. Like example, if people generally ask other as well from where you bought, and if somebody is saying that yes, I mean, I bought online, so you don't buy, that's the question which is there. So many a times people have initiated this online buying because of looking the society as well, which is a very interesting finding of, I mean, I believe it's a very interesting finding of. Yeah, yeah, I mean, ma'am, absolutely. Subjective norms already, I mean, I'll just go, should I go back and show you the questionnaire which was there talking about subjective norms? So subjective norms talk about that only, where, I mean, yes, I have gone for the buying, looking my neighbor. That is one thing. Or neighbor, I mean, this is something, I mean, yeah, I take opinion from my neighbor also is a part of a subjective norm, that yes, they believe that, yeah, they will help you out in things. So these are the part of the subjective norms which is there. Financial risk, obviously, we know very well what kind of elements are there of a financial. Yeah.
Financial risk you are speaking of quite often during your presentation. But in the beginning slide, you also mentioned return policy as
There are a number of variables.
when you have a comfortable return policy, where is this financial risk?
So there are two major elements over here. So one part which says that whether I am comfortable enough to even go for online buying behavior or not. So many, so the very first element which actually affects this buying is perceived financial risk, which is saying that I don't want to take the risk at all. Another part which is the return policy may actually affects the continuity of an online buying. So like example, I know very well that, yeah, I mean, I will not find a return policy which is appropriate, or maybe when in the first experience I find a return policy which is an appropriate, later on I don't find it, ki, yeah, I mean, I'll not get that product I mean, I cannot return it very conveniently, so may I discontinue as well. So that is the reason, I mean, I don't know, in fact, it's not about only the quantitative data, the qualitative discussions which I had during the research also, I came to know that yes, most of the people have that fear factor into their mind. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So these are the topics related to, like example, I like to shop with my family members or friend. When I make purchase, my friend's opinion is important to me. That's a subjective norm again. When I make purchase, my friend's opinion, I will may have no problem in shopping online if I get to know my friends and relatives are doing it without any problem, which is very interesting because obviously if they have that faith in that case. Sharing my experience through online product reviews will make me noticeable. That, yeah, I mean, if I'm doing that and if I share that, that will be. Okay. I'll just go to last part. I think so. So there is no significant impact of subjective norms on online buying behavior, which is, I mean, there is, you can see there is regression not accepted. There is a statistically significant difference of opinion towards convenience. There is a significant difference towards the, again, the subjective norms and all this. So there is a regression when I have applied aggregation also, there was a rejection in that case, which says that yes, there is an impact which we cannot ignore over there. It's like that. Although it was very minute. This is the last part which I was talking about, and I mean, the table can actually explain everything. I mean, and I have highlighted with the color yellow so that you can quickly understand what was the result of this particular study. So, like example, stock is concerned. Obviously, today stock market is more over. I mean, it's completely almost online only. So most of the people were preferring online only, whether it's male or female. Education, they prefer still offline. So the result confirms that, yeah, I mean, still we cannot think that online education can replace offline model, because most of the people have mentioned that they prefer offline education as a service offline only, whether it's male, whether it's female, doesn't make any difference. Legal services offline, banking and insurance. But males preferred online. That was finding. Paying utility bill, most of the people nowadays actually find it really very convenient to pay utility bills online only, and that can be confirmed over here as well, that 68.3% of males and 67.20% of female are actually paying utility bills. They prefer to pay utility bills online only. Reservations, groceries, still we can see that offline is the king. So we can see over here, and it confirms as well. Yeah, fair. Correct. Certainly understand. Agree. So there are some certain literatures which I have considered are also mentioning that, yeah, I mean there is a huge difference. I mean as far as demographic part is concerned, so there is an impact of demographic which was very important in various studies which I have taken into consideration. They were mentioned that. So that's the reason I have just taken it over.
Actually, tell me, Manu, what was your sample size? There's nothing mentioned about the sample.
Ma'am,
How you collected the question?
Acha, sorry, I guess because sir asked me to go to result and conclusion, I just skipped it. I think so. So the total number of samples were 1039. So the research methodology which I have taken into consideration was more about is the judgmental sampling technique only. I mean, basically. I mean, those people who can act, I mean, I believe can be a appropriate this sample for this study. I mean, there was no formal structure was taken into consideration.
You have a proper questionnaire.
Correct.
You have a structured question.
Correct.
You have a sample size of how many samples?
Finally, I have taken into consideration 1039, 1039, 1039.
So this finally, what was your initial sample?
Initial sample was around 1300, I guess, but we have rejected, I mean, I have rejected some of the samples looking after the biased result as well. No, sir,
30, wait.
yeah,
When you do circulate a questionnaire,
correct.
this is your primary research?
Yes.
Okay. So in primary research, there must be some sensibility in going to those 1300.
So first condition was, I mean, although I have shared it through the online mediums, I mean, through social media as well as WhatsApp and through connections as well. But first and foremost condition which was there that you should have that online buying experience, which was must to buy, to fill this questionnaire, which was an important element because unless and until somebody is having an online buying experience, cannot fill this kind of a questionnaire because there are so many things which.
So how did you find out whether they had online buying experience?
That was the first condition I have mentioned over the on the top of my questionnaire while sharing as well, that kindly fill this questionnaire only and only when you have an online buying experience. This
Who all did you send?
to like example to the academic fraternity, to my students as well because I want to make a
Connections basically.
correct.
So
Correct.
this sample is restricted to your net connection.
My obviously.
What? I mean, what is the domain?
So I have I actually I have tried to keep I mean scatter the I mean take the data from various part of country, but still most of the actually what at the end I have found that most of the collections were from the state of Madhya Pradesh, were from I mean those who filled this questionnaire. I found that most of them because I mean because of my convenience of that connection only, because the reason is so Gujarat, Maharashtra, Delhi specifically because actually I'm in my another native place is actually Delhi as well. So yeah, I mean I have some connections in Delhi and northern side as well. So I have collected data from there as well, and specifically most of the respondents from Indore itself as well.
Don't you think that because you chose you didn't take a proper cross-section of the sample, right?
Correct. Correct.
You just randomly sent to 13, not even randomly, specifically your contacts.
Correct.
So that dilutes the research in the sense that most of these people would.
So that I have mentioned in my limitation as well, that yes, I agree that it may be the case that it can actually dilute the
What made you, I mean, you've done a wonderful work and I can see, I mean, with so many objectives, ma'am, and so many hypotheses, managing them all by itself is a Herculean task.
I understand.
So why did you do something which has actually diluted the entire effort? Why did you go on a
So rather than defending it completely, I came to realize this when I actually gone for the PhD thesis last year. That yeah, I mean it could be a mistake which I have done. I have not realized that during the interstages.
now you've done this research,
Yes,
you have understood what were the limitations.
absolutely,
If you are given an opportunity
absolutely,
to change a part of your thesis,
correct.
right? So which part would you change and why?
So one of the thing which I believe I will actually try to change will be I mean one obviously is the I need to actually not only consider only online shopping, which is one part because I have restricted my scope of study to online shopping, but then I later on I analyzed that in fact I have gone through various research literature reviews as well, and I come to know that you cannot only take online e-commerce as one of the prominent factor for the to understand the complete online buying behavior. It's so again, if I get an opportunity and I want, if I can go for an extension of this study, first thing I would like to include over here is all the other buying mechanisms as well, because this is one thing very important. You cannot. My like example, I mean, I was talking about e-ticketing and all, or online streaming, or
But you've already considered e-ticketing with
only thing. I mean, I have just considered to understand the demographic part and everything.
If I speak on behalf of my colleagues here, Julie, we are still stuck with your research methodology. Am I right? Right. So we are. What is your research? You have a slide on research methodology. Research why you chose? What was the scale that you have used in your PhD?
That was.
What is it called?
That is a Mosabizi's et al.'s, one of the, it was a prominent research paper which was, I mean, taken to.
No, not the research paper. The scaling that you have done.
Correct.
Strongly disagree.
That's a 5-point Likert scale which I use for this study.
5-point Likert
Huh.
scale. Just open. It's 7 point.
It's 7-point Likert scale, sorry. No, no, obviously, I mean, you have rights to this.
Just show us your research methodology slide, please.
I just see whether I have included in this.
Because that's the most crucial.
I certainly understand and agree.
Could you have done this questionnaire in a different manner? Instead of choosing the contacts on your individual mobile, could you have gone to the online shopping sites? See, you mentioned two things. You said
Correct.
you've done it for researchers.
Correct.
The other is you've done it for companies to perform better.
Better.
But I don't see the role of the companies at all here. You didn't pick up their customers. You picked up your contacts. How is it going to benefit?
So, as I have already told you that the primary thing which I have tried to confirm that if somebody is having that online experience only, then only they should. So, the point is ultimately they are the customers of those companies only.
So how are the companies benefiting from this kind of a sample?
So, they can understand more about how exactly, I mean, what are the things which are restricting their customers to buy online as well.
Are they aware you've done this?
Obviously, that is something which, I mean, the researchers, if they will consider my researches into their consider, then it can be the possibilities.
चलो research
So, I. I'll just see where I don't remember.
that's the essence or the soul
Correct.
of your research.
Correct.
Just talk something about your research instrument. You talk about reliability and validity of that instrument.
Okay.
Do you think that that instrument is reliable, and how do you think that instrument is valid for reaching to your conclusion related to your thesis?
So, I mean, generally, so we consider the tools which are available to check the. So obviously, the Cronbach alpha, I mean, obviously, I used Cronbach alpha to find out the reliability of the complete, I mean, response. I mean, sir, so obviously, I've just shared those the references of all those the previous researches which were taken into consideration for the finalization of the statements in each and every factors. That was taken as the base for all these research.
Next types of statements. So whether they were fitting to your own research, or they are giving the conclusion which you are looking for, or they are related to your objective, that is what sir wanted to ask, the validity of your instrument.
So formally, I mean, generally, we apply a validity test as well. But yeah, I mean, I agree that I have not applied any such validity test over here. That is there. But although I have tried to apply chemo Bartley as well for the data of sufficiency, because that was also, that is very important to understand whether really still again we are in the position that we can consider.
What ma'am is discussing and what we also want to know, you have mentioned other researchers, right? Now, whether those researchers have been standardized or not, how did you decide that?
So for that, I mean, actually, I have seen that. I mean, I've just gone through those. Maybe, I mean, I can say that I have just discussed with my mentor, and finally, my mentor has confirmed this. Correct.
My side, you have mentioned that you have relied upon other researchers.
Correct.
So that work is already done.
Yeah.
So what's new in your research?
So obviously the sample there was quite different. Maybe that is one of the point, because obviously when I'm talking about George or Swinyard Smith, they didn't conducted any researches on the Indian population. One part. Also these researches were conducted in way back in 2003 and 2006 and 2007. I mean like that. And now again I'm trying to reconfirm that complete phenomenon in 2018, 19, and 20. So that is also one of the reason I have to.
So according to this change in time, what was new that you decided कि अभी 2020s के लिए this aspect is important? Which is the new or the unique aspect?
So that is the reason my study focus on demographic variables as a lot, because the reason is obviously the demographic variables have been changed, the phenomenon has been changed with the time. चलिए, thank you so much, thank you so much.
काम बहुत अच्छा किया है। You gave this presentation to Dr. Rao?
Now, I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guest for PhD Award, Dr. Geeta Sharma ma'am. Now I call Mayuri ma'am to please give a floral welcome to ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to call our second participant, Dr. Pranay Karnik. Sir has completed his thesis on the topic Determinants of Employability of Management Students in Madhya Pradesh.
Good morning, respected judges and my faculty colleagues and all dear students. With the permission of judges, I would also like to students to pay some attention because this topic could be of your interest. न चौरहार्यम न राजहार्यम न भातृभाज्यम न च भारकारी व्यय कृते मतति नित्यम विद्याधनम सर्वधनम प्रधानम. Education is the best wealth amongst all. No one can steal it, no state can snatch it. It cannot be divided among the brothers and it's not heavy to carry. As one consumes or spends, it increases. As one shares, it expands. With these thoughts, I'm here to present before you my thesis work, which is based on determinants of employability of management students in Madhya Pradesh. I've done this under the supervision of my guide, Dr. Deepak Charolia of PIMR Indore. Recruiters, while appointing managers, managers as well as the executives across India face a challenge. The challenge is that of hiring and retaining skilled workforce. Top-notch managerial talent is a rarity. In spite of having a humongous number of MBA graduates who graduate in India every year, there has been a great increase in the number of, although this is the data which is there in the cases, so it's not updated because it's like that manually. So as per AICTE dashboard, there are 3,000 plus business management institutes and the intake is nearly close to 4 lakh students. So every year 4 lakh students are graduating with the MBA degree or the diploma or other kind of programs. Despite that, the growing concern is that despite having a huge number of MBA graduates, there is a gap in employability. So 93% of the MBA graduates were found to be unemployable. What is employability? It is a set of achievements, skills, understandings, and personal attributes that make individuals more likely to gain employment and be successful in their chosen occupation, which benefits themselves, the workforce, and community and the economy. So employability is not just cracking the interviews, it is more beyond that. So because of the paucity of time, I'll try to rush through some of the parts here. Employability is the possession by an individual of the qualities and competencies required to meet the changing needs of employers and customers, and thereby help to realize his or her aspirations and potential. There are some other definitions as well, but there's a difference between employment. Employment is the state of being employed, whereas employability is possessing the potential requisite to get the job, sustaining it for longer time. As I said, it's not just getting the job, it is about sustaining. Challenges in employability and skill building currently that we face is that there's an old proverb that if you want to build in the future, you should invest in growing people. So basically India, the biggest advantage that we have the highest work capable. Sure. So basically, we've been talking about the gap which is there, and the biggest advantage that why we have done this study. I have worked in the placement profile as well, ma'am. I've been dealing with the recruiters, and we always used to talk about the employability gap. So what happened? That over a period of time, and again, India, as I mentioned, is having the highest dividend, which is the employable population. We've surpassed China also recently. The biggest thing that we have is that if you are looking at the other countries, China, we are competing, but over a period of time, we'll be having by 2030, we'll be having the highest workable population. But that is not the only thing. Despite of having this thing, India will be having the advantage for sure. But the basic system that is that despite having 1,000 universities, India attracts only 0.85% of the global or you can say foreign students to India. The current system that we have different types of management institutes, the IIMs, private government institutes, university departments. Now we have standalone as well, or the private body also operating. Thank you.
Can you come to the objectives?
Yes, ma'am. So, okay. I'll directly come to the objectives now. Yes. So, ma'am, basically the gap was there. In MP also we talked, the students would not be even aware that we have 350 plus MBA students, MBA colleges. But the problem is that we are not featuring in the top. So every year the top recruitment is done from other states. MP is never featured. We are the second highest in terms of MBA institutes. So this prompted me to find out. So employability gap, we are talking about what happens when there is an employability gap. Leads to joblessness, constant remuneration. We don't get the higher package, there is a skill gap. Low appreciation in general public and unmotivated profession also. So I have gone through, you can say, okay, ma'am, briefly I'll tell you about how. So I did not use a scale, original scale. I mean, yes, sir. So the purpose was that since I was working with the placements, ma'am, so we tried to interact with recruiters, they two senior recruiters only, and with the help of the literature review, we find out factors which could have been factors found on the other studies also. So we made some 80 statements, and this was given to 40 recruiters belong to senior management level in HR or the domain, and then these statements were given to them. And 75% of the people who selected this, so finally I reached out to 14 statements. So you can see that I highlighted certain points also. So these were the probable factors which came out. So as you're mentioning about the objectives, ma'am. So we'll be covering these factors which you found out in literature review also later on also.
This is your review of literature?
Yes, ma'am. So the effort was to, yeah, sure. So, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, definitely. So, as I mentioned that I was working in placements. So, we used to deal with the recruiters. There used to be talks on employability gap. So, this was very favorite to me. So, rather than blaming things, I thought let's find out something. So, what we've done, I've gone for this study. There are various studies, Indian studies, foreign studies also. They talk about the factors. But none of them gave the model, rather. And as it was like somebody, ASER studies which we recently are talking about, ma'am. So there are primary level gaps also, English, maths, these kind of things also. So I tried to find out the skill part also. Particularly I'm more interested in skill part also, ma'am. Because what we have also seen, the recruiters sometimes don't want the English speaking people, they would want the job to be done. So there was a different gap in understanding also. So because of this, I tried to find out certain things, what leads to the employability or the lack of it. So because of which, ma'am, a lot of studies, I would say literature review also included magazines, newspaper articles, ASER studies, ma'am, or the skill gap reports of all the years that I've studied here.
Skill gap reports of whom?
Ma'am, there is ASER, then there is, I'm forgetting the name. every year, sorry, I'll just cover this here, it is there. So basically, there are institutes also which are coming to management institutes and offering this English plus maths test and all, through which they derive a national.
What's the duration of the studies? Did this research in 2021?
So because of COVID, I mean, my
That's
guide,
okay.
yeah.
आपने ये जो
Data?
डेटा लिटरेचर लिया है,
Yes, ma'am.
किस ईयर से किस ईयर तक बेस करना है?
18 to 20, I was into this thing, skill development. 18 to 20, but later on also I. Literature review, ma'am, study goes back to the late 90s also. Because employability, ma'am, people started talking earlier ages also, but most of my studies are long back. I have had some recent studies also. The Indian authors may not be from here into this thing, but some Indian authors, 12, 18. My last was 2019, ma'am. 2018 rather. This was last study which I had into this thing, ma'am. So the effort was also to find out what they are studying and what is missing there, ma'am. So based on this, ma'am, yes, sir. These are the objectives of the study, ma'am. So the first was that everybody is talking about the employability, but we thought let's not only talk about that, let's find the gap also. The first was to find out the determinants of employability of management students. So this is done from the perspective of the students, from the perspective of academicians, and from the perspective of recruiters also. So the second objective was the effect of demographic variables of the student on the employability attributes. The third was to analyze the gap between the three. This is the most crucial one, ma'am. Because sometimes some of the institutes do have a platform where recruiters are able to convey what they're looking for in the students, but some of the institutes not having that. So the effort was to find out this gap. And fourth was also to propose a model which highlights that the drivers of key determinants, and if scientifically we can do that, we can also suggest the institutes to have these kind of things, ma'am. The research methodology, ma'am. The study was obviously experimental in nature, and we tried to find out the gap between the understanding of determinants of employability. This is design. It was trying to find out the employability of management students in Madhya Pradesh. So, ma'am, I have done non-probability purposive sampling. Because, ma'am, and sir, basically, if you're covering management, so thankfully I was working in the placement, so I knew which are the institutes through which major companies are going.
What is your specialization with that?
Ma'am, it's a marketing major now.
Marketing.
Yeah, but I'm into the area of training and development as well. From Prestige only. So I did in 3-5, then I worked in the corporates. Then I started my training and development company. Then I came into placements at Prestige. 5 years after placements. Then academics as well. Now I'm full-time into academics.
Prestige Indore.
Prestige in Dorman, not here. So majorly, I did non-purposive, purposive sampling because I wanted to reach out to only those institutes which are offering some kind of decent placements. So the major cities were Indore, Bhopal, Dewas, Pali, Ujjain and Jabalpur. And these were the respondents, ma'am. Yes, sir. Recruiters, academicians, and students. Recruiters, most of the companies which are coming for major placements, they are coming for all the three or four major domains. Academicians also, faculty of selected management institutes only, from the area of marketing, finance, HR, IT, and students also belong to same institutes. As I mentioned, it's non-probability purposive sampling here. So instrument development, as I mentioned, we've done this. We've taken 80 statements with the help of research literature review. Then we gave it to 40 experts. So the experts, majority of them were the senior recruiters and senior faculty members. So the final instrument had 44 items. So this was the sample size. There's 165 academicians, 171 recruiters, and 162 students. Yeah, the profiles also mentioned here. Tools mentioned. So same thing, ma'am, like for the pre-testing also was done of the questionnaire. Validity, as we can see later also it is done, and the values are found to be significant. I would like to. Reliability of the questionnaire, basically, scale. So as I mentioned, the scale was developed by us. So obviously we had to go for this thing. So we've gone for that. Okay. Yes. 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 Oh, sorry, you're asking validity, okay. Sorry.
Getting the question actually.
I'm not getting the question actually. Validity.
You had checked validity of
Yes, sir. Yeah.
How do you check validity of your
Whether you should have applied that instrument or not, whether it is been getting the correct results.
Validity was checked. Slides.
just square root na?
Huh.
Square root of reliability.
Reliability, yes, yes, yes. Sorry, I'm reading this time. So profiles of recruiters and all the, you can see respondents is also given. So we try to cover everything, ma'am, here. The gender of recruiter, although. So my current study is related to student demographics only. But in students also there are other factors as well which we try to cover. But here we covered all the domains and all the specializations as well. First one was to find the objective. So visually I'll show you, ma'am. So with the help of factors, as we are able to find out, these are the determinants of employability according to the recruiters. Skill, corporate exposure, industrial training, curriculum and job specific skill. When the same was done for the students, these were the determinants. Skill, awareness, academic quality, prior knowledge of job specific training, learning atmosphere, emotional intelligence. And if this was done for the same for the academicians, then these were the ones. Here's a comparative slide showing that visually also we can say there is no difference. But the second objective was to find out the impact of the demographics of students on the
How many sessions were made to scale?
two, sir. One is the general information, second is the
Can you
statement.
generalize for academician, students and
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How can you generalize?
No, as in, ma'am, for example, specialization. So for the student specialization, it was department there. Yes, ma'am.
You are, what was the basic purpose of doing this?
They find out the gap between the perception of recruiter, students and this.
Okay. So you've taken three different segments, three different natures, three different industries,
Yes,
three
ma'am.
different domains.
Yes, ma'am.
है ना? Without applying much test on it, ये हमने तीन अलग-अलग life stage.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Then if you can generalize them, what is the need to do this research? The same questionnaire given to the students, the same generalized information you are getting from the recruiters,
Huh.
the same information you are getting from the academics.
Yes, ma'am. The reason is that the statements which were there, they were not actually pertaining to one particular industry, and they were not like this thing that okay, an HR person would answer this. I mean, in terms of recruitment, what happens, ma'am? The HR person comes for the recruitment, but mostly the panels also had somebody from the top notch of the domain also. So okay, we got it. Now got it, ma'am. Got it. So basically, ma'am, the general, if you talk about the academician, if it was the specialization, for the industry people, it was the domain. And same for the students.
is it a section of all these three particular?
Of the industries also.
The section, the three, the respondents is suppose you have the academic,
Huh.
students,
Huh.
curriculum.
Right, right.
This is a perception of all these.
It's going to be different.
So how do you generalize the questions for getting the information?
The reason was this, sir, that the factors that we are studying right now, these came out to be the determining factors. So even if you are a student, ideally, sir, ideally the student should.
तीन areas लेने की जरूरत क्या है?
Ma'am, I'll tell you the reason behind this thing. If I can cover in my suggestion, will that be okay, ma'am? Sure, thank you.
Okay, and this objective is say only for management.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So again, we had factors like gender. So I would say all the things the happens was rejected. So gender, then prior work experience. Okay, I'll explain everything, ma'am. So we find out whether the factors which came out from the students, based on these demographic variables, is there any difference into this thing? So, parents' occupation. So sometimes you find out that a student who's answering is a total fresher. We also had students who had work experience also. And the students who were having some work experience, for them, although the major factors could have been same, but there was a difference, mean difference basically. So there was a difference between their perception towards this as compared to a complete fresher. Similarly, parents' occupation or you can say previous qualification. A student coming from engineering.
Any set of hypotheses and tell us that how you achieve,
Okay.
how you achieve, reach to result.
One objective,
Yes, ma'am.
hypothesis for that particular objective.
Right.
Test applied for that particular objective.
Right.
And analysis and the result.
Right.
Then the finding and the conclusion of only one.
Sure, sure. So let us take.
That's what he would
Yes,
do.
ma'am. So let's. Yes, ma'am.
It's a relaxed speaking Italian.
Okay, no, I thought I should be covering everything. Okay, ma'am. So first of all, let's see.
We give you 10 minutes extra.
Sure.
Pick up one objective and take it to the end.
So although ma'am, there are two more objectives, major ones. So I'll be
Just one
sure.
objective you take and take it to the end.
Of the major four or from this
Any
one?
one objective you choose. Any one objective you take. Major, minor, elective.
Okay. The ma'am, thing is that it's like, although I would say this particular objective, second objective, is not of that much use as the other ones are. Why ma'am I'm saying?
You
The
choose
third-
whatever you
The third,
want.
the gap objective, shall I take?
Any one you
Yeah.
want.
Okay.
Your hypothesis is
Sure. So I'll try to see the gap objective in which we've tried to find out the gap between this. So that is my third objective now. To identify and analyze the gaps between recruiters, faculty and students about the perception of students. So ma'am, Venn diagram, visually, definitely something. So with the help of paid sample t-test, we try to do that ma'am. So what we've done, set A, we have find out the common factors, skills, personality of students, job, on-job training. Set B had academicians, their common factor. Set C has skills, corporate exposure, initial training, curriculum, job specific skills. Now, with the help, so Venn diagram visually can definitely represent that, but it was done with the help of here Venn diagram can show the overlapping of skills, which were the most common, which were different. But with the help of mean difference, we've done that now.
Okay, explain us this.
Yeah. So, So if you talk about the skill students and skill recruiters, so there are the common factors per se, but you can see that the mean there.
You come to your findings and
Sure.
conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. So the fourth module was to propose a model highlighting the drivers of this thing. So ma'am, obviously, structured equation modeling was used, although I was not that familiar. So I've taken the help of this cell of fire institutes. But majorly they were the, I can say that academic attributes and recruiter related attributes contributed to employability based So this was the equation modeling, which again was proved to be good. So I will, it's a, you can see explanation of the model also. Yes, sir. Structural equation modeling, sir. सर मैंने यूज किया था विद द हेल्प ऑफ आर स्टैटिस्टिकल सेल सर नहीं सर ये अच्छा दिस वाज यूजिंग आर सर या हाँ सर बेसिकली इसमें दो चीजें थी ना सर मैंने कहा कि the statistical cell of ours. So there are two, you can say, independent factors, recruiter attributes and academic attributes, which are impacting the employability, which is the you can say independent factor. But the main things which we like to cover. So although in the conclusion I've spoken about how these things have, you can say, the other things like curriculum and these things have mattered, I would like to cover the other parts also, ma'am, which is the one slide just in selection. This is slide that I have to talk about with the help of all this done. So a lot of this was the research, a lot of it was also the discussion that I had. Again, no scientific way to prove that these is, but over a period of time we've been discussing with our colleagues, students, recruiters, there are certain things. One is this industry-specific training projects. I can tell you that I have implemented certain things which I tried to find out. So we started something called Student Alumni Mentorship Program in between. What happens when students, somehow faculty are very knowledgeable, but at the same time there has to be some additional inputs. So industry-specific training projects, guidance in making informed career choices. Many times students make choices based on you are taking marketing, I should take marketing. So how should this can be informed? So either by inducting alumni or by session 5 with the faculty or the HODs at the beginning of the second or third semester. Clarity about the roles and industry expectations. This is what the biggest mistake what happens here. So now what we do, every time a company comes to campus, I take care of the alumni relations also. So we bring one alumnus working in the same profile. This person tells them what are the challenges about this particular roles. So what happens? The students prepare himself or herself, thinking in mind what is there. Most of the times they find that there is a gap of expectations also. The other thing is focus on the job specific skill development. So if it's FMCG job, more skill towards FMCG or its banking or its other things. Updated curricula as per the industry, I can understand not all institutes are autonomous, but wherever there could be a possibility, this would be done. Engaging alumni, as I mentioned, developing the right job attitude. So ma'am, as I mentioned that many of the entry-level jobs, they don't require, if you look at TCS and other companies. So ma'am, these were the statements. Yes ma'am, so these were the factors which came out also. Skill is a major factor. If you can say
These are the result of that the factor determined.
yes ma'am, factor.
The structure modeling was telling something else.
Yes ma'am, so it was recruiter-related attributes and academic-related attributes.
Showing the relationship between the three factors.
No ma'am, recruiter-related attributes are the same ma'am, which the recruiter has said. Academic means it talks about the preparation of the students. This is what it is. Yeah. Sure. So here reiterating the role of the academicians, how can they contribute? Skill development, major thing here. In the sector of faculty, it is that they should be empowered. It doesn't mean that they should be having job experience. They should be empowered with this thing. So this could also pave a way for some industry internship for faculty, or more of case studies where we go and study, or something like that could be done. So expectation role of alumni and scope for the studies. So this study particularly had 3 major respondents, but I only covered the demographics of the students. This could be done on the basis of which is your. That's why I said, ma'am, can I explain this later on? Yes, we must go for a study where demographic of recruiters also comes into picture. Different recruiters belonging to different industry, or you can say different department also, can have a scope for another study on the basis of type of these schools, ma'am. So this was limited to management schools here only, limited, I can say B town institutes. On the basis of the ranking of the institute, so this can also be done. So this is, thank you so much.
Definitely, I would move deeper into this thing. My primary area has been training, so I'm involved in student training a lot. That I'm also making them understand the profiles and preparing them. And I know this is tried and tested method. If there could be a scientific way to do that, I would love to be part of that. Thank you so much.
Statistically, convert the kids to connected.
I understand. That's my application. So basically, I've been basically into, I came to Prestige, I'm Prestige initially from 13 to 18, I was in placements. I got into PhD, I got full-time faculty in 19. By the time my data and everything was complete.
Thank you, sir. Now I would call Dr.
listed by the bottler, dependent is 5. So from the extensive literature review, these are the research objective. The researcher had developed two primary objectives, two secondary objectives. Primary objective is to explore and confirm social media marketing, online consumer decision making concerning in Madhya Pradesh, to examine the impact of social media marketing construct from various stages of consumer decision making. Secondary objective, to study the demographic profile of online consumer influence by social media marketing in Madhya Pradesh.
How come it is possible to have two variables in one object?
Two variables
To explore and confirm.
to explore. Because we explored it, we have chosen from the MOS. We have tested it through the MOS. So we explored it and tested it through the MOS. No. That is the primary object. जी 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 from the measurement model, later you can very well understood this. So from the secondary objective, to study the demographic profile of online consumer influence by social media marketing in Madhya Pradesh, to study the buying frequency, habit and demographic of online consumer influence by social media marketing in Madhya Pradesh. This is the from the study. This is the design is graded, followed by the steps. Research objective is the first one step. Second is the scale development. Third is survey.
See, this is not research design. This is research methodology. The overview of research methodology.
Over these are the steps of the research methodology. The steps.
The process of research.
Process. You can say that it is an overall process of. Yeah.
Design is a part of research methodology.
Yes. It is an overall process. 6 steps consist of overall process to accomplish our this step.
Research process.
Yes.
Which you have.
Yes. Yes.
But what about the research design?
Research design.
Highlight something of research design from your research methodology.
These
From your research methodology क्या है आपकी वो बताइए.
research methodology. This is the research methodology. Internet users are utilizing social media platform for communication. This social media platform is utilized by digital marketer for promoting and selling products online in Madhya Pradesh. Convenience sampling method and to some extent slow-mo sampling methods are used. These are the products from the extensive literature review. We have these are also the limitation. Self-structure questionnaire was developed from the literature review and data was collected.
So convenience sampling is now that you have gone to probability sampling.
Convenience sampling, basically the convenience sampling method we have. We have questionnaire design. Questionnaire design we have
Probability or non-probability?
non-problem.
Convenience sampling.
Primary data was collected from the research, 7 independent factors of the social media marketing, 5 dependent factors of consumer decision making. And from the expert and academician review, we have omitted these constraints also because this is not fit for the model.
And also it is reliability.
Yes, and validity.
So the reliability is 0.8 to 4.
Yes. So it does the internal consistency of the reliability. External consistency of the reliability we have find it from the measurement model and conformity factor analysis. This is the internal consistency. And the external consistency we have taken it from the yes. This is the normality of the data, and we analyze the normality of the data. It is non-parametric. So that's why researcher have applied Gauss-Square test. Gauss-Square test. This is the objective to study the buying frequency habit and the demographic of online consumer influenced by social media marketing in Madhya Pradesh. Look on this slides. jewelry and electronic products are rejected because of the based on the P values. This is rejected. And so there's no difference in the buying frequency with respect to the first demographic profile which the researcher has chosen, gender. So there's no demographic. So there's no dissimilarity in the buying frequency. Here in this slide you can see that here is a buying frequency dissimilarity. That's why the researcher had highlighted from the green color, female, female, female. From the mean value, these are the decision maker for the predict furniture, software and home appliances. In the similar way, for the another
These are your secondary objective, right? After primary or secondary objective.
these are
These are your secondary objective.
Yes, ma'am.
That demographic के साथ क्या relationship है ना?
Yes, yes.
चलिए उसको थोड़ा सा fast करिए. Primary objective.
This is for the age. This is for the qualification in the similar way, which I cited for the gender. This is for the occupation. This is for the marital status. This is for the household element. In the similar way, here you can see that the values are rejected and there is no buying difference. Here the buying frequency.
Demographic के लिए primary के secondary objective.
जी.
Come to primary objective. Yes.
Primary objective will be tested. We have researcher had designed measurement model. Measurement model was constructed and tested. So based on the following values like goodness of variable indicators, average variance accepted, maximum variance, composite reliability. These are the conversion validity. So all these will come in the acceptable value. These are the three size value and this is.
Clearly सभी को बताइए कि आपका primary objective क्या है and in very short you explain that how you achieve.
Primary objective.
You have not talked about your independent variable. What about independent variable?
Independent coming
Say
to
your focus is on what?
independent variables coming to
Social media marketing is your independent variable.
no these are
We don't need the slide, just tell us what are your.
these are independent variables.
See, what is your independent variable?
Social community, promotional usefulness, social publicity, majority social community.
Just the title, in the title.
These are my independent variables and these are dependent
The
variables.
title, role of social media marketing.
Role of social media marketing is independent variable and is independent.
एक मिनट, रोल नहीं होगा बेटा. What social media is what?
Social media marketing is independent variable.
Independent.
Yes.
Okay.
And
And consumer decision making?
is a dependent variable.
Dependent.
So you have not talked about social media independent variable. You have not talked.
These on this slide I had mentioned this.
Sir, the role of social media marketing.
Social
Media marketing.
yes.
There are so many different aspects in social media marketing.
See, that is what.
That's why from the literature review, the researcher has considered these constraints.
Sir, this is marketing. You should have gone through the
Marketing.
marketing, the social media marketing.
Yes.
And then you can say find out the essence of
Determinants of social media. Right now you have taken different aspects of it, but independent variable.
Now coming to your answer, I will come on this slide. Get it. Take it. This is the first order. This is for the impact is on the lead recognition. ये सारे के सारे these researcher had proposed 5 models. ये independent है.
इसमें constraints कौन कौन से हैं इसमें like the social media marketing constraints है ना?
हाँ,
constraints कौन कौन से हैं?
Social community, promotional usefulness, social publicity, enjoyment, social commerce,
How you have
security.
explored all this?
From the literature review of जब experts
आपने
में
कोई भी analysis उसमें नहीं की?
नहीं जब
प्राइमरी रिसर्च करी है इस पे.
प्राइमरी रिसर्च किए जब हम लोगों ने एकेडमिशियंस और कॉर्पोरेट्स के पास भेजा तो उन्होंने जब मॉडल्स के बारे
Just sir ने जो पूछा बेटा,
हाँ।
कंस्ट्रक्ट्स जो आपने यूज किए हैं ना, अभी आपने 5
हाँ,
कंस्ट्रक्ट्स
seven.
बताए।
7 हाँ,
7 ओके,
हाँ।
7 कंस्ट्रक्ट्स, तो 7 कंस्ट्रक्ट्स के ऊपर आपने रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर पे काम किया।
जी, जी।
सो नो प्राइमरी रिसर्च हैज बीन डन ऑन इट।
सेकेंड वगैरह
ये सेकेंडरी रिसर्च है।
प्राइमरी
अच्छा,
नहीं,
उनके आइटम्स का
फ्रॉम द लिटरेचर रिव्यू।
That's what, ना?
हाँ,
That's a secondary research.
सेकेंडरी रिसर्च आपकी
From literature.
I categorize it in this way that
Did you give a questionnaire? Did you interview people?
yes, I had given the questionnaire.
उसके कंस्ट्रक्ट्स का उसके फैक्टर्स का उसके डायमेंशन का
Questionnaire कहाँ है सर? वहाँ से शुरू करो।
Questionnaires में नहीं है, मुझे दूसरा फोल्डर खोलना है।
क्वेश्चंस आपके क्वेश्चन
हाँ, लिकर्ट स्केल का 5.5
Questions, वो तो scale है।
हाँ,
प्रश्न जो पूछे वो कहाँ से पूछे?
इसी फैक्टर्स पे जैसे सोशल कम्युनिटी के 3 आइटम्स हैं।
वो 3 आइटम्स आपने फ्रेम किए,
जी,
फिर सेकेंडरी रिसर्च से उठाए।
नहीं, खुद ही फ्रेम की।
खुद फ्रेम किए, तो फिर प्राइमरी रिसर्च।
सेकेंडरी हो गया
नहीं क्वेश्चन।
क्वेश्चन आपने कितना बनाया
हाँ,
आपका फिर तो कुछ बेस नहीं है ना, ग्राउंड क्या है आपको तुमने अपने दिस इज योर परसेप्शन व्हाट आर यू टेकन ऑन दिस कंसेप्ट्स पता है आपको, लेकिन आपको उसमें एनालिसिस का है भाई, एनालिसिस के बेसिस पे तो हम जाएंगे ना, आपको परसेप्शन आपने लिया है
एनालिसिस तो किया ना मैंने, कंज्यूमर डिसीजन मेकिंग
तो
में।
आपको या तो फैक्टर करना था ना सर, आपको फैक्टर के बेसिस पे निकालना था या फर्स्ट लेवल सेकंड लेवल
नहीं, देखिए अब देखिए कंज्यूमर डिसीजन मेकिंग
फैक्टर
में
आपने किया है, फैक्टर एनालिसिस किया है,
इसके आगे क्या किया? इस ऑब्जेक्टिव को मतलब इसको एंड तक पहुंचाने के लिए कंक्लूजन तक व्हाट स्टेजेस हैव यू क्रॉस्ड?
ये सारे के सारे फैक्टर्स लिए,
जी, आगे।
इसका इम्पैक्ट देखा नीड रिकॉग्नाइजेशन पे, फिर प्रपोज हाइपोथेसिस पे मैंने चेक किया। तो जैसे सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग में इम्पैक्ट ऑफ नीड रिकॉग्नाइजेशन वो रिजेक्ट हुई है हाइपोथेसिस, दैट इज अ मेन हाइपोथेसिस ब्लू कलर। और सब हाइपोथेसिस में सोशल कम्युनिटी, सोशल पब्लिशिंग, सोशल कॉमर्स रिजेक्ट हुई, बाकी सब एक्सेप्ट हुई है। इन द सिमिलर फॉर द सेकंड इंफॉर्मेशन सर्च में कन्वर्जन वैलिडिटी, डिस्कवर वैलिडिटी सब मैंने चेक किया। उसके बाद यहाँ पे आपके मेन हाइपोथेसिस रिजेक्ट हुई है, सब हाइपोथेसिस जो ब्राउन कलर में है वो रिजेक्ट हुई है।
सर आप एक बात बताइए,
हाँ।
आपने रिव्यू किया
जी,
है ना,
हाँ,
आपने पहला क्या निकाला सोशल कम्युनिटी,
जी, हाँ,
एक कंसेप्ट आता है,
हाँ,
अब जो रिव्यू पेपर आपने किया है उसको आप जो उनकी जो फाइंडिंग्स थी उसमें क्या क्या ऐसी चीज़ थी जिसके बेसिस पे आपने कंसेप्ट निकाला, उसमें हो सकता है कुछ आइटम्स हो, उन्होंने कुछ एनालिसिस किया हो, उसके बेसिस पे उनका एक कंसेप्ट आया हो सोशल कम्युनिटी
जी।
ऑन किस बेसिस
Now, this social community के items भी कैसे पैदा
थ्रू द लिटरेचर रिव्यू किया।
हम लोग कह रहा हूँ रिव्यू जो एक रिव्यू का आपने निकाला,
हाँ,
उस रिव्यू में कितने आइटम्स ऐसे कुछ आपने देखे होंगे ना,
उसमें बहुत सारे आइटम थे जो मेरे मॉडल को सपोर्ट करते।
हाँ।
जैसे उनमें 6 आइटम्स
आप
हैं,
मुझे बताइए सोशल कम्युनिटी जो है इट कंसिस्ट ऑफ हाउ मेनी आइटम्स,
3 आइटम्स,
उसमें उस रिसर्च में जो आपने रेफर किया
इसको
है
बेस
उसमें
बनाया
6 थे, उसमें 6 आइटम्स थे, मैंने 3 आइटम्स लिए।
6 आइटम्स से एक कंसेप्ट निकाला, ऐसा क्या होता क्या?
हाँ,
वो आप कैसे
और बाकी उनके कंसेप्ट भी अलग अलग हैं,
अच्छा वो
लेकिन वो इम्पैक्ट क्या कर रहा था मैं वो देखा।
Sometimes those constructs were belonging to social media marketing. This is what he wants to ask you. But how you
एक्चुअली में वो जो पूरा का पूरा कंसेप्ट है मेरा।
This is the question. How you concluded that these 7 constructs are belonging to social media marketing? You can measure social media marketing with this 7 constructs. अभी तो आपने मेजरमेंट मॉडल बनाया, तो मेजरमेंट मॉडल के लिए जो 7 कंस्ट्रक्ट आपने अराइव किए और उनके आइटम्स आपने डिसाइड किए एंड देन यू मेड द मेजरमेंट मॉडल जो हमें शो किया आपने, तो पूरा तो बहुत अच्छा आपने स्ट्रक्चर इक्वेशन मॉडलिंग का बेस बनाया है, बट बेसिकली हम उसकी नींव की बात कर रहे हैं।
जी
नीड की बात कर रहे हैं कि ये कंस्ट्रक्ट सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग को ही मेजर कर रहे हैं और उनके जो आइटम है वो करस्पॉन्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्ट को मेजर कर रहे हैं। ये चीज आपने कहीं ना कहीं करी होगी, आपको जरूरी हो जाएगा।
देखिए जो मैडम का क्वेश्चन है ये जितने भी जो कंस्ट्रक्ट हैं वो डिस्टिंग्विश स्टेजेस को इम्पैक्ट करते हैं कि नहीं? बाकी सबने अपने अपने स्टाइल से किया, किसी ने बच्चे डिसीजन पे किया, किसी ने वैल्यूएशन ऑफ अल्टरनेटिव पे किया, लेकिन मेरा तो वो था कि पूरे पूरे प्रोसेस पे इम्पैक्ट करते हैं, तो उसी के बेसिस पे फिर मैंने आइडेंटिफाई
ऐसा एक बात है
जी जी
सोशल कम्युनिटी
हाँ
वो किस तरह से कंज्यूमर डिसीजन मेकिंग को लेकर
सोशल
एक आपका एक एक्सपेक्ट है
जी जी
ये सोशल मीडिया वो कंज्यूमर डिसीजन मेकिंग को किस तरह से
देखिए सर ऑनलाइन कम्युनिटी
सोशल कम्युनिटी बात करें सर
हाँ, मैं सोशल कम्युनिटी की बात कर रहा हूँ। सोशल कम्युनिटी एक प्लेटफॉर्म है ऑनलाइन कम्युनिटी, उसी का कंस्ट्रक्ट है। तो अब जब हम सोशल कम्युनिटी पे जब लोग सर्च करेंगे इंफॉर्मेशन तो सबसे पहले वो फॉलो करेंगे नीड रिकग्नाइजेशन, रिव्यू रेटिंग्स मिलेंगी उसको, इंफॉर्मेशन सर्च मिलेगा, फिर उसके बाद इवैल्यूएशन ऑफ अल्टरनेटिव। आप कोई सा भी प्रोडक्ट खरीदते
अच्छा,
हैं
आपने ये सोशल कम्युनिटी के लिए कौन से प्लेटफॉर्म को कंसीडर किया? आई मीन सोशल कम्युनिटी, आपने ऑनलाइन सोशल कम्युनिटी
जी जी हाँ
कौन से सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म से डिजिटल जिनको आपने इसमें कंसीडर किया?
सोशल कम्युनिटी का ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म में
सोशल कम्युनिटी मिली कहाँ?
थ्रू द रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर।
सोशल कम्युनिटी किसको कहते हैं? ऑनलाइन पे आपने रिसर्च किया है?
जी जी जी
Online
सोशल
social community
कम्युनिटी
क्या
सोशल कम्युनिटी उसे कहते हैं जहाँ पे ऑनलाइन यूजर्स जब कोई से भी चीज़ें परचेज करते हैं तो वो रिव्यू करते हैं
अच्छा, you have only taken customer reviews of a particular product.
रिव्यूज रेटिंग्स की, उसके बाद नहीं
मतलब जैसे हम एक फोन खरीदने गए,
हाँ।
उसके नीचे कस्टमर रिव्यू आता है. That you have collected.
देखिए मैडम रिव्यू रेटिंग्स ऑनलाइन कम्युनिटीज उस वो लोग
वो कैसे नहीं करते हैं वो सुधारने के लिए
जी
सोशल मीडिया कम्युनिटी
हाँ. सोशल मीडिया कहाँ से आता है?
अब इतना आगे का काम देखिए,
Social
उस
media
कंस्ट्रक्ट में है प्रॉब्लम्स आगे
आगे का मे बी फाइंडिंग्स और कंक्लूजन है.
ये आपने पूरा जैसे 5 मॉडल कौन से बनाए हैं?
5 मॉडल मेरा नीड रिकग्नाइजेशन था, इंफॉर्मेशन
बताइए, शॉर्ट में बता सकते हैं।
देखिए सबसे पहले एक्चुअली में कंज्यूमर डिसीजन मेकिंग मॉडल्स के 5 मॉडल्स थे। सबसे पहले नीड रिकग्नाइजेशन था, दूसरा इंफॉर्मेशन सर्च था, तीसरा वैल्यूएशन ऑफ अल्टरनेटिव, परचेज डिसीजन, पोस्ट परचेज। देखिए ये सजेस्ट किया है मॉडल। देखिए अगर कोई सा भी मैं प्रोडक्ट खरीदूँ फर्नीचर, फॉर एग्जांपल फर्नीचर जो मैंने फर्नीचर के लिए सबसे पहले कंज्यूमर क्या करेगा, पहले वो आइडेंटिफाई करेगा ना नीड की, मुझे फर्नीचर लेना है थर्ड पार्टी वेंडर से जैसे फ्लिपकार्ट से, तो वो उसकी नीड पता चलेगी।
उसकी नीड्स कैसे रिकॉग्नाइज करेंगे? तो ऑलरेडी उसको नीड नहीं, नीड तो ऑलरेडी है ना।
हाँ।
सी देयर आर टू थिंग्स ना, नीड आइडेंटिफिकेशन एंड नीड असेसमेंट और नीड रिकग्निशन।
हाँ
तो नीड तो उसको है तब तो जाएगा मीडिया को।
देखिए नीड है कि नहीं है ये देखिए, अगर वो ट्रेडिशनल खरीदता है सामान नीड, अब आप ये बताइए जैसे फर्नीचर खरीदना है नीड है आपकी, तो नीड ट्रेडिशनल के लिए है कि ऑनलाइन के लिए? पहले तो पता चलेगा ना ऑनलाइन जब खरीदने जाएंगे कि नीड किसके लिए। अब तो ट्रेडिशनल में भी जाके फर्नीचर खरीद सकते हैं, तो नीड पता तो चलेगी ना कि आपकी ऑनलाइन नीड है कि नहीं। वो जब सर्च करेगा, अब जब वो सर्च करेगा
फर्नीचर की टेबल की भी होगी ना.
नहीं मैडम, लेकिन उसको एक्चुअली में कंज्यूमर खरीदना।
आप अपना बात कीजिए, यहाँ स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस वो बताइए, वो क्या पर्सनल
ये कंज्यूमर डिसीजन जैसे ये रिसीवर स्टेजेस है, नीड, इंफॉर्मेशन सर्च, इवैल्यूएशन, परचेज डिसीजन, पोस्ट परचेज, ये कंस्ट्रक्ट है, ये पूरा का पूरा मैट्रिक्स है आपका।
कंक्लूजन बता रहे हैं।
हाँ, तो इसमें रिजेक्ट देखिए, आप देखिए जैसे सोशल कम्युनिटी, सोशल परमिशन, सोशल कॉमर्स पूरे स्टेजेस में रिजेक्ट हुई, एंड अब आपकी रिग्रेशन वैल्यूज परचेज डिसीजन की सबसे ज़्यादा आई पोस्ट परचेज की, सेकंड नंबर पे, थर्ड नंबर पे आपकी नीड रिकग्नाइजेशन, फोर्थ नंबर पे कमीशन सर्च, फिफ्थ नंबर पे वैल्यूएशन ऑफ
मैं सिर्फ आपको छोटा सा
बिल्कुल।
जो आपने स्क्रिप्ट जो आइडेंटिफाई किया है, जो आपने लिखे हैं, देखिए सर आपका काम जो है मार्केटिंग में मेहनत चल रही है,
जी, जी।
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है,
जी।
बस जो नॉमेनक्लेचर है ना,
जी।
वो थोड़ा सा
वो
गड़बड़
थोड़ा
है।
सा
तो मैं उस पर
बल्कि देखिए आप बात कर रहे हो यहाँ पर प्रमोशनल यूजफुलनेस की बात कर रहे हो, इवन सोशल पब्लिशिंग की बात कर रहे हो, एंजॉयमेंट की बात कर रहे हो, सोशल कॉमर्स क्या होता है?
बाइंग एंड सेलिंग, जो सोशल कॉमर्स होता है ना ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पे, जो उसका
E-commerce.
एग्जीक्यूशन, सोशल कॉमर्स कंप्लीट प्रोसेस।
सोशल कॉमर्स बेसिकली ऐसा वर्ड भी पॉपुलर है नहीं है।
सोशल कॉमर्स क्या है?
रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर में मैंने जो जिसमें रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर किया है काफी में
From
उनने
where actually you pick this word? In which
ऐसा रीजन में एक पेपर हुआ था डॉक्टर
on the basis of one paper we can
नॉट ओनली वन, ऐसे ही तीन चार
Are you carrying these papers with you, sir? Because we have not listened social commerce like word. We have listened e-commerce.
It's okay. Sankar, if you say there is a term, you can even phrase it. Research is all about originality and innovation.
Yes.
But you need to be able to justify what is social commerce. It's absolutely fine. I can go in for it's a good word. Social commerce is a new term, right?
Yes, yes.
So you can even establish it as an innovative phrase in your original phrase. You can coin it. It's absolutely fine. But then you need to tell us what does it mean? What is social
Social
commerce?
commerce is
How
that
do you define it?
social commerce is a complete process from buying to using by the digital marketer from overall from selling.
Then what is
to-
e-commerce?
So e-commerce to social
E-commerce का ही छोटा सा पार्ट है।
तो अच्छा एक्सप्लेन करिए क्या होता है?
What is the difference between e-commerce and social commerce?
E-commerce is enterprise commerce and it is a commerce used within the social community.
कम्युनिटी सोशल होती है, सोशल होती है ना?
Actually, पता क्या
This
है?
is actually new word.
It is
That's why we are.
what you want to say is maybe कि social media platforms पे जो reviews आते हैं उनको देख के जो buying decisions होते हैं, are you talking about them? That's what sir is saying. Nomenclature में बस थोड़ा सा हो रहा है.
ठीक है, मैं I will
मैं जो समझ पा रहा हूँ ना,
जी सर।
मतलब आप इंटरप्रेट हो सकता है कुछ गड़बड़ करनी है,
हाँ.
लेकिन देखिए सोशल कॉमर्स की जो बात है,
जी सर।
तो आप देखिए आजकल सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप हो गया, सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप जो है वो सोशल ही जो चीज़ें हैं मतलब वो उसको ट्रेड करता है ऑनलाइन, है ना? तो यहाँ पर हो सकता है कि आपका जो ऑफ द माइंड जो चीज़ चल रही होगी, ये जो सोशली जो चीज़ें होती हैं, मतलब जैसे सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर है, तो सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर जो है वो ईवी होते हैं, मतलब दे आर ऑल्सो वेब मार्केटर्स।
नहीं सर, बेसिकली कनेक्टिविटी क्या चल रही थी कि मार्केटर की और कस्टमर की कनेक्टिविटी ही देखना है मुझे।
तो इसमें आप बाइंग बिहेवियर देखें आप ना, ऑनलाइन जो कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर जो अभी इसके पहले जो टॉपिक किया है ऑनलाइन कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर, वो आप देखो ना।
नहीं, वही तो कंज्यूमर डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस पर से देखे ना, उसी के
फिर अपन एक काम
बेसिस
करेंगे,
पे
आप
Item करेंगे last question.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
अभी मिलिए,
हाँ।
हम थोड़ा सा आपसे डिस्कस करेंगे,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
देखते हैं कैसा क्या होगा, समझते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
ठीक है,
These are the research.
आपके ऑब्जेक्टिव्स
हाँ, वो
ऑब्जेक्टिव आपके बनाए थे
जी।
बेसिस ऑफ एनालिसिस।
all the fourth objective will be achieved. This is the here. This is the primary objective. This is achieved by this. From and this from this primary objective achieved. And right. अभी इसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट हो सकता है। Recently I have faced the viva professor. Improvement हो सकता है, improvement is always well.
जी जी फिर आपको कुछ इम्प्रूवमेंट हो सकता है।
नहीं, मतलब it is good for the new researcher also and good for the society also. Here, not in the.
Which institute are you working with?
I was working with the Maharaja Ranjit Singh earlier. मैंने quit कर दिया था 2020 क्योंकि focus करना था मुझे PhD. अभी recently अभी complete किया.
Now you are looking for a placement.
नहीं अब मैं job की बस.
हाँ वही बोल अब आप जॉब करेंगे. पढ़ाई कहाँ से की समझे?
मैंने इंजीनियरिंग की है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड कम्युनिकेशन ब्रांच में और फिर मैंने पुणे से बालाजी से MBA किया इग्नोस से MBA किया PhD किया इन्हीं मैडम के रिसर्च वाला जो डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र तो डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र मार्गी सर मेरे
He is also available today here.
हाँ डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र मार्गी सर बिल्कुल 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 आई विल डू दैट आपसे आपके सजेशन ऑलवेज वेलकम दैट विल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
As we approach the conclusion of this enlightening session, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who has been part of this intellectual fest. Now, I would like to call Yogin Singh Rajawat sir to please give a memento to Kirti Reddy ma'am, Dr. Kirti Reddy ma'am. Thank you, ma'am and sir. Now, I would like to call Professor Mayuri Jetwal, ma'am, to please give a memento to Dr. Suyesh Jawar, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to call Professor Archana Rajput, ma'am, to please give a memento to Dr. Geeta Sharma, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to call Dr. Yogen Singh Rajawat, sir, to please give a thank you speech.
Good afternoon to one and all. I, Dr. Yogan Singh Rajawat, on behalf of Prestige Institute of Management Devas and Prestige Education Foundation, would like to extend heartily thanks to all the jury members, all the students, and all the participants. We are going to announce results in the valedictory session, so all three are requested to be there. Thanks a lot. Thank you, ma'am, again. Thank you, sir. We also like to request all the jury members and participants for a group photograph, please. Please, Prerna sir, please call Prayatn sir also.
सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Honorable Chairman PEF Dr. Davis Jain sir, esteemed guest Shri Bindu Bhushan ji Dubey, social worker and environmentalist, Miss Vatsala Shivhare, Tribal Welfare Development Organizer, Mr. Shankar Mullidharan, Turnover Specialist, Ms. Monica Singh, Head Sustainability Indigo, Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Management Thought Leader and Respected Director Sir Dr. Ajit Upadhyay Sir and Deputy Director Madam Ashifa Ma'am, and all conference participants, all faculty members and dear students. I, Dr. Ashutosh Vyas, with my co-host Ms. Lubna Ashipathan, welcomes you all on this validatory session of 4th International Conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our event by lighting of lamp of knowledge and wisdom. This is a symbolic moment that signifies the dispelling of darkness and igniting of thought and enlightenment. I may now request the dignitaries to please light the auspicious lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for in the Floral Symphony. I would now request Professor Dr. Ajit Upadhyay Sir to accord floral welcome to Dr. Davis Jain Sir, Chairman PEF. I would now request Shri Davis Jain Sir to extend a warm welcome to Shri Bindu Bhushan ji Dubey. Now may I request Dr. Yogen Singh Rajawat to accord floral welcome to Dr. S.S. Bhakar. Now I request Professor Vikas Sharma to present a bouquet to Ms. Vatsala Shivhare. I would now request Dr. Ashma Joshi to present a floral welcome to Mr. Shankaran Muralidharan. I would request Professor Bhagyashree Sandhav to extend warm floral welcome to Ms. Monica Singh. I would request Professor Mayuri Jetwal to accord floral welcome to Mr. Siddharth Rajhans.
Proceed ahead, all the delegates. It has given me a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Devi Jain sir, PEF, whose guidance and leadership have been instrumental in steering the ship of PIMR. Before it, we just want to start with the institutional AV. Now I am requesting technical team to start the institutional AV.
Prestige Education Society, in its endeavor to develop highly skilled human resource, established the first Management Institute in Indore in 1994. The Management Institutes of Gwalior and Mandsaur were established in 1997. In 2001, with AICTE permission, the Institute of Mandsaur was shifted to Devas at its permanent site for better service, coverage and local penetration. Prestige Institute of Management and Research Devas is conceived as a value-based institution of management and information technology and training. The institute was launched with the solemn objective of spreading knowledge-based education and developing skilled manpower beyond the metros, catering to the educational and training needs of a large number of young boys and girls irrespective of caste, creed and nationality they belong to. Prestige Education Foundation, formerly known as Prestige Education Society, is running its academic institutions in 3 major cities of Madhya Pradesh, heartland of India. Prestige Education Foundation is running the prominent institutions PIMR PG, PIMR UG, PIEMR and Prestige Public School at Indore City, PIMR Gwalior and PIMR Devas, along with Prestige Public School Devas, under the stewardship of Founder Chairman of PEF Honorable Shri Nemnath G. Jain, Padma Shri awardee. The Chairman and Chancellor of PEF, respected Dr. Devish G. Jain, and his worthy younger brother, respected Shri Dipin G. Jain, Vice Chairman PEF, Shri Himanshu G. Jain, Director PEF, and Shri Ketan G. Jain, Director PEF. PIMR Devas is advancing and instilling values into the stakeholders with vision to be leader in professional education, training, research and development, and mission to serve the society through management seminaries in making the country stronger in every aspect of life. The institute has the approval of the All India Council for Technical Education and the state government for its MBA program, and is affiliated with Vikram University Ujjain for MBA, BBA and BCA, BCom, Computer Application, BCom, Honors. It is a fully recognized management and IT institution. PIMR Devas is a recognized research center for management discipline. The first PhD course work successfully conducted in the year 2023. The PIMR is having intellectual strength of 20 full-time regular faculty, 6 visiting faculty, 4 faculties having PhD degree, 5 faculties are pursuing PhD from different universities. PIMR Devas is extending its extension services to the corporate world like Management Development Program, Executive Development Program and trainings to the employees for soft skills and communication-related issues. The senior faculty of PIMR Devas is an executive body of international and national universities, as in Board of Studies, PhD Thesis Evaluation Board, and in Committee of Editorial Board of reputed journals. The faculties of PIMR Devas were also invited as keynote speakers, guest speakers, resource persons for FTPs, trainers and practicing consultancies for different academic and social organizations.
I'm Professor Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, Director, Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Devas. Our institution is affiliated to the Bikram University Ujjain and approved by the MP Higher Education, Bhopal, and also accredited by the AICTE, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi.
PIMR Devas Library is fully equipped with physical and digital repository for knowledge sharing and acquisition. The online database like EBSCO, JGate, DAILIT, InflibNet, CMI database, and software for plagiarism testing Turnitin is available for students, faculties, and researchers. PIMR Devas Library is having national and international journals, magazines, monographs, books, newspapers, and rare books. PIMR Devas Computer Lab is well equipped with application software Microsoft Windows 10, Microsoft Office, Oracle Java, Visual Studio, IDE like Eclipse, IntelliJ, TextPad, Notepad, PyCharm, WebEx and Zoom. PIMR Devas has been an examination center for prominent examinations for different bodies like ICAI, for CA and CS examination, CUET, JEE and NEET. PIMR Devas is regularly conducting FDPs like 1 week National Case Writing Workshops, 1 week National Research Methodologies Workshops, 21 days Faculty Development Program Gyanubhav, weekly Faculty Knowledge Advancement Workshops, presentation, symposium, Industry Institute interface, discussion with different boards has been conducted for years. PIMR Devas is having MOU and associations with global institution, national institutions, governmental bodies and NGO. PIMR Devas is having active association with All India Management Association, New Delhi. Association of Indian Management Schools, Sikandarabad. Association of Management Development in South Asia, Hyderabad. The institute is certified ISO 9001 to 2015. The institute is certified training center for ITI, Devas. Indore Management Association, Indore. Member of Association of Industries, Devas. MOU with Center for Entrepreneurship Development, Madhya Pradesh. MOU with Research Foundation of India. PIMR Devas has been consistently ranked amongst top B school in a survey done by the top magazines and newspaper. RBBA course ranked 29th Outlook in 2022, 2021, 40th India Today in 2022, 28th India Today in 2020, RBCA course 46th India Today in 2022 and 45th India Today in 2021. RMBA course ranked 8th Central Zone Wise Outlook, 24th amongst affiliated colleges Outlook, 44th Education World, 30th Zone Wise Open Magazine, 34th Private College The Week, 41 at B School West Zone Wise The Week, and in Madhya Pradesh consistently amongst top 5 B school. Recognized in the band performance under the category General in Atal ranking of institution on innovation and achievement in 2021. PIMR Devas is also working as a host institute for MSME. PIMR Devas students participated and won in the Global Peace and Sustainable Summit 2022 powered by UNESCO amongst 70 countries as the best speakers. PIMR Devas is the only center for the Youth Employment Program of TCS, which is free employability training for socially and economically marginalized undergraduate youth program during their graduation. PIMR Devas is an active member of Institute Innovation Council Delhi with 3.5 star rating in the year 2022. We are committed for overall development of our students through different clubs constituted at our institute like Marketing Club, Finance Club, HR Club, IT Club, Eco and Energy Club, Readers Club, Health and Fitness Club, PIMR Rotary Club and Sports Club. These clubs keep organizing various events for students' knowledge updating, improvement, and exposures to the real business world. Events like AdMad Show, brand quizzes, mock stock exchange, entrepreneurial fest, seminars, panel discussion, industrial visits, extramural lectures, case study, and business research. Besides this, PIMR Devas organizes annual Management Fest Utsav full of enthusiasm, knowledge, fun and frolic, music and entertainment. PIMR Devas also organizes creativity workshops, case study analysis workshop, business plan workshop and national contest, National Summer Internship Project Contest. The yoga and fitness activity is being organized by Fitness Club. PIMR Devas NSS unit organizes blood donation camp, charity programs like fundraising for blind schools, adoption of villages, promoting literacy, adult education and cleanliness drive at Devas city. Woman is the backbone of family life. Here at PIMR, the Women Empowerment Cell is running various activities for women awareness and their overall development. The sports club organizes indoor and outdoor games for all students like chess, cricket, badminton, volleyball, football, etc. Some of the students won the laurel for PIMR Devas at university, state and national level. PIMR Training and Placement Cell organizes GDPI and developmental programs for students like communication development workshop, aptitude test and grooming session as per requirement of in and off-campus drive, resume writing workshop, email etiquettes workshop, language skill workshops from renowned internationally acclaimed trainer who got exposure of 11 countries. PIMR Training and Placement Cell also organizes alumni meet in which students from different batches since 2001 have been participating, and PIMR Training and Placement Cell has been consistently providing more than 100 brands and organizations a platform for recruitment of business brains at our campus. Recently, some of our students also received an offer ranging from 8 lakhs per annum to 13 lakhs per annum, an industrial excursion in the renowned companies such as Tata International Private Limited, Prism Johnson, Prestige Agrotech, Saatchi Industries, Kirloskar, Gabriel, and many more. PIMR Devas aspires to be the autonomous institution with highest grades amongst top B schools of Central India. Prestige Education Foundation and Prestige Institute of Management and Research Devas welcome you all.
Proceeding further, now I would like to request our mentor and guide, Director of PIMR Devas, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay sir, for his address.
Namaskar. Respected Honorable Chairman, Dr. Davis G. Jain, Chancellor, Prestige University, and Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation, Chairman, Prestige Group of Industries. Respected Bindu Bhushan Ji, who is a convener of Clean Ganga Mission. He is very relevant with our topic which we affixed, and we have seen a lot of deliberation. PIM and PIMR Devas, who is project head tribal projects. Dr. Bhakar, who is our senior mentor, friend, ex-BC ITM University, Gwalior, Group Director, Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Bhopal. Madam Monica Singh, who is the head of the Sustainability Indigo. Mr. Shankar Murlidharan, leadership coach, educationist, and marketing specialist. My friend, Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, advocate, ambassador, you can say, with United Nations SDG mission. Madam Dr. Ashima Joshi, Deputy Director, my colleague PIMR Devas, Dr. Ashutosh Vyas, and Madam Lubna R.C. Pathan, Conference Secretary for 2024 at PIMR Devas, all respected principals, directors, professors, faculties, practitioners, students, and dear delegates. It gives me immense pleasure, but we tried our level best. We could deliver some best because there is always scope of improvement, and probably next year we would deliver it in a more vehement manner. In this 2 days conference, you can say just one day because inaugural is the soul of any ceremony and closing is the dressing of any ceremony. So in between we have seen that how blood circulates in our veins, and that we had seen. I'm very happy that my team over here, though we are not in great number, but they delivered the best. We organized here the national contest for students, especially business plan contest, summer internship project contest for students, and the best research paper awards for the students. Besides this, we had a 2 technical session. One was on marketing and finance, second was on system IT and HR. And in these 2 sessions, we also received good inputs from our session chairs. Our conference title that is talking about the circular economy, practices, challenges, and opportunities for business sustainability is very much pertinent, not only today, for ages. When you look back to the India and the old civilization that was there, it's in our behavior. When we talk about the reduction of the waste, when we talk about the recycling, when we talk about the refurbishing, when we talk about the recreating, or when we talk about the remanufacturing, it always reaffirms the faith in the Indian system, Indian philosophy that says, Kan Kan Me Bhagwan. If the all particle is so meaningful and significant, nothing is the waste. It depends a lot, especially for the management community, engineers, and the social scientists, how they can make the most of the available resources. So this conference focused upon the optimization of the resources, maximum utilization of the resources, and creating the opportunity where it doesn't exist. That's why we have to look from different angles. I was witnessing here one of the business plan contest, and I saw that the students are also concerned about the process optimization. They are concerned about the presentation, because you say when AI comes, when the modern technology comes in center, the jobs will be snatched. Yesterday, Siddharth also pointed out, I think today he will elaborate everything, but I believe that the new technology, new challenges always strengthen you. They create more job opportunities, but they demand more skills from our sides. Are we really now bracing up for the tomorrow's future? If it is true, then opportunities are immense, but you will have to choose the best. When we say that opportunities are scanty and we are capable, this is again that we are not sustainable. If we are not sustainable, how organization can be sustainable? So when individuals grow, when approaches are right, and when even the positive mindset is there, definitely everything is possible. We have seen, we have been saying, but it's a time of practice, it's a time of the example setting, and we are very lucky that in this generation is having the exposure of all types. You are full of opportunities, but you will have to exercise a patience, you will have to develop a tolerance, but you have to be very objective, specific, I must say, target oriented, rather goal oriented. That will help us out. Today we have a lot of eminent speakers, and that definitely will benefit us in a larger way. And I believe that you all are going to be benefited not only but also will be enjoying these sessions thoroughly. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, sir. It has given me a great pleasure to introduce a visionary person, our Honorable Chairman, Sir, PEF, Dr. Devish Jain, sir, whose guidance and leadership have been instrumental in steering the ship of PIMR Devas towards the new heights of success. It is under his guidance we have witnessed remarkable growth and unwavering dedication to excellence. May I now request for AV.
Dr. Devish Jain, Chairman Prestige Education Foundation, Chancellor Prestige University, President Prestige Group of Industries, National President Center for Education Growth and Research, New Delhi. Dr. Jain is a dynamic and forward-looking industrialist who has inherited the vision and foresight of his illustrious father, Padma Shri awardee Dr. N.N. Jain. He earned his MPhil degree and PhD from the Open International University for Complementary Medicine in affiliation with Zoroastrian College in the special consultative status of UNESCO and later conferred with the SC honoris causa and then with the Lit honoris causa. Dr. Jain has been conferred with various national and international awards for his distinguished contributions in the fields of agribusiness, industry and education. He has recently been honored with Jain Ratna Award in June 2023. He is recipient of an iconic educationist and agri-business leader of India 2023 award by Integrated Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Besides this, he was felicitated with the prestigious National Award Atal Shastra Markanoni, Doy of the Industry and Economy for his yeoman contribution to the agronomy, soya industry and education sector in November 2022. He has also received National Award for Achievers in Summit India on 26 August 2022. On 25th April 2022, he was conferred with the coveted Madhya Pradesh Ratna Pratibha Alankaran Award by His Excellency Mangubhai Patel, Governor of MP. He has been conferred with Outstanding Educationist Award and a Special Speaker Award for the year 2021, 2022 and 2023 at CSW 65, CSW 66 and CSW 67 event at UN by the Russian Center for Science and Culture in Mumbai. Sir was honored World's Greatest Brands and Leaders Award by India and United Research Services International Asia 1 in 2017. Sir earned the title of Man with a Vision and Mission by a leading journal, Oils and Fats Industry in South Asia. Dr. Jain has also authored 3 books titled Golden Insight Enterprising Soyabean, Golden Insight Enterprising Knowledge and Golden Insight Enterprising Life. He is also invited as keynote speaker.
Namaskar. A very good afternoon to one and all. Respected Shri Bindu Bhushan Dubey ji, National President Akhil Bharati Shanti Pratishthan and National President of Udghosh Bharat, convener in Ganga Mission and ecologist. Ms. Vatsala Shivhare ji, primarily a prestigian at heart, who is the district organizer of tribal welfare. Shri Nilesh Sarvate ji, Mr. Shankaran Muralidharan, a management coach, Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, head SDG of United Nations in India, who is also a TEDx speaker, ex-product manager of Apple, Madam Monica Singh, head sustainability at Indigo Airlines, Dr. S.S. Bhakar, group director of PIMR Bhopal, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, director PIMR Devas, Dr. Ashima Joshi, Deputy Director PIMR Devas, respected principals of various institutions, distinguished invitees, respected faculty members, and my dear students. Today holds special significance for me as it marks not only an important occasion in the realm of sustainability, but also a deeply personal life journey. It is my Punatma mother's Prakashvanti ji's birth anniversary as well. As we draw near to conclusion of this enlightening conference on circular economy, I am encouraged by the collective wisdom and passion that has permeated our discussions over the past 2 days. The conversation you have had shared since yesterday, the insights you have gained, and the innovative solutions you have explored underscore the immense potential of the circular economy to drive positive change in India and beyond. It represents regenerative system that prioritize sustainable practices in business operations with the aim of promoting environmental stewardship and long-term economic stability. India, with its vast population and growing economy, stands on the cliff of a significant shift towards embracing the circular economy. The immense potential for job creation and economic growth in the country cannot be overlooked or undermined. According to the World Economic Forum, the adoption of circular practices in India could generate around 50 million jobs, just believe 5 crore jobs, with a projected economic impact of $15 trillion. Just imagine we are still aiming to reach a magic $5 trillion mark. This transition could also lead to creation of 24 million green and sustainable jobs by 2030. The benefit of circular economy extends beyond job creation. It offers opportunities for reskilling and upskilling, particularly in the fields of renewable energy, energy efficiency, waste management, resource efficient practices, and so on. As India strives to reduce its ecological footprint and promote sustainable practices, the circular economy offers a pathway to a greener and more prosperous future. Let me give you one promising example from my own industry. The utilization of soybean harvesting waste and cleaning waste to green fuel, replacing coal fuel, while soybean oil extraction residues, free fatty acids can be processed into biodiesel. Additionally, initiatives to promote transparency and traceability within the soy supply chain can enhance sustainability efforts. Technologies like blockchain can be leveraged to track the journey of soybeans from farm to the fork, ensuring that they are produced responsibly and ethically. This transparency cannot only build consumer trust, but also incentivizes sustainable practices throughout the supply chain. Consider the case of Indian cement manufacturers embracing alternative fuels and raw materials. By incorporating wastes, derived fuel, and industrial byproducts into their production processes, these companies not only reduce their environmental footprint but also lower production costs and enhance resource efficiency. The automotive sector offers another compelling example. Indian automakers are increasingly adopting remanufacturing and refurbishment practices, extending the lifespan of vehicles and components while minimizing waste. Additionally, initiatives like shared mobility and electric vehicle adoption are driving systematic changes towards a more sustainable transportation ecosystem. The fast-moving consumer goods FMCG industry is also making strides towards circularity. Companies are redesigning packaging to be more recyclable and investing in closed-loop recycling systems. Furthermore, the construction sector is exploring innovative approaches to circularity, from modular construction techniques that enables disassembly and reuse of building components to use of recycled materials in construction projects. The industry is reimagining traditional practices to align with circular principles. Friends, these examples are not only showcase the transformative potential of the circular economy, but also provide fertile ground for research and academic inquiry. By studying the implementation and impact of these initiatives, researchers and academicians can uncover valuable insights to inform future strategies and policy interventions. As we going to conclude this conference, let us draw inspiration from these real-world examples and continue to explore the untapped opportunities for circular innovation across various industries and sectors. Through collaborative research and knowledge sharing, we can accelerate and the transition towards a more sustainable and prosperous future for India and beyond. I would like to express my best wishes to the conference organizing team, distinguished guests, and esteemed participants for their presence here today. Thank you, and I wish you all a journey towards a more sustainable future. God bless all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, let me take you to the profile of Dr. S.S. Bhaker. Dr. S.S. Bhaker is working as Group Director, PIMR Bhopal. He was the Vice Chancellor of ITM University, Gwalior. He's experienced educator and administrator with a demonstrated history of working in the education management industry. Under his guidance, number of institutes and business schools got NAC A accreditation, Autonomous Institute status, UGC, permanent affiliations, UGC recognition under Section 2F and under Section 12B, recognition as research center of affiliating university, and many more as director, and have contributed in achieving similar success as senior faculty. He is well-known trainer in the area of operation management, supply chain, and research. He has conducted more than 60 research methodology workshop and 25 case writing workshop and 35 plus executive training program. Dr. Bhaker chaired 11 international and 18 international conferences and seminars. He has delivered keynote speeches in the national and international conferences and seminar. I would now please request Dr. S.S. Bhaker for his address.
Honorable Dr. Davis Jain, Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation and Prestige Group of Industries. Shri Bindu Bhushan Dubey ji, National President, Akhil Bharatiya Shanti Pratisthan and associated with the Clean Ganga. Ms. Vatsala Shivhare, Area Organizer, Tribal Welfare Department. Mr. Nilesh Sarvate, CEO, IEIBS Academia, Ms. Monica Singh, Head Sustainability Indigo, Ms. All the dignitaries sitting across the dais, the session chair, reporters, and participants in this esteemed conference. I welcome you in this session. I was supposed to talk in another session, in fact. It was supposed to be a separate session on National Education Policy 2020, and I had prepared an elaborate presentation for the same. However, you asked somebody who was an hour's presentation to deliver a session without presentation for 10 minutes. It becomes difficult, but I, being a teacher, can't say that I will not be able to deliver that session. So, talking about national education policy, why did we need national education policy, and how is it going to deliver to ensure that we have the best education in the world, or it is at least at par with the best education in the world. In fact, a comment made by Supreme Court comes to mind, where they commented that education in India has not contributed to make people more ethical. In fact, higher the education, lesser the ethical values of the person. Now, that's the comment made by Supreme Court of India. That indicated that we needed to make, this comment was far before the national education policy was framed. So this indicated that we were in need of a national education policy that would ensure that education in India will not only be at par with the best in the world, it will be rooted in Indian ethos. The education policy was long overdue. The first one came out in 1966, the second one in 86, which was amended in 92. And then in 2009, we have Right to Education, which was a extension of the 1986 policy. So that means we were still implementing 1986 policy till 2010. The gap between the earlier education policies and this policy was huge. So there was a dire need of a new education policy, which Education Policy 2020 fulfills. This policy is built on 4 pillars. First one is access, to provide access to quality education to everyone. And quality education to everyone means the gross enrollment ratio till the 12th standard, that is secondary education, should be 100%, which is right now at about 57-58%. In 23, it was 57%. It might have gone up slightly, but it's near there, 57-58%. And the NEP states that we should move to 100% gross enrollment ratio by 2030. And that would require establishing a large number of schools in government sector and also in private sector. And these schools, more of them, need to be established in areas which are backward in nature, where people from economically and socially disadvantaged group actually live. So these schools, more of them, should be built there. We know that people in cities who have good income can afford private education, but people who are from economically and socially disadvantaged groups, they need education at concessional rates or supported by the government. Second, this also includes the second pillar, that's equity. That means providing education to people who can't afford it. So that naturally has to come either through the government schools or funded by the government. This is the second pillar. The third is quality. Quality of education has to be at par with the best, and for that, it advocated National Accreditation Council, that there should be a National Accreditation Council, and all these accrediting bodies that we have today, which actually work and they provide accreditation which actually indicate that there is something wrong with the accreditation process, because an organization or an institution that can get NAAC accreditation A++ may not actually be included in NIRF, or none of its program may be included in NIRF. Now that indicates that there is something wrong in our accreditation and ranking system. So quality education would require a single accreditation body that would define the rules for accreditation. That's the third pillar, accountability and responsibility. These are the two more pillars. Accountability, naturally, the accountability would be of the regulators. The education regulators at school level and education regulators at higher education level. The regulators have been now divided into different groups. If you look at the higher education stream, you find that there are 4 different regulators who are going to regulate different parts of higher education. National Higher Education Regulatory Council is the overall, that's under HECI. Higher Education Commission would be the overall body, which will then have the National Higher Education Regulatory Council, General Education Council. General Education Council would develop the system for education. Higher Education Grants Council, which will be funding the education and research, etc., and National Accreditation Council, which will take care of the accreditation of higher education. If we talk about the school education, we've seen that the differences in the child goes through in different age groups in terms of its cognitive development, and emotional, socio-economic, emotional development, and motor development. We find that it is different at different stages, and therefore one pedagogical method of delivering education won't work, and therefore the 10+2 total, the structure has been divided into 4 parts. That is early childhood care education, that's till second standard, 3 years of pre-primary, and 2 years of early primary education. That would be the early childhood care and pre-primary. The second, that's 5 years, starting at the age of 3, that means 3 to 8. And next stage is preparatory stage, which is 3rd to 5th standard, 6th standard, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 3rd to 5th standard, 3 years. And then 3 years again, 6th to 8th, that is middle. And then 4 years, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, that makes it 15 years of education. The 3 years of education that was unregulated earlier, what was not part of formal education system has been included in the formal education system. Though it will be taken care of not by schools, but maybe Anganwadis, etc., and our nurseries. But then it is now properly structured into the education stream, and that's how it will be delivered. We needed all-round development of the schools, school children, whereas our evaluation, our delivery and evaluation were more focused on the rote learning. So rote learning can't lead to all-round development. So this school education now includes at different stages, you find different methods or different pedagogy to be used to ensure that the students develop all-round ability. And you find that the subjects also, the subject areas have been selected in such a way that the students' all-round development will take place. Sports, etc., has been included. The skills development has been included. The arts part has been included, and there are no hard boundaries. That means the student can pick and choose subjects from different streams. We had at 10+2 very stringent structures. Science, which you could go for biology stream or mathematical stream, and arts and humanities, and you find all those now could be, you could pick and choose subjects from different streams, so that flexibility has been embedded in the NAP. The vocational education has also become part of the school education. The students also will be taught coding at starting from 6th. So that I personally feel may not be needed in future. With the development of AI replacing all coders, maybe that instead of teaching them or training them on coding, we need to train them on project management or project development. I'm sure that would probably we need to move on to that. But that being the case, but then NEP states that on 6th standard onwards, computer learning will start, and also the latest part, that is artificial intelligence, blockchain, etc., would also be part of school education, which is going to be difficult to introduce, as higher education institutions finding it difficult to get good teachers in computer education, computer streams. I'm surprised how schools will be able to get good teachers to teach latest addition to computer science, AI, and blockchain. But the idea is great. Let's see if it can be implemented properly. That would be good. Idea of 3 languages is good, but managing that, teaching 3 languages to students in school education will probably be difficult for the schools. Finding teachers to train students on different languages right now, unless the school actually fixes it for students, and that would mean that the idea of providing flexibility would be lost. So if we provide flexibility and the students would provided to choose languages, finding teachers to train students on languages would probably be would be difficult. I'm mixing school education, higher education, as the time available to me is only about 10 to 12 minutes. In higher education, major achievement of NEP has been in providing flexibility to the students. That means now the students can move out and in at any given point in time. That means you can leave your degree program after a year and you get a certificate. You can leave it after 2 years and you get diploma. You can leave after 3 years, or you may have to leave after 3 years if you don't get 7.5 in your education in 3 years. Then you have to leave, or you can go for 4th year and do research or honors program in the 4th year. And post-graduation, again, since the degree is 3 years or 4 years, post-graduation also has that option of 1 year or 2 years. If you do a 4 years degree, you can go for 1 year program, post-graduation program. And if you do a 3 years degree, then 2 years PC would be a requirement. So, but that gives flexibility to the students. There is flexibility in accumulating credits for the students. A student can accumulate up to 60% of the credits from outside the institution in which the student gets enrolled. That means a student can take online courses and get credits, or a student can move to another institution and learn few subjects in the other institutions and acquire those credits. 60% of the credits a student can acquire from outside the institution and still get the degree from that institution. So that's the flexibility that a student has. And this will be made possible through ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. All the credits would be accumulated in ABC, and a student doesn't have to actually depend on the transfer of credits on the schools. That means those credits would be available on ABC, and the other institution can take those credits, or can use those credits when a student gets transferred to another institution. Now this is the kind of flexibility that NEP suggests, and that puts the onus of responsibility of retaining students on the institutions. That means if you provide quality education, the students would stay put. They would probably learn maximum subjects from your institution, and if your quality of education is not good enough, it's average or below average, the students would move out either permanently or they will move out and learn from other institutions and come back to you to get a degree from your institution. So this is the flexibility that the students have. The and also the students have flexibility in picking the specializations and mixing subjects from different specializations and accumulating credits to get their degrees. In fact, a degree can be provided in arts with BA. BA degree can be provided with credits accumulated from any stream. The required credits have to be accumulated, but you can accumulate all those credits from any stream and you still get a BA degree. So that that's the provision in NEP. So there are the NEP is a very comprehensive document spanning more than 65 pages, and it's not possible to talk on every aspect of the NEP in about 10 minutes or 12 minutes, but I would not take much time. This is and this session doesn't belong to me. I'm not supposed to be talking in this session. So I stop here. There's a lot to talk on NEP, but then it will be in the fitness of things that I stop talking. There are a large number of speakers today, and they're going to test your patience. So with that, thank you very much for listening patiently to me. And I'm sure you will utilize what you've learned in the conference on sustainability to the hill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Dr. Achit Upadhyay, sir, to please present a memento to Dr. S.S. Bhaker. So. I would now request the technical team to please play the AV of Ms. Vatsala Shivhare.
Ms. Vatsala Shivhare is proud alumnus of Prestige Institute of Management, Devas 2006 batch. She was selected in MPPSC 2008 batch as the area organizer Tribal Welfare Department. Since then, Ms. Vatsala has worked in the capacity of CEO Janpad Panchayat Block Office Bija Dandi, CEO Block Office Narayanaganj, CEO Block Office Nivas, CEO Block Office Nanipur, CEO Block Office Bichia. Simultaneously, she has worked as the project officer for Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. Thereafter, she was promoted to District Organizer Tribal Welfare and posted in Damoh District. Her area of specialization is tribal welfare and rural development, whereby she has worked for holistic development of all kinds of social security schemes. We welcome you, ma'am.
We are proud to present Outstanding PIMR Alumnus Award to Ms. Vatsala Shivhare. The citation for Ms. Vatsala Shivhare goes as follows. Prestige Education Foundation, PEF, and Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Devas, are proud to present the Outstanding Alumnus Award to Ms. Vatsala Shivhare for her exemplary contribution in Tribal Welfare Department and her role in holistic development of all kinds of social security schemes. I would request Ms. Vatsala Shivare to please deliver her address.
Honorable Chairman, sir, respected Director, sir, and our respected distinguished panel members who are present here, distinguished guests from the other faculties who are here, respected faculty members, my dear friends, and 4 of my friends who have come down to cheer me. Thank you so much. All of you all, namaskar aap sabhi ko, meri or se. I feel very minuscule today to, you know, like be a part of the panel. I would rather love to sit there with my friends down there, sir, because it was an enlightening session today that we had with everyone. And when I was coming here, I asked Sir, Director Sir, ki, sir, will it be helpful for me from the administrative side to come down and have a word with the management students? So Sir said ki, bilkul, definitely you, whatever you will have to speak, your experiences will be a part, and really like coming down and being a part of this session, I felt like every aspect that I'm working into is part of what has this institution, prestigious institution, has taught me. Every part of it has taught me to be a good administrator, and I'm very happy and delighted to be honored and be part of this session and be a member here speaking to you all. Dear friends, like what to say? Pehle to I'll have a brief introduction about myself. I was here in 2006. Before that, I was preparing for civil services examination, and I had a small stint with the UPSC examination. Second attempt, I gave my mains examination there, but unfortunately, 3 marks se mera interview call reh gaya. Then after that, I switched to the MPPSC ki chalo bhai state services ki taraf bhi thoda dekh lete hain. So I appeared for the state services examination, and fortunately in the first attempt, I was able to make it to the mains and the written stage also. And but unka ek other set of pattern is there, whereby they took it in 2006, my mains was in 2006, and after that I had a long wait of 2 years before I was actually posted. So in between, one of my friends and very good friend who was also an alumni from this institute, Neha, she pursued me ki chalo bhai, let's have a safe space also, let's try management, which is a sphere, because I was from a commerce background. So I landed up in Prestige, and that's why how we got into this institution. And it was so delighting and so inspiring, so enlightening from for me being part of this institution. Everyone, all the faculties, Amitabh sir, Tatwade sir, respected David sir, all the members who were there that time, Kushwaha sir, I am forgetting names of many of them, but everyone, thank you so much for enlightening me, making me so empowered that I could, you know, really clear my civil examination. It really helped me in my interview, basically, because when I went down for the interview session, the interviewers, Ms. Pindarkar madam's board, they were really interested, and they gave me the 2nd highest mark in my batch. So in my MPPSC batch, I was the 2nd highest interview mark scorer. My total was out of 150, I scored 125 marks. So this was one of the sessions, standing here, saying things. I used to get up in the classroom, and we used to have a debate session or this thing that really helped me out. And all the young ones sitting here, new minds, I really say, come up and say. I have nothing written today. I didn't even know the topic, what was going to be delivered here, or what it is. Is it going to be a panel discussion, or, you know, it's going to be a speech part or something. But then this is how it has imbibed in me. और रोज़ रोज़ मैं जब गाँव में जाती हूँ और लोगों के बीच में बैठती हूँ, that is a totally tribal community, और उनसे बात करना is like really changed my sphere. उनको आप basics से समझाना पड़ता है सारी चीज़ें कि this is the new act, this is the new policy, this will be like the housing policy, प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण आवास mission that we are having. So I was very being a part of wherever you all have just seen. 5 ब्लॉक्स में मैंने लगभग 6,000 मकान आवासीय लोगों को उपलब्ध कराए, और उनको इसका स्ट्रैटेजी समझाना, उनका डाउन फ्रॉम द बॉटम लाइन टू मकान जब आखिरी बन जाता है, गेव मी इमेंस प्लेजर। सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स में भी मैं जब मुख्य कार्यपालन अधिकारी के रूप में काम कर रही थी, तो मुझे बहुत सारे लोगों को मंथली लगभग 6 से 7 लाख रुपए जब हम पेंशन डिसबर्स करते थे, तो लोगों को लगता था कि हाँ, दे वुड कम अप टू मी ब्लॉक ऑफिस में आके मुझे धन्यवाद देते थे कि मैडम कम से कम हमें 1,000 रुपया मिल रहा है महीने का। दोज हु वर लाइक सोशली डिसेबल्ड और पेरेंट्स नहीं हैं, such people I was able to help, and all because of this institution, one of my alma maters here. मैं कभी नहीं भूलूंगी इस institution का part मेरी life में, and thank you so much. और also coming to the topic, it is very relevant and very good, like what I can, थोड़ा insight I can give. Recently PESA Act has been instituted. अभी उसको लागू किया गया है, विशेषकर ट्राइबल जिलों में, PVTG डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में। PVTG इज़ प्रिमिटिव ट्राइब्स, पिवोटली लाइक जो बहुत ही ज़्यादा पिछड़ी जनजातियाँ, स्पेशली बेगास, सहारिया और भारिया जनजातियाँ जो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश इलाके में निवास करती हैं। यू विल बी सरप्राइज टू नो दैट 27% ऑफ आवर पॉपुलेशन ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश इज़ ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन. And we being from the department, core department is tribal department, we are rendering to these people उनकी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम से लेकर के सारे पेसा एक्ट से, जब वो खुद के डिसीजंस गांव में बैठ कर के लेते हैं कि कौन उनके बीच में सरपंच होगा, क्या गांव की VDP बनेगी, विलेज डेवलपमेंट प्लान बनेगा, उसके अकॉर्डिंगली जो उसका प्लान का पैसा कहाँ से जनरेट होगा, जो गवर्नमेंट स्कीम से पैसा आएगा उसको हम कहाँ कहाँ किस किस फेस में लगाते जाएंगे ताकि वो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट में आए। स्पेशली मैं स्वच्छ भारत मिशन का यहाँ पे उल्लेख करना चाहूँगी। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में जब हम गाँवों में शौचालयों का निर्माण कर रहे थे, तो हमने सोक पिट्स का बनाया, कभी भी हमने सेप्टिक टैंक्स नहीं बनाए। सोक पिट जब हम बना रहे थे तो इट गेव लाइक जो भी वेस्ट डेवलप प्रोड्यूस होता था, इट वुड डायरेक्टली गो इनटू अ सोक पिट, एंड वी हैड अनदर सोक पिट नियर बाय। जब एक पिट पूरा कंप्लीट हो जाता था या फिलअप हो जाता था, इट वुड टर्न इनटू मैन्योर। सो अगेन इट गेव अनदर साइकिल। आप दूसरे उस पर पाइप कनेक्ट करके दूसरे सोक पिट से यू कुड स्टार्ट यूजिंग द टॉयलेट अगेन, बट द फर्स्ट पिट विच वॉज कम्प्लीटली फिल्ड अप, इट टर्न इन टू मैन्योर विच दे कुड यूज फॉर द फर्टिलाइजर पर्पज। ओके, सिमिलरली जब वो अपने इसमें देखते थे फैलो लेंस का, ट्राइबल एरियाज़ में एक और उनके पास एक बहुत प्रेवलेंट प्रैक्टिस है, वो लोग फैलो छोड़ देते हैं लैंड को, 3-4 साल के लिए छोड़ देते हैं, फिर उसमें गेहूँ और वो सब बोते हैं, उसके बाद फिर उसको फैलो छोड़ देते हैं। उसमें वो बहुत एक जिसको आजकल कहते हैं मोटा अनाज, कोर्स ग्रेन्स, कोदो और कुटकी का उत्पादन करते हैं, जो आज की डेट में 1200 रुपये के प्रति किलो के हिसाब से बिक रहा है। तो दैट इज़ वन गुड प्रैक्टिस दैट दे आर हैविंग पेसा एक्ट से। और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट में व्हाट आई फाइंड इज़ देयर आर फ्यू चैलेंजेस। There is lack of infrastructure, there is lack of awareness among the people, इसके बारे में इसको कैसे लागू किया जाए, और उनकी प्रैक्टिसेस के बारे में थोड़ा सा डिफरेंसेस डिस्क्रिपेंसीज में पाती हूँ। अदरवाइज दिस a human or village population, a village, complete village if you see in toto, it's a holistic development model where each and every part is utilized. For example, gobar gas. You know, gobar jo, which is produced as a waste product, that is being utilized for biogas production. SHGs in a number, there is a number of SHGs in villages working today. They are working for SHGs ki, biogas production mein, they collect the manure, they collect लैक्स में है SHGs, लखपति दीदियाँ कहा जाता है उनको आज के मॉडल में। सो इट इज़ वेरी गुड मॉडल, एंड ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन से अगर हम इफ़ वी कीप ऑन इंटरैक्टिंग एंड कीप देम इन द सोसाइटी, यू नो, लाइक उनको जनरली सेग्रीगेट कर दिया जाता है मॉडल से कि व्हाट, इनको तो हम कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे, बट आई फील उनसे अच्छा इंस्पिरेशन का मॉडल नहीं है। for this present sustainability model. So this is one small insight that I could give from my experiences in tribal department so far. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, sir. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now request the technical team to please play the AV of Mr. Shankaran. We'll wait for a few moments for sir.
Shri Bindu Bhushan Ji is also awarded as unsung hero by renowned NGO Gramlin. Simultaneously, with a special reference to PM Vision for Clean Ganga Mission, he conducted more than 1,500 workshops in 5 states of the country such as Uttarakhand, Bihar, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal. On his continuous contribution, he has achieved Golden Book of World Records. As a mystical ecologist, he did research activities on cleanliness, environment and Panchabhutva Akash, Vayu, Agni, Jal and Prithvi. Mr. Dubey guided the Save Mother Earth program. He is also a social activist working for the welfare of women. He was guest of honor in a program organized by Mayor of Camden, London. Mr. Dubey has started his nature conservation campaign at the global level, started from London, UK. We welcome you, sir.
We are proud to felicitate Shri Bindu Bhushan Ji Dubey for his inspirational role as an environmentalist. His citation as follows. Prestige Education Foundation and Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Devas, are proud to felicitate Shri Bindu Bhushan Ji Dubey for his inspirational effort as a social worker, environmentalist, mystical ecologist, and for his valuable role as convener Clean Ganga Mission. Now, I would like to request Shri Bindu Bhushanji Dubey to enlighten us.
प्रेस्टीज मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट के ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन डॉक्टर जैन, फॉर्मर वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर भाकर, इस बुलाने वाले डेप्यूटी डायरेक्टर के रूप में काम कर रहे डॉक्टर आशुतोष व्यास, डॉक्टर जोशी, बहन वत्सल जो आदिवासियों के विकास के लिए काम कर रही हैं, इंडिगो से मोनिका जी, सिद्धार्थ जी, हमारे सामने स्टूडेंट्स। मैं बहुत कम शब्दों में 5-7 मिनट आप लोगों के जीवन से जुड़ी हुई बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात बताने जा रहा हूँ। हम जिंदा रहेंगे, स्वस्थ रहेंगे, तभी प्रसन्न रहेंगे और अपने ज़िंदगी के आयाम को खोल सकते हैं। आप जो स्टूडेंट आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, सिर्फ 5 मिनट मुझे सुनना। जब भगवान ने इस दुनिया को बनाई तो 5 तत्व बनाए। सबसे पहले भगवान ने आकाश को बनाया और आकाश के बाई प्रोडक्ट जिसे हिंदी में तन्मात्र कहते हैं, जब भगवान ने आकाश बनाए तो उसमें से शब्द निकला, आवाज निकली। फिर भगवान ने वायु बनाया, वायु का बाई प्रोडक्ट स्पर्श निकला। हवा को हम देख नहीं सकते हैं पर हवा हमें छूता है। फिर भगवान ने तीसरा प्रोडक्ट बनाया, अग्नि, और अग्नि का जो बाई प्रोडक्ट था, तन मात्र था, रूप, एक शेप दिया। चौथा भगवान ने जल बनाई और जल का तन मात्र रस निकला। और अंत में भगवान ने पृथ्वी बनाई, पृथ्वी से सुगंध निकला। आध्यात्मिक परंपरा पे मैं चलूं, जब मैं बोलता हूं कि मैं मिस्टिकल इकोलॉजिस्ट हूं, तो खुद से नहीं बोलता। किसी ने, जापान के एक वैज्ञानिक ने मुझे नेपाल में सुना तो उन्होंने एक निचोड़ निकाला। मैं दुनिया को अपने आध्यात्मिक चश्मे से देखता हूं। वर्तमान में जो ये कलयुग है 4,32,000 साल का है। इसके पहले भगवान कृष्ण का जो त्रेता था वह 8,64,000 बरस का था। उसके पहले द्वापर, उसके पहले त्रेता राम का, उसको 2 गुना जोड़ दीजिए तो 17,28,000 साल का, और सतयुग 34,56,000 साल का। भगवान कृष्ण को अपने परलोक गए, बैकुंठ गए, महज 5,240 साल हुए हैं। यानी कि कलयुग की आयु 4,32,000 साल में 5,240 साल गुजरे हैं। पर हमने अपनी हालत क्या बना ली है आप जानते हैं। आज से 200 साल पहले 1820 ईस्वी में पृथ्वी की आबादी 100 करोड़ थी। वो 100 करोड़ पहुंचने में 5,000 बरस लगे थे। 1820 से 100 साल जब समय गुजरा, 1920 आई तो हम 200 करोड़ हो गए। महज 50 साल गुजरा, 1970 आया तो हम 400 करोड़ हो गए। महज 40 साल गुजरा था 2010-11 के आसपास तो हम 750 करोड़ पार कर चुके थे, और अब पृथ्वी की आबादी 800 करोड़ से ऊपर है। जनसंख्या बढ़ी, जाहिर सी बात है कि ऑक्सीजन लेने वाले भी बढ़े। लेकिन पिछले 50 साल में भारत को ही नहीं, पूरे दुनिया का जब हम गहनता से अध्ययन करते हैं तो भाकर साहब, दुनिया का विकास और खास करके भारत का विकास बहुत ही गलत तरीके से हुआ है। आप जितने स्टूडेंट बैठे हैं, आपके माता पिता, रिश्तेदार जीवन में 3 लक्ष्य रखते हैं। पढ़ लिख के अफसर बन जाएंगे, अफसर बनने के बाद शादी करके एक गाड़ी, एक घर, उसके कॉस्ट में चाहे हमें जितना भी पेड़ काटना पड़े, मौसम को और समाज को खराब करना पड़े। 70 ईस्वी के बाद विकास होता चला गया, साथ ही साथ विनाश होता चला गया। हमारा विकास कहाँ हुआ? भारत की नदियों के किनारे किनारे हमने फैक्ट्री डालनी शुरू कर दी क्योंकि हमें पानी की आवश्यकता थी। जंगल के किनारे किनारे हमने विकास करना शुरू कर दिया क्योंकि हमें अच्छे कॉलोनियों की जरूरत थी। अब फैक्ट्री लगाने के बाद गंगा को अगर आप गौर से देखिए, मैं गंगा के लिए काम करता हूँ, 5 राज्यों में गंगा चलती है। सबसे पहले उत्तराखंड, हिमालय के विभिन्न गुफाओं से गंगा निकलती है और नीचे धरती पर आती है ऋषिकेश में। उत्तराखंड में लगभग 600 किलोमीटर गंगा चलती है। दूसरा राज्य है उत्तर प्रदेश, जहां 1001 किलोमीटर गंगा चलती है। तीसरा राज्य है बिहार, जहां 540 किलोमीटर चलती है गंगा। और चौथा राज्य है झारखंड, जहां 89 किलोमीटर गंगा चलती है। और अंत में 300 कुछ किलोमीटर गंगा बंगाल में जाके गंगा सागर में गिरती है। मैं बहुत दुख के साथ कहता हूं, और अब हमें नारा भी बदलना पड़ेगा। मैंने माननीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी के यहाँ लिख कर दिया है कि अब हम ये नारा नहीं लगाएंगे कि हम गंगा को साफ करेंगे। गंगा खुद को स्वयं साफ कर लेगी अगर हम गंदा ना करें। अब हमें नारा ये देना होगा कि हम गंगा और नर्मदा को गंदा नहीं करेंगे। हाल के दौर में हम सभी दहशत से निकले हैं, कोरोना के दहशत से। हर कोई कमरे में बंद होने को विवश था। जो निकल रहा था वो भागकर अस्पताल जा रहा था। क्यों? क्योंकि उसके निकट के रिश्तेदार जिंदगी और मौत के बीच ऑक्सीजन लेके झूल रहे थे अपनी जिंदगी को। छोटे अस्पतालों ने 24 घंटा में 3000 रुपया और बॉम्बे, दिल्ली, इंदौर जैसे बड़े अस्पतालों ने 10,000 रुपया 24 घंटे ऑक्सीजन चढ़ाने का मरीजों से लिया। और 10 से 15 दिनों के बाद भगवान ने बचा लिया तो अच्छा है, वरना प्लास्टिक में लपेट के हमने रोते रोते कई लाशों को मैंने खुद से शमशान पहुंचाया है। एक ऑक्सीजन का सिलेंडर 24 घंटा में 10,000 रुपया, अगर हम एवरेज 5,000 मान लें और अपनी आयु 80 साल मान लें, तो हम प्रकृति से 1.5 लाख रुपए महीने का ऑक्सीजन फ्री में लेते हैं। साल का 18 लाख, 14 करोड़ 40 लाख रुपए का ऑक्सीजन हम जिंदगी में 80 साल में लेके परलोक चले जाते हैं। और हमारे बाल बच्चे, परिवार वाले लिख देते हैं स्वर्गवासी हो गए। बताइए, हम स्वर्गवासी हो गए? कर्जा लेकर चले गए 14 करोड़ का प्रकृति से, कैसा स्वर्गवासी? क्या हमें नरक में भी जगह मिलेगा? एक पीपल का पेड़ 12 लोगों के लिए 24 घंटे ऑक्सीजन पैदा करता है। एक पीपल का पेड़ 1.5 किलोमीटर के रेडियस में 100% ऑक्सीजन परफॉर्म करता है, देता है। एक पीपल का पेड़ साल में 500 पक्षियों के लिए दाना पैदा करता है, पीपल का दाना। एक पीपल का पेड़ 500 लोगों के लिए औषधि पैदा करता है। एक पीपल का पेड़ महीने में 1.5 क्विंटल सीसा और पॉल्यूटेड धूल को सोखता है। एक पीपल का पेड़ अपने जड़ के नीचे 20,000 लीटर पानी जमा करके रखता है और मौसम के समय में एटमॉस्फेयर में प्रेशर पैदा करता है। तो 24 घंटे में एक पीपल के पेड़ की वजह से 20,000 लीटर बारिश होती है। बढ़ती हुई आबादी और कटते हुए पेड़ ये चिंता का सबब है। सांसें हो रही है कम, ये फेसबुक में और कहीं पे जुमला देखने से एहसास नहीं होता है, लेकिन आप हकीकत में बताओ, जिसका ऑक्सीजन लेवल 90 से कम होता होगा वो यही सोचता होगा भगवान कुछ दिन और बचा लेना। हम दुकान जाते हैं, हॉस्पिटल जाते हैं, दवा की दुकान जाते हैं, एक व्यक्ति हमारे हाथ में सीधा क्लिप लगाता है और बोलता है कंपाउंडर कि तुम्हारा ऑक्सीजन लेवल 90 से कम है, तो लगता है भगवान बचा लेना। मुंह में जब टेस्ट मशीन डाली जाती है और कहा जाता है कि लगता है आपको कोविड हो चुका है, तो लगता है भगवान बचा लेना। क्यों? हमने पाप किया है। अभी वत्सला जी के सामने से मैंने ये बॉटल उठाया। मैं अब तक गंगा के ऊपर में 1000 कार्यशाला और स्वच्छ भारत के ऊपर में लगभग 1500, 2 से 2500 वर्कशॉप्स भारत के 20 राज्यों में मैंने किया है। इंग्लैंड में, नेपाल में, गांव-गांव में मैं जाके काम करता हूँ। ये पानी का बोतल मैं जहाँ जाता हूँ कसम खिलाता हूँ, लोग दोबारा मान ले तो ठीक है। इसका पैक हुआ होगा। इसमें जो टेम्परेचर इसको सील करने में लगी होगी तो इसका लिक्विड अंदर डिस्चार्ज हुआ होगा। इसको जब हम खोल के अभी डालेंगे तो फर्स्ट लेयर ही जब हम डालेंगे तो लीवर में उसका लिक्विड जाके चिपकेगा। अगर हम 100 बोतल पानी लगातार पीते हैं तो हमको डॉक्टर को दिखाना पड़ेगा और हम डॉक्टर के पास पूछेंगे क्या आप अल्कोहल लेते हैं, आपको सिरोसिस के लक्षण दिखाई देते हैं? नहीं साहब, हमने तो शराब की बोतल आज तक देखी नहीं। फिर हुआ कैसे? ये जहर है, इसको पीने के बाद अगर हम फेंकते हैं तो 150 साल तक यह प्रकृति से डाइल्यूट नहीं होता है। अभी भाखर साहब रिसाइकिल की बात कर रहे थे। भारत में मात्र 2.5% रिसाइकल हो रहा है। रिसाइकल होने में हम बहुत पीछे हैं। रिसाइकल करके अगर नए सिरे से फिर से हम प्रोडक्ट को रीलॉन्च करने की चेष्टा करते तो बात बन जाती। हमें अपने पुरातन पद्धति की ओर लौटना होगा। हम बाहर से आते हैं। भारत में 765 जिले हैं। 765 जिलों में 300 जिलों का अधिकतम तापमान 45 से 50 हो गया है। कल रात को दिल्ली में मैं अपने घर में बैठ के देख रहा था तो मैंने देखा कि देवास भी एक ऐसा शहर है जहां मुझे कल जाना है। 45 डिग्री हाईएस्ट टेम्परेचर हो चुका है कि नहीं? ये सच बात है। नासा कहती है कि हर साल 1.5 डिग्री टेम्परेचर बढ़ रहा है। नासा ने ये बात सबसे पहले 2001 में कही थी। नासा इंग्लैंड का, अमेरिका का सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट इंस्टीट्यूट और अमेरिका का एक इम्पोर्टेंट शहर जिसका नाम कैलिफोर्निया है, जिसे आप लोग लॉस एंजलिस के नाम से भी जानते हैं। इस बार लॉस एंजलिस का अधिकतम तापमान 53 डिग्री था। सारे एयर कंडीशन फेल हो चुके थे और लोग तबाह थे, त्राही त्राही कर रहे थे, गर्मी से परेशान थे। और दूसरी तरफ अमेरिका के अंटार्कटिका की तरफ उसी समय बर्फबारी हो रही थी। आप लोगों ने, मोदी जी ने अनाउंस किया 2021 के 24 मार्च को घंटी बजाओ और कोरोना का लॉकडाउन लग गया। आप लोगों ने जान लिया कोरोना का लॉकडाउन लगा है। लेकिन आपको पता है 2020 में एक लॉकडाउन चेन्नई में लगा था। और वो क्यों था? चेन्नई में अप्रैल, मई और जून में 500 कॉल सेंटर्स, 500 से अधिक स्कूल और होटल्स को सिर्फ इसलिए बंद कर दिए थे कि ग्राउंड वाटर का पानी खत्म हो गया था। भारत के 765 जिलों का अधिकतम तापमान 45 से 50 के बीच पहुंच चुका है। अगर नासा की बात हम मान लें, और अगर मगर क्यों मानना इसलिए पड़ेगा कि नासा सही बोलता है, उसने ऐसा रिसर्च किया है, तो 10 साल के बाद देवास का तापमान यदि आज 45 है तो 10 साल के बाद उसमें 15 डिग्री अगर हम जोड़ते हैं तो 60 डिग्री। तो क्या हम जी पाएंगे या हमारे नाम के आगे स्वर्गवासी लगेगा? ये कहने में, एहसास में थोड़ी स्माइलिंग जरूर लगती है, परंतु भविष्य में प्रकृति ऐसा चुनौती दे रहा है, ऐसी थ्रेटनिंग दे रहा है कि हमने अगर अपने आप को नहीं संभाला। एक दिन मैं दिल्ली में कहीं गुजर रहा था तो एक कंपनी की गाड़ी आई थी। मैंने कहा कब की गाड़ी है? तो बोला 2 महीना पहले की है। तो रास्ते से 4:35 हो रहे थे। नागपुर से एक बुजुर्ग को मुझे स्टेशन छोड़ना था। मैंने स्टेशन छोड़ा तो पसीना आया बहुत ज़्यादा। तो मैंने कहा कि डॉक्टर के यहाँ ले चलो, ऐसा अनकंफर्टेबल पसीना आता नहीं है। अपोलो हॉस्पिटल में मैं गया तो मेरा चेक चाक किया गया। बोले सब तो ठीक है, बीपी भी ठीक है, सब ठीक है। फिर मैंने बोला कि इस तरह की बात क्यों थी? फिर मैंने गाड़ी को बोला कि जाके इसको दिखाओ, इसका एसी ठीक नहीं है। बाद में मुझे पता चला कि उस समय 4 जुलाई को 2022 को टेम्परेचर 49 हो गया था, जिसको सहने के लिए मेरा शरीर तैयार नहीं था। मैं 20-22 डिग्री टेम्परेचर में कार में बैठ के ज्यों ही स्टेशन पे उतरा, 22 डिग्री के बाद मेरा सामना 48 डिग्री से हुआ। मैं खुद को संभाल नहीं पाया, इसलिए मुझे अस्वस्थ महसूस हुआ। ये बात मैं क्यों कहना चाह रहा हूँ, मैंने पीपल की कहानी बताई है। नौकरी बाद में ढूंढ लेना, 3 BHK और 4 BHK बाद में देख लेना। 30 लाख की गाड़ी से 50 लाख की गाड़ी की चिंता बाद में कर लेना। पहले ये चिंता करना जरूरी है कि जो हम सांस ले रहे हैं उसके लिए हमने अपना कर्जा चुकाया है क्या। तो हमें ये शपथ लेना पड़ेगा कि एक पीपल का पेड़ प्रत्येक वर्ष जगह ढूंढकर हम लगाएं, उसकी रक्षा करें, उसे बड़ा करें और आने वाली अपनी पीढ़ी को वैसा करने के लिए प्रेरित करें। हमने पेड़ों को बेरहमी से काटा है। आध्यात्मिक तौर पर हम हिंदू हैं, राम जी के नाम पे हम काफ़ी चंदा देने को तैयार हैं, लेकिन हमारे दीवार पे एक पीपल का पेड़ अगर उग आता है तो हम कहते हैं अरे इसको जल्दी से हटाओ, दीवार खराब करेगा। हमने कभी भी ये नहीं सोचा कि हम अपने हिस्से का ऑक्सीजन प्रकृति के लिए खुद से व्यवस्था करके जाएं। पानी की बात मुझे आशुतोष जी ने कही थी, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग और पानी की बात रखी जाए। आपके चेयरमैन साहब चले गए, उपाध्याय जी, एक दिन स्पेशल सेशन करिए, हर दिन करिए, बच्चों को ये बताना होगा। तुलसीदास जी ने भी 1500 साल पहले लिख दिया, क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व मिली अधम शरीरा। ये आकाश, वायु, अग्नि, जल और पृथ्वी से हमारा शरीर बना है और इसी में ख़त्म भी हो जाना है, लेकिन ये महफूज रहेंगे, ये सही रहेंगे तो हम स्वस्थ और प्रसन्न जीवन जी सकते हैं। 12 साल, 15 साल, 18 साल के बच्चों को कोविड हुआ, उनकी रेसिस्टेंस कैपेसिटी, आंतरिक प्रतिरोधक क्षमता, बीमारी क्यों होती है? आपका शरीर उस परिस्थिति से लड़ने को तैयार नहीं होता है। मैं कई डॉक्टर्स से बात करता हूं तो वो कहते हैं कि 25 से 30% हमारा मेडिसिन काम करता है और बॉडी के अंदर आंतरिक प्रतिरोधक क्षमता, इम्यूनिटी, आप खुद को कैसे ठीक रख सकते हैं तो बीमारी का असर कम होगा। एक 20 साल के बच्चे को 100 mg का कोई दवा सूट करता है, लेकिन वहीं पे कोई दूसरे 20 साल के बच्चे को 5 mg का दवा सूट करता है। दोनों में फ़र्क ये है कि एक 20 साल का बच्चा जो बम्बई में रहता है, करोड़ों के बंगले में रहता है, वो फोक के कांटे के चम्मच से खाता है, उसको अगर वो बीमारी लगती है तो उसे 100 mg की डोज भी ठीक कर पाएगी कि नहीं, ये सस्पेंस है। लेकिन गांव में एक बच्चा जो मजदूरी करता है, मिट्टी खोदता है, खेत को जोतता है, अगर उसको बीमारी वही लगती है तो हल्के से दवाई में भी वो ठीक हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उसके अंदर प्रतिरोधक क्षमता बहुत ज़्यादा है। इन पंच तत्वों पे काफ़ी बातें आशुतोष जी कहने को है, आपने याद किया। एक एक व्यक्ति को आपके जीवन में आपको ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि आप अपने बच्चे को बड़ा करके, हर माँ को मैं यही कहते सुनता हूँ कि मेरा बेटा बड़ा होकर IAS बनेगा, मेरी बेटी बड़ी होकर IPS बनेगी, डॉक्टर बनेगी, इंजीनियर बनेगा। हमें प्रथम वरीयता में, फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी में प्रकृति के 5 सिद्धांत, कैसे स्वस्थ और प्रसन्न रहना है, इसकी शिक्षा बच्चों को देनी होगी। पानी की शुद्धता आपके जीवन में क्या महत्व रखता है, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड क्या महत्व रखता है। दिल्ली में कई बार भाखर साहब 97 पॉइंट समथिंग कार्बन चला जा रहा है। मैं कभी कभी सोचता हूँ कि 1 से 1.5 डिग्री नासा के अनुसार जिस दिन कार्बन बढ़ेगा तो 98 और 99% कार्बन का मतलब होता है एक साथ 50 लाख व्यक्ति खत्म हो जाएंगे। हमें प्रकृति से जुड़ना होगा, उसे समझना होगा। भारत की दर्जनों ऐसी कंपनियां थीं जिन्होंने मुझे करोड़ों की नौकरी दी। एक फक्कड़ फकीर की तरह घूमता हूँ और आप सबको यही एहसास दिलाता हूँ, प्रकृति के लिए, पंच तत्व के लिए। प्रकृति देवो भवः, यह भगवान है। पेड़ लगाइए, उसे बड़ा करिए, जिंदा रहिए, लोगों को जीने का प्रेरित करिए। मैंने पीपल की कहानी बताई, गंगा की कहानी बताई। भारत में 950 नदियाँ थीं, 450 नदियाँ समाप्त हो गई, महल्ला बना दिया गया। 450 नदियाँ बची है, उसमें हम बचपन से गाना सुनते थे, गंगा यमुना सरस्वती, यमुना और सरस्वती नहीं है, उनका निधन हो गया। मुझे ये कहने में गुरेज नहीं है, हमने यमुना और सरस्वती को मार दिया। गंगा आधी हो चुकी है। गंगा में केवल उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 27,000 नाले बहते हैं। जितना पानी हम साफ करते हैं उससे 3 गुना ज़्यादा पानी हम रोज़ खराब करते हैं। भारत लेदर का एक्सपोर्टर है, क्योंकि कानपुर में सबसे ज़्यादा लेदर पैदा होता है और सारी फैक्ट्रियां गंगा के किनारे है। पशुओं के मांस को धोकर, चमड़ी को छीलकर गंगा में उस प्रदूषित पानी को डाल दिया जाता है। नर्मदा नदी 4600 किलोमीटर लंबी चलती है। अमरकंटक छत्तीसगढ़ से शुरू होकर मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र होते हुए गुजरात जाती है। उस 4600 किलोमीटर में बुरी तरह से इंक्रोचमेंट है, मतलब नदी के दोनों तरफ 3 से 5 किलोमीटर खाली रहना चाहिए था, हमने मोहल्ला बना दिया है, वो भी मरणासन स्थिति में है। हम कहाँ जाएंगे? क्या हम एक बूंद पानी बना सकते हैं? नहीं। क्या हम एक बूंद हवा पैदा कर सकते हैं? नहीं। हम प्रकृति के हवा को टैंक में फुल करके ऑक्सीजन प्लांट बना दिए, ऐसा कहते हैं। प्रकृति में वो रहेगी तभी शुद्ध हवा हम आपको बोतल में बंद करके उपलब्ध करा सकते हैं। थोड़ी चिंता करिए आकाश के लिए, वायु के लिए, अग्नि के लिए, जल के लिए और पृथ्वी के लिए। कुछ चिंता करिए, हम अपने हिस्से का सहयोग करें। प्लास्टिक नहीं फेंकेंगे प्रकृति में, प्लास्टिक का इस्तेमाल नहीं करेंगे, पेड़ लगाएंगे, हवा प्रदूषण मुक्त रहे इसका सार्थक प्रयास करेंगे, घर के आसपास गंदगी न हो इसका सार्थक प्रयास करेंगे। भारत के नोबेल पुरस्कार विजेता डॉक्टर रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर ने कहा था, जोदी आपनर डाक सुने के ना आसे तुम एकला चलो रे। आई एम ऑल्सो ए लोन फाइटर। मैं अपनी आवाज़ लगाया जा रहा हूँ, आप भी इस आवाज़ में शामिल होइए और इस आवाज़ में शामिल होकर प्रकृति देवो भव, प्रकृति को सुंदर बनाने के लिए अपना योगदान दीजिए, तभी मैनेजमेंट काम आएगा, CEO की कुर्सी काम आएगी, मुकेश अंबानी और अडानी के कुर्सी का सपना दिखेगा और आप उसको सार्थक कर पाएंगे। प्रकृति की प्रसन्नता में अपना योगदान दीजिए, इसे प्रथम वरीयता रखिए। सुख से जिएंगे, स्वस्थ जिएंगे, प्रसन्न रहेंगे। इन्हीं चंद बातों के साथ उपाध्याय साहब आपके विभिन्न इंस्टीट्यूशन में अलख जगाना चाहता हूँ। आपसे आग्रह है, इसको आगे लेके चलिए। यह अभियान सर्वाधिक महत्वपूर्ण अभियान है। आज के लिए ही बस इतना। नमस्कार, वंदे मातरम।
Dhanyavad, sir. Now, I would request the technical team to please play the AV of Miss Monica Singh.
Monica Singh is a renowned expert in the aviation domain with 5+ years of experience in Indigo. She is a master's in public policy and human development from Maastricht University, Netherlands, and has worked to make sustainability an industry-wide practice in the aviation sector, reporting to CEO of Indigo, Peter Elbers, as part of her work. She is an advocate for sustainability and better accountability in the aviation sector, and her work focuses on bringing corporate governance changes in green aviation, use of sustainable aviation fuel or SAF 3.0, use of zero-emission policies, reducing carbon footprint of aviation sector, and aligning aviation sector with circular economy practices. She is an avid presenter at research conferences and is voicing the power of change that Indigo and the Indian aviation sector stands for today as a young female leader in this domain. We welcome you, ma'am.
I request Monica ma'am to please deliver her address.
raise your hand if you have a passport. Okay. Did you know the Boeing 737, which is often flight by the domestic planes, burns about 3,200 liters of fuel in 1 hour, which is equal to the amount of fuel burned by 1,500 cars in 1 hour. This is the amount of the carbon emission we're doing up in the sky. Let's not even imagine the bigger planes flying over the international sectors, which is why all of us are here today, respected faculty, eminent speakers on the dais, and all my dear student friends. Good evening. My name is Monica Singh, and I feel absolutely elated to share my point of view on sustainability in aviation in my presentation today around circular economy. All of us know about linear economy, but this is the era of circular economy. Even the budget, the financial budget which has been released few days back, is also focused around the circular economy. So it's very safe to say that it has been time tested that circular economy is the mode to move forward. It follows the age-old principle of 3 R's, which is reuse, reduce, recycle, for the better waste management. But at the heart of all this comes sustainability. This is where we need to realize that sustainability is not some CSR act, but it is an also essential economic activity, which is why there is a need of circular economy. For all the reasons, we at Indico, we've looked at the problems which are there in the market, catering to the aviation sector. First one being the rising cost of the fuel, or the high carbon emissions, and taxing time on ground. Now raise your hand again if you know about taxing. What taxing is? No, I'm not talking about the Kali Pili or the Ola Uber. No, not that. What is taxing? Absolutely. Do you want me to still explain it to you? Let's say my hand is the aircraft, right? So what the flight does, the airplane, it moves on the runway, takes off, cruises, lands on the runway again. So the time the flight, the aircraft, which is still moving on the runway, this is the taxing time. Imagine we are not even covering the distance. We are not going from A point to B point, but still we are wasting the fuel and emitting the carbon in the environment, which is so harmful. So this is also one market problem that we need to understand and solve. Thus was born the need to solve it by using SAF. Now SAF is Sustainable Aviation Fuel, and it's 3 generations. Second one being hydrogen-powered planes. To be honest, it is still far-fetched from the reality. The trials are still going on, but let's see how does it perform in the future. Trent XWP engines, which is also the world's most eco-friendly engine available till date. Taxi botting, low-key proud because it is made in Bharat, and use of solar panels, like we have done at the Cochin Airport.
Planes fueled by used cooking oil? It's not a vision.
Friends, I've spoken about this term SAF, which is Sustainable Aviation Fuel. So here's the video for all of you to watch in order to understand it better.
It's a reality. today. Neste turns renewable and sustainably sourced waste and residue raw materials, such as used cooking oil, rendered fats, and greases, into fuel that can safely power aircraft. By reusing the existing carbon over and over again, there's no need to extract more carbon from underground. The perfect answer to a problem that needs a solution right now. In the future, SAF could be made from a new generation of raw materials, including forestry waste, municipal solid waste, algae, and even converting power to liquids. Neste's commitment to sustainability protects forests, does not consume excessive amounts of fresh water, or take away edible produce from people. Neste My SAF is a choice you can make. Learn more at neste.com/SAF. Made from 100% wastes and residues, reduces CO2 and non-CO2 emissions. Available now.
That was SAF for you. Just trying to find one more video for all of you now to show you Cochin Airport, which has turned fully solar, and which is also powered by the solar energy. So it's a very interesting video. I'm just trying to find it out for all of you. Can you play the video for me? Yeah, the major lecture.
Cochin Airport consumes approximately about 48,000 units a day, whereas the 12 megawatt plant which was inaugurated and the 1 megawatt plant which is already up and running, both put together generates approximately 52,000 units a day, which means there is a surplus of roughly about 3,000 to 4,000 units.
Whatever we produce, we consume partly, the balance is fed into the grid, and later in the night or during the non-sunny time, we buy this back from the electricity board.
And if it continues to increase like that, there will be climate change, global warming, the ocean levels will rise up, and life as we know it now will become impossible. That means we have no choice but to switch over to renewable energy sources which do not release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere.
They should learn from Kochi that if an airport of this size can go solar and have an impact on the environment, as a passenger I feel proud that I'm part of this airport and I'm giving business to this airport.
So that was Cochin Airport for all of you. At Indigo, we have realized and created our own ESG campaign, which we have named as Indigo Green. ESG stands for Environment, Social, and Governance. Even our new CEO, who's Mr. Peter Elbers, has understood the impact of ESG and has also highlighted this in his message about the deployment of SAF, which is Sustainable Aviation Fuel, and also the role of Airbus A320 new aircrafts, along with our CSR arm, which we have named as Indigo Reach. Now let's look at the stats here. We fly more than 1,800 flights on daily basis. Imagine the amount of carbon emission in the environment. But with the help of Airbus A320 neo aircraft, we are able to reduce and avoid also 1 million plus tons of carbon emission in the entire, which is harming the environment at the end of the day. Also not to forget, Sir told us about the plastic and the harmful effects of the bottles. So at Indigo, we have also replaced over 83 million single-use plastic. It's the 7th largest airline by daily departures, and not to forget the impact it has done on the tribal women in Northeast India, which is over 1,500 in numbers. This shows the impact of ESG in our lives. Friends, circular economy is not just about attaining sustainability for a particular industry, but is to create a holistic development for the entire mankind. Because of which, we have divided Indigo Green, our ESG campaign, into 6 focus areas, naming environment, safety, governance, people, customers, and community. Let's look at the environment. Like I've mentioned, the Airbus A320 neo aircrafts, which helps in reducing and avoiding 1 million tons of the carbon emissions, is a big hit in the aviation sectors, which is why we have converted 80% of the entire fleet of Indigo into these new generation aircraft. We also use some excellent strategies, something like LPC, which stands for low paper cockpit. So by digitizing the cockpit data into iPads, we're able to reduce the paper weight. We also use something called as engine eco wash in order to maintain the effectivity and efficiency of the engines. Imagine an aircraft flying over the Delhi pollution. It is bound to collect the dirt and pollution on daily basis, so which is the need of the hour this time. The second focus area is safety. Though it's second here, but we always diligently follow safety first and safety always, because it is paramount, especially being in the airline industry, for every airline. The third focus area are people. I mean, ESG campaign is not just about finance or marketing, it also caters to the HR. I mean, you must have noticed Indigo really promotes young women to join and become cabin crew and pilots, which also adds to the economy worldwide. And I take immense pride to say that Indigo is the airline which has largest number of women pilots in the entire world. In the entire world. तो बेटी बचाओ, बेटी को पढ़ाओ, बेटी को पायलट बनाओ. माना हम लड़कियां कार ठीक से ना चला पाती हो, पर इंडिगो में प्लेन बहुत बढ़िया उड़ाती हैं. The other main focus area of our ESG campaign are the customers, all of you people. Despite the news which is hovering around the internet, passenger walking casually in the aircraft and slapping the pilot, which is so sad. But despite that, Indigo has been rewarded as the 5th most punctual airline in the entire world. Coming to the main, it's the most important agenda of our ESG, which is Environment, Social and Government's Indigo Green campaign, which is about the community. So here, we have CSR, which is Corporate Social Responsibility at Indigo, and we have named it as Indigo Reach, majorly focusing on the 4 principles and the ideas, which is women empowerment, child education, environment and heritage. अब हेरिटेज की बात आ ही गई है, तो मैं आप सभी को ये बताना चाहूँगी कि जो अपना इंदौर का लाल बाग पैलेस है, उसके रेस्टोरेशन में भी इंडिगो का काफ़ी बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा है, जो कि इंदौरियंस के लिए एक प्राइड की बात है, बिकॉज हमारा एक मॉन्यूमेंट रेस्टोर हो गया है. Coming to the backbone of our campaign, which is good governance, which basically focuses on the 5-point framework: hassle-free service, on-time travel, adherence to the laws, compliance with the quality, and cost efficiency, of course. This brings me to the end of our campaign, and wow, this is me there. Started off as a cabin crew and standing a sustainability hat in front of you today. You know, I wanted to change my entire presentation after few of the girls there, they came up to me and told me, Mom, what is it? We are like very confused in our life and we want to become somebody like you. Tell us the process. What are the steps we need to follow? We're so confused and we need the path. And I had no answer to tell them because everyone has their own journey. So what happened after the conference yesterday, we went to this Khajrana Mandir. Oh my God, it's like a mall of gods. You can enter inside and pick the best god for yourself. And I picked Hanumanji and I was just praying in front of him. And that's when I realized Hanuman Bhagwan ki shaktiyan chali gayi thi. And then unko yaad dilaya gaya tha unke bare mein. He was confused in his life. Bhagavad Gita. Arjun was all delusional. Unko pata hi nahi tha. He was in the words to give up. He lost the battle even before starting it. So if at all you're confused, congratulate yourself first because you are on the first step of the entire ladder. You're confused because you don't want to live in the world which you're living today, meaning the environment you're living today. You're not very happy with the situation you're in right now and you want to become better. So that's the most important step. So that's one good thing. And finding the mentor is also very important. So this is it. I wanted to tell you my story. As all of us, all of you are very keen and interested. At least 60 girls came up to me and it's like, ma'am, aapki presentation dekhni hai hame. We were so excited. Kal nahi ho paya. When it's gonna be, aap aate hi bol do, please bol do. I really want to sit in front, in the middle there and want to tell you about the story, how it started, the journey from there and here. But are you guys interested to know more about it? Give me a cheer. So, while I went back to the hotel room, I was just telling it to myself, I'm just going to talk about sustainability. But sustainability, saving environment, it is not one person's business altogether. It is the combined effort of everyone, meaning I'm standing in behalf of the aviation sector, performing my role, and I urge all of you to kindly work in your industry domain. Because if the girl who's there in the picture can do it, anybody who's sitting in the audience can do too. Because at the end of the day, it's not just my world or your world, it is ours. So that's it, that's all I have to say. And thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Monica ma'am. That was really inspiring for our students. Thank you.
Most welcome.
I would now request the technical team to please play the AV of Mr. Siddharth Rajhans.
Mr. Siddharth Rajhans is an international career diplomat. He has completed his studies from Harvard Business School at Harvard University. Mr. Siddharth has illustrious career spanning across Silicon Valley and Singapore with tech giants in varied roles. He has worked in Apple and spearheaded Apple's Everyone Can Code project, which paved way for his keynote as the first Indian at the Worldwide Developers Conference. Siddharth is an Apple WWDC veteran and has been a popular figure at Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference every year. He also heads his startup called Spacify as a co-founder and CEO, which has been working to provide satellite-powered internet or Outernet in Singapore and parts of rural India as part of the Digital India initiative. In this regard, he received the patronage of the former President of India Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and worked under his guidance. Mr. Rajhans was a keynote speaker in over 231 conferences including major platforms in the international speaking circuit like TEDx, IEEE Annual Congress, Toastmasters International, TechCrunch, International Conference on Social Entrepreneurship, United Nations and several IITs, IIMS and NIT Fests. He has featured in several print media and electronic media and has been part of over 500 national news interviews and prime-time debates over the years. Mr. Siddharth is on the board of several universities, including DAVV Indore, Symbiosis Indore, RGPV Bhopal, and de facto advisor to several others, including IIT Kharagpur, NIT Kurukshetra, IIM Ahmedabad, and IIMS Mumbai and Bangalore for bridging the industry-academia gap. He is an award-winning innovator, having been awarded at many IIMs, IITs, NITs and universities across India. We welcome you, sir.
A milestone to Siddharth's career was when he was invited to inaugurate Apple's retail vertical in India with CEO Tim Cook. Here is the video of the inaugural. I please request the technical team to play the video. I would now request Mr. Siddharth Rajhans to please deliver his address.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन सो मैं बिगिन रहा था ये PIMR समूह के साथ मेरा 37वां उद्बोधन है सो दिस माय 37th स्पीच इन द लास्ट 11 years. So the first time I'd come was for an FDP at the PG campus when I was myself a kid. So thank you so much PIMR for having me. This time in specific I asked Ajit sir कि दोनों दिन मुझे last में रखना because the last 2 years this conference I've been speaking as the keynote. So I just wanted everyone else to speak first so that I can sum it up. So it's I'm really happy that I'm here today. Incredible deliberations from Vatsala ji and Bindu Bhushan साहब बहुत अच्छे से बोला सर आपने especially around the need for awareness in sustainability and circular economy बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे so thank you so much Ajit sir my dear friend my elder brother for always being there and guiding us and reaching out whenever a conference like this happens. My dear friend in the audience, Prayatna sir, who I think has waited for my speech because a couple times we both were taking urine breaks. So apart from that, I'm thankful to all the other dignitaries present on the stage. Shankaran sir, Monica ma'am, Davish sir, Ashima ma'am and Yogendra Rajawat sir, the ABDC champions of PIMR Devas campus. So I think इस campus के साथ मेरा कुछ खासी लगाव है सर के साथ. I was there जब इसका नाम बदला भी था. From PIMD to PIMR Devas happened. And of course, sir, thank you so much for Vyas sir for having us here. The need for a circular economy, my friends, comes at this time because हमने बहुत उत्पात मचा दिया है दुनिया में. That is why we need a circular economy. There is no reason for us to change a simple economic equation, जिसे हम पहले linear economy कहते थे, into a circular one. बर्बाद गुलिस्ता करने को बस एक ही उल्लू काफी था. हर शाख पे उल्लू बैठा है, तो हाले गुलिस्ता क्या होगा? और ये हमने मेरे दोस्तों करके दिखाया है. महात्मा गांधी जी कहते थे, there is sufficiency in the world for man's needs, but not for man's greeds. तो हमने over industrialization, over manufacturing, सब चीज in hyper 10x mode किया है. आज कोई भी स्टार्टअप जब शुरू करे स्टार्क टैंक में वो 4 लड़के और 2 लड़कियां क्या पूछते हैं उनसे जज बन के कि आपकी स्केलेबिलिटी क्या है, आप x से 2x कैसे होंगे, आप 2x से 5x कैसे होंगे. Everything in the order of development is focused on achieving the next big thing in this, that we miss out the cost the environment has to pay in the process. And that is where I feel there is a need for a discussion like this around circular economy, around sustainability. And that is where, my friends, India has changed the narrative forever. So because last एक साल से मैं North Block में posted था in economic diplomacy, because पेशे से मैं diplomat हूँ. So in economic diplomacy, there was one particular thing that struck me, that around the G20, the famous conference that happened, the G20 Leaders Summit that happened, there was a phrase that got attached to India called Voice of the Global South. ये Global South after all क्या है दोस्तों? तो पूरा Southern Hemisphere, जिसमें कि सबसे बड़ा अफ्रीका महाद्वीप है, दूसरा साउथ अमेरिकन कॉन्टिनेंट है, और उसके अलावा पूरा साउथ ईस्ट एशियन रीजन. सो ऑल ऑफ दिस southern hemisphere was largely comprised of nations that were underdeveloped or developing, and they did not have a say in the world order. The other northern hemisphere, with Western Europe, with US, Canada, all of these, they were always largely comprised of developed nations. So India, circular economy, the concept of giving back to the society, this is not new to us. India has been doing this forever, and that is why they called us Voice of the Global South. We are giving voice to the voiceless. We are today becoming a world order where we are trying to champion the cause of the voiceless, the underrepresented. We are giving representation to them. So the changing world order right now, my friends, is this. आप चाहे किसी भी political party से हो, आप चाहे किसी भी हाथ या कमल या दूसरे फूलों पे बटन दबाते हो, the fact remains that our current diplomatic repertoire focuses on a concept called the Modi-Jaishankar doctrine of diplomacy that is trying to champion, bring back India's lost virtue. They say after Prithviraj Chauhan, the next indigenous, without saying the word Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, the next indigenous head of state was Dr. Rajendra Prasad, a country that was in the control of foreign subjugation for over 1,000 years. Prithviraj Chauhan कब थे भारत के शासक? कोई बताएगा मुझे? कौन से सदी में, युग में, कुछ उसके बारे में बताओ, कौन से साल में? पृथ्वीराज चौहान 18 में? ये आलिया भट्ट वाला आंसर है यार. ये कॉफी विद करण चल रहा है. हाँ. So पृथ्वीराज चौहान 1000 AD के पहले थे. So 900 AD, sometime around that. And from there came the entire Delhi Sultanate, the Tughlaqs, the Lodis, the Khiljis, all of that, slave dynasty, that happened, the Mamluk dynasty, the entire Delhi Sultanate. From there happened the first battle of Panipat, in which Babur entered India, and from there was established the Mughal dynasty. And from there was another battle of Panipat, and then finally there was a third battle of Panipat with the Marathas, and the most monumental shift happened around 1757, the Battle of Plassey, Robert Clive, and with that came the entire British East India Company. And from there, 190 years, the British, first the East India Company, and after 1857, the Victoria Empress or the British Empire themselves subjugated India. For over 1,000 years, India has been at the mercy of foreign forces. And after that, in 1947, we reclaimed our place. What Jawaharlal Nehru said at the time of the independence speech on 15th August, the soul of a nation long suppressed one finds utterance. And indeed, that was India's turning point. You know, when the Brits left India, it was not because we fought for independence and they left us. Winston Churchill, the then Prime Minister of UK, in a piece of paper, sheepishly, he wrote at the end, when the Bengal famine was going on, that why hasn't Gandhi died yet, were his words. So the Brits, when they were leaving India, it was because they were completely ransacked and bankrupt because of the world wars. And they weren't in a position to continue their occupancy of India. They said that by 1960 or 70, ये जितने princely states हैं आपस में USSR जैसे बहुत सारे देश विभाजित हो जाएंगे इसमें से. But we sustained and we grew, and therefore it is an India's model of becoming a world power has not ever been based on our military power or our nuclear arsenal. There was a time in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, which all of you have witnessed, when the claim to becoming the world leader was between two major nations, the erstwhile USSR and USA. And they were both in something called as the space wars, the space race. The first band to send an animal to space, Laika, एक कुतिया जिसे space में भेजा गया था, from USSR, all of that happened, right? Similarly, the nuclear wars, both of them were in a rage to become a world leader based on their nuclear arsenal. But India, my friends, has never wanted to be a world leader based on our nuclear arsenal. We have wanted to be a world leader based on our knowledge economy. So circular economy का जो core ethos है वो है knowledge economy, जो इंडिया ने हमेशा विश्व को दिया है मेरे दोस्तों. So the current geopolitical tensions of the world, the Ukraine-Russia crisis, the Israel-Hamas issues, all of them happening in the northern hemisphere, they are a classic example of things that go wrong in diplomacy 101. And that is where India has been a constant beacon of world peace. विश्व शांति और विश्व गुरु बनने की दिशा में हम अग्रसर हैं दोस्तों. And that is where I feel you all need to be part of this movement towards the circular economy. A circular economy cannot be attained by wearing eco-friendly clothes, wearing a kurta instead of a coat. It has to begin with understanding what our core DNA is, what India has given to the world. And that is the core idea of building an ESG campaign or a circular economy. So India today wants representation. And the first thing that we spoke of during the G20 was a UNSC permanent seat, मेरे दोस्तों. संयुक्त राष्ट्र के सुरक्षा परिषद की स्थायी सदस्यता, इसकी मांग इंडिया की हुई है. Because United Nations, जिस पे मैंने सर्व किया है, I'm sorry to say, but it has in a lot of ways become a defunct organization. It has in a lot of ways at times become an organization that is undergoing an existential crisis. It has to change itself because जो P5 nations हुआ करते थे UNSC में, जिसमें USA, फ्रांस, आप खुद सोच के देखिए विश्व शांति की जिम्मेदारी कौन से देशों को दी गई है जिनका की कारोबार बम और बारूद बेचकर चलता है. The Rafale jets of France and the US. So in the UN headquarters in New York, there is a board when you enter the lobby that says the daily military budget of the world. It currently runs at $3 trillion. Imagine if that money was being used for development. So the idea here is, my friends, that every single time there is a lack of representation at the UNSC. And that is where countries like India, Japan, Brazil all need representation today. And that is where, my friends, India is currently championing two causes. So the reason why हमने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी पे रखा है, बिकॉज इस साल के हमारे MEA का और पूरे शासन का दो फोकस एरियाज है. एक है इकोनॉमिक डिप्लोमेसी, एक है टेक डिप्लोमेसी. एंड टेक डिप्लोमेसी वो क्षेत्र है जिसमें आप सब मेरे दोस्तों फिट बैठते हो, बिकॉज यू आर ऑल मैनेजमेंट स्टूडेंट्स. देयर इज अ रीजन व्हाई देयर इज एन इंडियन एट एवरी टॉप स्पॉट अराउंड द वर्ल्ड. There is a Sundar Pichai at Google, a Satya Nadella at Microsoft, a Shiv Nadar at HCL, a V. Narasimhan at Novartis, a Lakshman Narasimhan at Starbucks, a Shantanu Narayan at Adobe, a Rajiv Suri at Nokia, and Arvind Krishna at IBM. Even the president of World Bank is a man called Ajay Banga right now. You know, why is it so that there is an Indian at every top spot, including the CEO of a website called OnlyFans? Was a lady called Amrapali Gan. OnlyFans नाम आपने मैनेजमेंट लेक्चर्स में कम सुना होगा. पूनम पांडे मर गई थी और फिर वो वापस जिंदा हो गई. उस रेफरेंस में जरूर सुना होगा. But that's the reality, my friends. There is an Indian at every top spot in the world today, and there is a reason why that is happening. Because of India's tech diplomacy, because of our education system. जिस education system के बारे में हम often कहते हैं that it is kind of slow, it is lethargic, we need a new education policy, we need reforms. That very education system has produced all of these incredible individuals, my friends. So we need to believe in the Indian dream. आज की तारीख में पहले हमारा सपना होता था हम यूएस जाएंगे, सेटल होंगे, कॉन्जरिंग में जैसा घर दिखाते वैसा एक घर लेंगे, उस घर के बाहर एक गाड़ी होगी, किसी से वहाँ शादी कर लेंगे, ग्रीन कार्ड मिल जाएगा, सिटीजनशिप मिल जाएगा. There's been whole lot of migration to Canada, Australia, all of these places. But it is changing today. This decade is India's decade. इसे हम Web 3.0 कहते हैं. And that is where, and that is purely based on India's concept of giving to the world. So we have done incredible things around that. There is one thing called vaccine diplomacy. जब कोविड आया, सर ने कोविड का जिक्र किया, भूषण साहब ने, आप सब ने ध्यान दिया होगा कोविड के दौरान दो वैक्सीन्स, कोविशील्ड और कोवैक्सिन, जो इंडिया ने पायोनियर किया, पूरे सदर्न हेमिस्फीयर को हमने प्रोवाइड कराया. साउथ अमेरिका, अफ्रीका, इन सभी देशों को इंडिया ने वैक्सीन प्रोवाइड कराया फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट. इट्स नॉट जस्ट दैट, इंडिया वाज कॉल्ड द फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. रेमडेसिविर एंड टोसिलिजुमाब, the number 1 and number 2 drugs being used during COVID were being produced by India and given to the world for free. So India has always believed in the concept of becoming a world leader based on our ability to give. And that is where I feel the entire concept of circular economy comes a full circle, because it's all about giving back to the world. And above all that, India has always been at the forefront of thought leadership. गौतम बुद्ध के ज़माने से एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम तक हमने दुनिया को ज्ञान दिया है, वो ज्ञान जिससे दुनिया बेहतर बनी है. And that is where we are headed. We are today called the CTO of the world, the Chief Technology Officer of the world. CoWIN एक platform था for COVID, the world's largest vaccine management system, a new form of DBMS altogether, जो आप management students पढ़ते होंगे, was pioneered by India. And we gave that for free. It was an open source model. So anyone across the world, all of these countries, Argentina, Brazil, and several African and Southeast Asian nations, they used CoWIN to manage their vaccine dissemination. UPI, whenever we have a diplomat from Germany, from Azerbaijan, from Canada, from France in Delhi, the first thing we do is we take them to the local vegetable market in Khan Market or Sarojini or one of these places. And you know what we do? We make them देख बैठ जाएंगे सर, इतना गौर से देखने की जरूरत, बैठ जाएंगे सर, कुर्सी है. So what do we do, you know? When the diplomats visit, we take them to a sabji wala and we make them pay for a little 1 kilo आलू या 1 kilo प्याज using that UPI interface, and they are amazed कि ऐसा कैसे हो गया कि पैसा आज आपके इस अकाउंट से सीधा सब्जी वाले के खाते में चला गया. That is a reality that we have accomplished. Same goes for DigiLocker, my friends. All of these are incredible open source models. You know, there's a thing, when Jaishankar साहब हमारे MEA, he told us that when I went to the US and मेरे बेटे को वहाँ पे वैक्सीन सर्टिफिकेट दिखाना था, उसने जेब खोला और इतना बड़ा एक पर्चा खोल के उनको दिखाया कि देखो ये मेरा वैक्सीन सर्टिफिकेट है. You know what जयशंकर साहब did? अपना आईफोन निकाला उसने, उन्होंने डिजीलॉकर खोला और अपना वैक्सीन सर्टिफिकेट दिखाया. That has been India's contribution to tech diplomacy in the world right now. So that is our focus area. And हम जब टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, probably the most under-talked domain of India's tech accomplishments or giving back to the world, ISRO, power horse of the world's most जुगाड़ू space organization. So ISRO का एक rocket है, उस rocket को कहते हैं PSLV, Polar Synchronous Satellite Launch Vehicle. PSLV ने अपना 79th मिशन हाल ही में कंप्लीट किया है, और एक मिशन में PSLV 104 सैटेलाइट्स लेकर गया है. ऐसे बहुत मिशंस किए. कैन यू इमेजिन, गिव मी अ बॉल पार्क फिगर, जो सबसे छोटा क्यूब सैट रहा होगा वो 104 सैटेलाइट्स में, उसको ऑर्बिट में डालने का खर्चा कितना बैठा होगा. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द कॉस्ट ऑफ अ कंट्री लाइक सिंगापुर और मलेशिया और एनी, बिकॉज बहुत ज्यादा स्पेस एजेंसीज नहीं है अपार्ट फ्रॉम नासा एंड द यूरोपियन स्पेस एजेंसी एंड रशिया. We just have ISRO in this part of the world. So the entire southern hemisphere depends on us to be able to sell their rockets in space. Can you imagine the cost of sending the smallest satellite in space? क्या रहा होगा? There's an orbit called LEO, low Earth orbit, that's just after the atmosphere of the Earth. उस पे बैठाने का खर्चा क्या रहा होगा? कोई बोल सकता है मुझे? डॉलर में या रुपये में कोई भी नंबर आता है बोल दो. More than 1 crore. And something else? You know, the smallest CubeSat जिसको ऑर्बिट में बैठाया गया था, उसका खर्चा $10,000 पड़ा सिंगापुर को. $10,000 माने 7.5 लाख रुपए. That is ISRO's space efficiency. Power horse of a rocket, PSLV को कहा जाता है. And that is what we have done. We have transformed the way underrepresented countries achieve success and development. So the concept of circular economy के लिए हमें गाँव में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, हमें खेती बाड़ी में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, हमें खादी के कपड़े पहनने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, हमें कॉर्पोरेट्स के पास उनके ESG कैंपेन को देखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. All we need to do is look at India's growth trajectory. It has always been about giving back, and we just need to imbibe and work on that and do whatever we can on a daily basis, and we'll accomplish better. So the historical narrative of India changing the world order, my friends, has always also been at the forefront of everything that we have done. This man called Bhagat Singh, of which I often speak of, he has probably, at an age of 22, a man sits in a jail in Lahore and dreams of capitalism, anarchism, Marxism, writes extensively about what India's future should be. It was not just a movement towards. So what pains me today is that a lot of people today, you remember him only during March or September, जब उनकी शहीदी दिवस या जन्मदिन आता है, या फिर कुछ लोग पोस्टर में यूज कर लेते हैं कि ये वाले जो हमारे मित्र मंडल के तस्वीरें लगती हैं उसमें इस्तेमाल हो जाता है उनकी तस्वीर का. So today's generation is forgetting he was neither an aggressor nor a revolutionary. In the heart of it he was a scholar. Bhagat Singh का एक quote था that goes like this, that the sword of revolution is sharpened on the whetting stone of ideas. So he was a thinker, he was a believer, and that is what, yani at the age of 23, if his case was being heard at the highest court of the land, the Privy Council in London at that time, and on the day of his assassination, the next day, New York Times says what a absolute injustice of the case, dastardly committed by the British. If a man can create that kind of impact, that speaks volumes about India's growth trajectory. This man, Srinivas Ramanujan, again, at a time when the Brits were subjugating us, एक मात्र 27-28 साल के लड़के ने को फेलो ऑफ द रॉयल सोसाइटी का खिताब दिया गया at the great Trinity College in Cambridge. Again, redefining India's position on the world map. You know, there's a domain in mathematics called partitions or combinatorics. Partitions अर्थात P of n is equal to x. ये partition का formula है. आप जैसे function of x लिखते होंगे 10वीं 12वीं में उस तरह से. So P of x, x is the partition जिसका हमें partition निकालना है, is equal to the number of partitions that's possible. So partitions यानी कितने तरह से आप एक number को add कर सकते हो या additively express किया जा सकता है. So P of 4 is equal to 5. That means partition of the number 4 is 5. आप 4 नंबर को 5 तरह से जोड़ सकते हो या 5 तरह से रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हो मैथमेटिकली. वो क्या है? 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, 2 plus 1 plus 1, 2 plus 2, 3 plus 1 and the number 4. तो समझ में आया? 4 नंबर को आप 5 तरह से लिख सकते हो. अगर मैं लिखता हूं P of 4956 या P of 12,154, how many partitions can be possible? So there was a great mathematician, a very revered mathematician in Cambridge called Major McMahon, who was called the king of combinatorics. So what he would do is he would take months अगर किसी नंबर का पार्टीशन पूछा गया, and he would write by painstaking rigor, रोज लिखते थे और फाइनली जाके एक नंबर पे अराइव होते थे, एक बड़े से नंबर पे. You know what Srinivas Ramanujan did? Within the first 2 weeks of arriving in Trinity College, Cambridge, he gave a formula which is now remembered as the Ramanujan-Hardy partitions formula. That could, a formula जिसमें आप, you plug in the number of which you need the partitions, and within less than 2% deviation, you will get a partition value for it. That has been India's incredible math diplomacy, or our way of giving back to the world. At a time when they were subjugating us, these people have stood up for us. आप इन्हें पहचानते हैं? शकुंतला देवी. नहीं, इतना भी मैथ्स नहीं पढ़ा रहा मैं, but ये है दुर्गा भाभी. दुर्गा भाभी को जानते हो आप? दुर्गा भाभी को नहीं जानते हो? दुर्गा भाभी जानते हैं आप? दुर्गा भाभी probably the only female revolutionary in the annals of world revolutionary history, in the annals of organized world revolutionary history. दुर्गा भाभी वही महिला है जिनके साथ भगत सिंह ने लाहौर में, लाहौर कॉन्स्पिरेसी केस के बाद, वो फेमस टोपी पहन के अपनी दाढ़ी निकाल के उनके बेटे सचिंद्र वोहरा को अपने गोद में लिए लाहौर से एज एन अंग्रेज निकले थे, अंग्रेजों को चकमा देकर. दी ओनली फीमेल रेवोल्यूशनरी. लोगों को सिर्फ ये मालूम है कि सोहा अली खान ने रंग दे बसंती में इनका रोल प्ले किया था. That same Durga Bhabhi, my friends, did not die with Bhagat Singh or the other revolutionaries. That lady on the side is also Durga Bhabhi. She lived until 1999 in Ghaziabad, forgotten from the pages of Indian history. And that is where I feel circular economy has to come an entire circle, because it can only be circle if we give enough importance to all people who have played a part in giving their entire life, अपना सर्वस्व न्योछावर किया है इस देश पे. And that is where, my friends, we need to focus. You know this guy? Homi Bhabha, a man who was going to make India a nuclear power in the 1960s itself, was sabotaged in a plane crash on the Swiss Alps because the so-called northern hemisphere of developed nations did not want India to become a Then he went back and created another incredible institution, the National Payments Corporation of India or NPCI, जिसका UPI आप सब दिन भर यूज करते हैं. कई बार इतना ज्यादा यूज करते हैं कि ऐसा लगता है पैसे आपके नहीं गूगल ही भरने वाला है. But that's the beauty of it. So we have always believed in giving to the world. The UPI system today is not just a payment system that India has developed for itself. Countries like France and Singapore have adopted India's UPI. So we are pioneering technologies that are shaping the next world order. And the circle in circular economy is about giving back to the society, not just in terms of trees or water or conservation or better sustainable choices of food or clothing, but about giving back to the society, because that is how we can truly achieve the dream of a sustainably developed and world order में इंडिया का नाम आने के लिए यही एक तरीका है. So you all have to believe in this Indian dream. ये जो दशक है, this is not about the US dream or the UK dream, and definitely not about the Canadian dream after what happened with Canada and our diplomatic relations, but this is about reclaiming India's lost touch in the world order, जिसका आप सब हिस्सा है मेरे दोस्तों. So for you, this is the time. आज आप ये मत सोचो कि आप देवास में हो या उज्जैन में हो या आप बस्तर में हो या आप काशी में हो. आज आप ये सोचो कि आप इस देश के आने वाले इस दशक में जो बाकी 7-6 साल बचे हैं उसमें आप कितना दे सकते हो. अब भी जिसका खून नहीं खोला, खून नहीं वो पानी है, जो देश के काम ना आए वो बेकार जवानी है. धन्यवाद मेरे दोस्तों, एंड थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request the technical team to please present the AV of Mr. Shankar Muralidharan.
Mr. Shankar Muralidharan is Higher Education Turnaround Specialist, Speaker World Economy Forum, acclaimed educationist and leadership coach. He has 22 years of experience in business turnaround across educational industry. He is a CEO of startup in higher education. He worked as the head of
So once again, I'm sorry, my name was called out in between, but I was out. Nevertheless, very sorry for not being. I had a very good talk with Dr. Jain. You know, you're one of your, your founder. He's the one who's built this institution. I had a very good one-to-one chat with him, and I'll be again sitting with him after this session is done. So, how many of you did not come yesterday? Did not come yesterday? Did not come? Okay, fantastic, brilliant, great. Amazing. Obviously, I can't ask how many came yesterday and did not come today because they're not here. Nevertheless, तो कल ज़्यादा strength थी. क्यों कल मैं इतना खराब बोला कि बाकी लोग भाग गए? Because कल ज़्यादा strength थी. Anyways, so I got around 45 WhatsApps last evening. 45 WhatsApps. मैंने अपना नंबर बांटा था तो 45 WhatsApps. Obviously, उसमें एक WhatsApp आ गया मुझे, सर मैं नस काटने वाली हूँ, क्या करूँ बताओ. So ये मुझे हमेशा मिल जाता है. I always get this. I'm very happy. I'm very glad that आजकल तो I'm surprised if a kid does not send me that, that I have suicidal thoughts, whatever. I'm very glad. In fact, a lot of people who did not attend yesterday, you guys went and told your friends, उनका भी text आ गया. A lot of questions also came on WhatsApp. तो मैंने कहा आज के session में we'll take those questions and so on. So I think yesterday we spoke a lot on stuff like globalization, Amartya Sen and so on and so forth. My topic for yesterday, honestly मुझे याद भी नहीं है, but अभी वो भूल गया, अभी कल अलग दिन था. Today I'm supposed to talk, Dr. Upadhyay asked me to talk about a concept called as leadership. And obviously one of my my current bosses who was supposed to come today, he's not come. So ज़्यादा time लूँगा नहीं, फिक्र मत करो. I know you guys are tired, but so let us understand what is this beautiful concept of leadership. Before that, Siddharth, my very good friend, I've known him for 10 years now. I'm today here all because of him, all thanks to him. He spoke about a very good concept just 2 minutes back, giving back to society. How many of you have heard this? Okay, I have a term called CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility. How many of you have heard about this? कितनों ने सुना है इसके बारे में? Okay, needless to say, it's a foreign term, it's an English term. And when I went to Singapore, NUS, National University of Singapore, Siddharth's also been there. He's also, a Singapore alumnus apart from IIT Bombay alumnus. When I went to Singapore, when I went to US, when I went to UK, for all doing, so I used to be part of a university called as Flame University in Pune. So we used to deal with all the foreign universities. So I did a lot of, I was helpful in doing a lot of tie-ups with them, Harvard, Stanford, Yale, all the top universities. So when I used to visit many of these foreign universities, Harvard, Stanford, Yale, Kellogg, Wharton, NUS Singapore, etc., a lot of these universities would look at Indians like me and mock, saying, "Aap log itna CSR kar rahe ho, CSR to foreign concept hai." Because the name itself is foreign. Let me tell all of you guys, giving back to society, CSR, is not a foreign concept. I come from a place called as Pune. That's where I am for the last 10 years. I call it my Punya Bhumi, Pune. I'm basically from Bombay. I've spent 20 years of my life in Bombay. There's a great gentleman in Pune. There was a great gentleman in Pune called as Mahatma Jyotirao Phule. His wife's name is Savitribai Phule. Savitribai Phule is the first one to start women's education in India. All these women are sitting here all thanks to her. He was the first lady in this country. I'm talking of 150 years back, when women in Europe were church kitchen children and women in India were mandir kitchen children. One lady said, "Boss, women have to study." Savitribai Phule, the Pune University is renamed as Savitribai Phule University, SPPU. Her husband, Mahatma Jyotirao Phule, great revolutionary freedom fighter, he was actually a businessman. Very few people know this. Mahatma Jyotirao Phule was a businessman. Siddharth today spoke about giving back to society. I am on the board of many, many companies, and all of these companies say, 2%, 3%. We will give 3% of our profits to society, 3% of our... A lot of companies today talk about giving back to society, 2%, 3%, we will give back to society. I don't know how many of you all know this. Mahatma Jyotirao Phule was a great businessman. He and his associates, fantastic businessmen. आज हम बात करते हैं, American concept says CSR, give back to society, 2%, 3%, 4%. Mahatma Phule said 5%. You know 5% of what? He said, हम जो business करेंगे, कातरश tunnel वगैरह पुणे में उनकी company ने बनाया, one of the oldest tunnels of India. He was in a lot of businesses. He said, हम जो business करेंगे, हम जो पैसा बनाएंगे, हम जो धंधा करेंगे, in simple terms, 5% हम रखेंगे, 95% वापस देंगे. This is CSR. Today, the Western world talks about giving back 2%, 3%, and Indian companies are following them saying we'll give back. This gentleman 150 years back said, 5% I will keep, 95% I will give back. Circular economics or CSR, it's all more or less the same. Now, please appreciate, guys, this is a land which has got so many. At the same time, when I talk leadership, we all give foreign examples. I'm not saying we don't have Indian examples, but please appreciate there are problems as well. So let me come back. Leadership is, management is easy, guys. आप जब MBA करते हो आपको डिग्री क्या मिलती है? Master of Business Administration. Not a single university in the world gives you Master of Leadership. ऐसी डिग्रियाँ मिलती नहीं है. And then people like us write research reviews in newspapers. All big articles we say leaders are born. No, leaders are made. How can you make them? What is leadership all about? Does a good leader have to be a good manager? Not at all. Does a good leader have to be a good administrator? Not at all. What is leadership? How does it start? Leadership starts with a lot of things. One of them is see through the distant future. Very few people can see through the distant future, and you don't have to be an astrologer to predict the future. Based upon what's happening around you today, you can actually think about the future. If I told you 200 years back कि हवाई जहाज उड़ेंगे, आप सब हंसते लिखना आज उड़ रहे हैं हवाई जहाज. Somebody saw through. That's leadership for you guys. Leadership is a lot of things. I'm a leader myself. There are people who've been working with me for 15 years. लोगों ने मेरे लिए अपने शहर सब कुछ बदला है. Now that's leadership, and I learned this from somebody. Alexander taught, there was a guy called Socrates. Socrates taught Plato. Plato taught Aristotle. Aristotle taught Alexander the Great. One of the umpteen disciples of Alexander taught Napoleon. One of his umpteen disciples taught Churchill. Information kept on flowing. They're all leaders. They might be philosophers, but they're all leaders. Let me give a few examples to explain what leadership is all about. 30 years back, the corporate world, LG, Samsung, GE, Pepsi, Sony, Coke, blah blah blah, हमने कल बहुत सारी कंपनीज की बात की. एक रूल हुआ करता था कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड में, और ये रूल 30 साल पहले नहीं, 300 साल, ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी से लेकर 30 साल पहले तक, फ्रॉम 300 years to 30 years back, दिस रूल वाज देयर. क्या था ये रूल? रूल नंबर 1, द बॉस इज ऑलवेज राइट. रूल नंबर 1, the boss is always right. Rule number 2, if the boss is wrong, refer to rule number 1. And companies have been following this for 300 years. Right from British East India Company, Dutch East India Company, French East India Company, to LG, Samsung, GE, Pepsi, Sony, Coke 30 years back. Till 1990. There was a company called Lufthansa airline, Indigo. पता नहीं हमारी मैडम ने कितना अच्छा बुरा बात किया, but all these big companies today, Indigo and all these airlines are inspired by a company called Lufthansa. It's a German airline company. 100 साल पुरानी कंपनी है. पहले विश्व युद्ध के टाइम शुरू हुई. Lufthansa, it is still there, one of the biggest companies today. इंडिया में हमारा Air India acquired by Tata is part of Lufthansa in some capacity. Lufthansa, 100-year-old company, 1991. One of the biggest airline companies in the world, 1991, even today. 1991, Lufthansa is this close to bankruptcy. This company is 80, 90 years old in 1991, and this company is this close to bankruptcy. अगले महीने की तनख्वाह के पैसे नहीं. This close to bankruptcy with losses worth 1 million Deutschmark every day. The company is 80 years old, this close to bankruptcy, losses worth 100 million Deutschmark. The CEO of the company, Jürgen Weber, a German, he goes from bank to bank. He goes from bank to borrow money. For what? एयरक्राफ्ट खरीदने के लिए, एक्विजिशंस के लिए, नो, अगले महीने की तनख्वाह देने के लिए. उन बैंकों में से एक बैंक था डॉयशे बैंक, इंडिया में है उसका ब्रांच. आई कैन हेल्प डॉयशे बैंक कम टू कैंपस फॉर प्लेसमेंट्स बिकॉज एशिया पैसिफिक हेड इज अ वेरी गुड फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन. डॉयशे बैंक इज अ वेरी बिग बैंक इन जर्मनी, ग्लोबल बैंक. डॉयशे बैंक ने मना कर दिया, जबकि डॉयशे बैंक के जो सीईओ थे वो लुफ्थांसा के बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स के हिस्सा थे. मतलब उनको पता है कंपनी क्यों. ही इज ऑन द बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स. ही सेड इस कंपनी का कोई फ्यूचर नहीं हो सकता. 1991 लुफ्थांसा वाज दैट. Somehow they survived, somehow got some loans. 1995, Lufthansa was back. It was doing very well. And 1995, Lufthansa was... Very few companies can survive those tough times. A leader's job is to motivate people. हमने देखा था कल Nokia, Motorola, Enron, WorldCom, all big companies, huge companies. आज उनमें से एक भी जिंदा नहीं है. 1995, so when Lufthansa was back to its... आपको बता दूं, IBM, इंटरनेशनल बिजनेस मशीन, 100 साल पुरानी कंपनी, पिछले 100 सालों में 3 बार बैंकरप्ट होते होते बचा है. हर बार कोई न कोई लीडर आके उसको बचा लिया है. कंपनी आज भी अच्छा कर रही है. 95 में जुर्गन वेबर साहब जिन्होंने लुफ्थांसा को टर्न अराउंड किया था, he came up with a personal concept. It was a personal concept. So first lesson of leadership, a good manager, a good CEO, I'm a CEO myself, a good manager, a good CEO will always ask, people give me all this nonsense, work-life balance होना चाहिए, personal, professional balance, all nonsense, all bullshit. जिंदगी में सब कुछ निजी होता है साहब, सब कुछ निजी है. Everything is personal. मैं संडे के दिन शाम को बंबई से देवासा की बात कर रहा हूँ, मेरे अपने लिए कर रहा हूँ, कोई कंपनी के. By default, my company gets the benefit. A leader has to start thinking, अगर ये मैं करता हूँ तो इसमें मेरा क्या फायदा है? अगर मेरा फायदा है तो कंपनी का फायदा अपने आप हो जाएगा. Because if I don't see मेरा खुद का फायदा, मैं कभी उससे दिल लगा नहीं पाऊंगा. जब तक मैं दिल लगा नहीं पाऊंगा, मैं कुछ कर ही नहीं पाऊंगा. So start seeing your personal benefits and work for companies which can actually make you see your personal. So 1995, Jürgen Weber साहब ने एक initiative शुरू किया. You will be surprised and shocked to see आज दुनिया में, इंडिया में बहुत कम है लेकिन दुनिया में 45 to 50% of companies इस initiative को मानते हैं. There are two kinds of people working in companies. Job आप सब ढूंढ रहे होंगे graduation के बाद. Job का full form किसी को पता है? What is job? JOB, जॉब का फुल फॉर्म क्या है? Join others business. Job means join others business. किसी और का business, TCS, Infosys, Wipro, join others business. उसका उल्टा क्या है? मेरा खुद का business, my own business. For the last 300 years दुनिया में दो ही किस्म के एम्प्लॉयमेंट है, या तो जॉब करो या तो खुद का बिजनेस करो. एंटरप्रेन्योर बनो. जुर्गन वेबर साहब ने इसको बदल दिया. 1995 he said, मैं 91 में बैंकरप्ट कंपनी को बाहर लेके आया हूं. लेकिन मेरे सिवा कोई और कर नहीं सकता था, और मैं कब तक जिंदा रहूंगा पता नहीं। मैं चाहूंगा आगे जाके इसको आप लोग संभालो, लेकिन आप लोग इसको एम्प्लॉय बन के नहीं संभाल सकते। मैं एक नया कंसेप्ट देता हूं पूरी दुनिया को। इमेजिन हम बोलते हैं गूगल, अमेजॉन, इन्फोसिस, a technology company did not give this concept, an airline company gave this concept, and the concept is called intrapreneurship, technopreneurship, intrapreneurship. आज मैं अपनी कंपनी में कौन हूं? इंट्राप्रेन्योर हूं। मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर नहीं हूं, मैं एम्प्लॉय भी नहीं हूं। This is leadership, guys. I'm happy to say more than 50% of the world's top companies today, Amazon, Google, LG, Samsung, GE, Pepsi, Sony, Coke, Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, Acer, Intel, Dell, Deloitte, Aditya Vikram Birla India, Reliance India, Tata Group to a large extent. More than 50% of the world's global companies and more than 40 of India's top 500 companies today don't hire employees, they hire intrapreneurs. कौन है एंटरप्रेन्योर? एक तारीख को सैलरी मिलती है, हाँ, लेकिन एक तारीख की सैलरी इज नॉट एवरीथिंग। वो तो सिर्फ दाल चावल है। उसको पैसा मिलता है बाय कमिंग अप विद आइडियाज। आधे टाइम हमने क्या शुरुआत किया? रूल नंबर 1 बॉस, रूल नंबर 2 बॉस बॉस बॉस। आधे टाइम तो आपके बॉस को पता ही नहीं आप क्या कर रहे हो। दैट्स एन एंटरप्रेन्योर। क्योंकि आप जो भी चाहे करो, डू व्हाट यू वांट। अगर उससे प्रॉफिट बढ़ता है, उस प्रॉफिट का हिस्सा आपको मिलता है। नुकसान होता है, आपको नुकसान का हिस्सा नहीं उठाना, बिकॉज कंपनी नुकसान उठाएगी। कंपनी के पास पैसा है, तुम्हारे पास नहीं है। होता तो आप नौकरी क्यों करते यार। Intrapreneurship is a concept given by a man called Jürgen Weber, an airline CEO in 1995. Today, 50% of all successful companies globally and 4 to 5% of Indian successful companies are following this. Now, this is leadership, guys. You have to give something new, unique, which everybody will follow tomorrow. You have to think about that today. इस दुनिया में 7 मेजर समुद्र है, सुना होगा आपने। पैसिफिक ओशन, अटलांटिक ओशन, डेड सी, रेड सी, मेडिटेरेनियन सी, अरब महासागर। एक और समुद्र है, इंडियन ओशन। ये मैंने फिजिकली किया है, आपको भी करना चाहिए जब टाइम मिले। ये जो 7 महान समुद्र है ना, ये 7 में से 6 समुद्र, विच इज अरेबियन सी, मेडिटेरेनियन सी, इंडिया, सॉरी, पैसिफिक ओशन, अटलांटिक, इन 6 में से किसी भी समुद्र में जाइए। क्रैब्स, क्रैब समझते हो? क्रैब्स, खेकड़े, खेकड़ों को उठाइए। क्रैब्स, खेकड़ा, टेक क्रैब्स फ्रॉम एनी ऑफ दिस 6 ओशंस, एक डब्बे में डाल दो, एक बास्केट में डाल दो, बास्केट का ढक्कन खोल दीजिए, आधे घंटे के लिए घूमने जाइए। जब आप वापस आएंगे सारे क्रैब्स बाहर जा चुके होंगे। देन यू गो टू द इंडियन ओशन, देन यू गो टू द, उठाओ क्रैब्स, डालो बास्केट में, ढक्कन खुला छोड़ दो, आधे घंटे क्या, आप 5 दिन बाद भी आओ, कोई क्रैब नहीं निकलेगा। दिस हैपेंस ओनली, this happens only with crabs of the, मैंने physical देखा है। I went to Mediterranean Sea, Dead Sea, Red Sea, I went then to Indian Ocean, ये मैंने देखा है। This happens only with crabs of the Indian Ocean. You take them, put them in a basket, leave. The moment the first crab starts, other guy pulls it down. This happens only with crabs. So one of the biggest challenges of Indian leadership today is to help Indians in India. I've told you, the same Indian goes outside India, becomes Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, people like Lakshmi Narayan Mittal, richest Indian alive. Indians outside India are fantastic. The problem is with Indians in India, and this is the crab mentality that most people, a good leader has to come up. I met Narayan Murthy sir personally 4 months back. 1 घंटा राउंडे हुआ. I will meet Anand Mahindra very soon. I had met Azim Premji long back. When I meet leaders of big companies and when I meet many people below them, I understand that हम बात करने के लिए करते हैं, लेकिन बहुत सारे कंपनीज में इंडियन क्रैब मेंटालिटी है ही नहीं। मजा आता है सिद्धार्थ को, मुझको एयरपोर्ट में कॉकटेल लॉन्च में बात करते हुए, इंडियन क्रैब मेंटालिटी। We have islands in excellence, not the ocean. समुंदर पैदा करने का वक्त आ गया है। मुझको तो समुंदर ही समुंदर दिखता है। A leader has to see opportunity in crisis. He cannot see crisis in opportunity. A leader has to stop giving excuses. Most leaders I meet, oh my God, ये मैं करता, लेकिन मेरे पास टाइम नहीं। Unsurmountable constraints, ये है, वो है, हाथ बंधे हैं। Sorry, boss. You cannot become a good leader if you give. So look at opportunities. Great leaders always see things differently. बोलना बहुत easy है. I'll give examples. एक कंपनी है यूनिलीवर, नाम सुना होगा आपने। सुबह घर पे उठते हैं, पेप्सोडेंट टूथपेस्ट, हमाम साबुन, डव साबुन, हेयर केयर, स्किन केयर, बॉडी केयर, ओरल केयर, यूनिलीवर, हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर, और भी कंपनीज हैं, प्रॉक्टर एंड गैम्बल, काओ कॉर्पोरेशन, कोलगेट, इनके बिना अपना लाइफ नहीं चलता। आज से 100 साल पहले ऐसे कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी, पता नहीं मैंने कल इसके बारे में बताया कि नहीं बताया। डिड आई स्पीक अबाउट दिस यस्टरडे? माय प्रॉब्लम इज आई डोंट प्रिपेयर स्लाइड्स, और मैं ना कभी आगे बनाऊंगा। मैं ऐसे ही हूँ, जिसको चाहिए रखो, जिसको नहीं चाहिए। मेरा डीएनए और कोर में नहीं बदल सकता गाइस, आई एम सॉरी, बट दैट्स हाउ इट इज। दैट्स हाउ इट इज, कांट हेल्प इट। मुझे ऑडियंस की आंखों में देखना है और ऑडियंस मेरी आंखों में देखना है, पीपीटी पे नहीं. दैट्स माय स्टाइल. इन्फोसिस इज अ ग्रेट कंपनी, विप्रो इज अ ग्रेट कंपनी, बोथ आर डिफरेंट कंपनीज इन द सेम बिजनेस, सॉफ्टवेयर सर्विसेज. If I take everything from Infosys, budgeting practice, HR practice, everything from Infosys, put it to Wipro, Wipro will collapse tomorrow. So a good leader has to be unique. What works for Siddharth may not work for me, what works for me may not work. Identify your core and DNA. कल हमने बात की थी. Leadership is about identifying that. एक 100 साल पहले कॉन्फ्रेंस ऐसी हुई थी, उसमें 100 लोग बैठे थे, लेकिन वो जो 100 लोग थे वो बच्चे नहीं थे और पैनलिस्ट, ऑफकोर्स पैनलिस्ट थे. वो 100 लोग जो थे कंपनीज के ओनर्स थे. सो लॉर्ड लीवर, ओनर ऑफ यूनिलीवर, प्रॉक्टर एंड गैम्बल, जापान में कंपनी है काओ कॉर्पोरेशन, आई एम श्योर आपने नाम नहीं सुना होगा. आज हम जेल टूथपेस्ट यूज करते हैं, आज हम बच्चों को डायपर लगाते हैं, आज हम वॉशिंग पाउडर में सेपरेट, आई नो वॉशिंग मशीन में सेपरेट वॉशिंग पाउडर डालते हैं. The company which invented separate washing powders for washing machines, the company which invented gel toothpaste, company which invented shape diapers, all is a company called Kao. Very strong corporation. So इन सारे कंपनियों के हेड्स, ओनर्स बैठे थे और एक कॉन्फ्रेंस था, हम जैसे पैनलिस्ट थे, सबको आके बोला गया अपनी अपनी कंपनी के बारे में बात करो. सबने बोला मैं साबुन बेचता हूँ, मैं तेल बेचता हूँ, हेयर केयर, स्किन केयर, बॉडी केयर. एक भाई साहब खड़े हुए बोले नहीं साहब, यस साबुन तेल मेरा बिजनेस है, लेकिन मेरा मेन मकसद वो नहीं है. मेरी जो कंपनी है यूनिलीवर, हम अस्पतालों से, वी आर बेटर देन हॉस्पिटल्स एंड फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनीज. माई कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन टू सोसाइटी इज इक्वल टू व्हाट हॉस्पिटल्स एंड फार्मा कंपनीज डू. पैनल परेशान, होस्ट परेशान, ऑडियंस परेशान, क्या बकवास कर रहे हैं आप? साबुन तेल बेच के पैसा कमाते हो, सीधा बोलो ना, अस्पताल तो जिंदगी. एंड देन व्हाट दिस मैन टोल्ड इन इंग्लिश और स्पेनिश is what I'm translating in Hindi. It's a very famous tagline. And उनकी एक साबुन हुआ करती थी, बहुत पुरानी साबुन है, 100 साल पुरानी साबुन है, अभी भी चल रही है. Anyone can guess the name? आपको पता है लाइफ बॉय का नाम लाइफ बॉय क्यों बना है? Because he believes, and what he said then is now what I'm saying in English. He said in Spanish, he said, तंदुरुस्ती की रक्षा करता है लाइफ बॉय. लाइफ बॉय है जहां a doctor takes care of you after you fall ill, my soap will prevent you from falling ill. He believes his business is health and hygiene, not FMCG. The company is one of the top 3 companies for the last 50, 100, 150 years. Look at the difference in thought, guys. Dr. Pratap Reddy नाम सुना होगा आपने? Dr. Pratap Reddy नाम सुना होगा आपने? Apollo Group of Hospitals, उनकी बेटी को मैं अच्छी तरह जानता हूँ, संगीता रेड्डी, one of the top 20 influential Indian women. 1983 में भाई साहब यूएस से वापस इंडिया आए. 20-30 साल वहाँ पे डेंटिस्ट्री प्रैक्टिस, ही इज अ डॉक्टर, डेंटिस्ट प्रैक्टिस कर चुके थे, थक गए थे. ही वाज ऑलमोस्ट 50-55 years old, केम बैक टू इंडिया इन 1983 आफ्टर 30 years ऑफ डेंटिस्ट्री इन द यूएसए. 2 लोगों के सामने बैठे थे वो, उनमें से एक थे जो आगे जाके प्रेसिडेंट बने, प्रणब मुखर्जी, जो उस टाइम फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर थे, और दूसरे थे जो आगे जाके प्रधानमंत्री बने, मनमोहन सिंह साहब, जो उस वक्त आरबीआई गवर्नर थे. ही वाज सिटिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ 2 people इन द 1980s. प्रणब मुखर्जी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर एंड मनमोहन सिंह आरबीआई गवर्नर. एंड इन्होंने कहा 1983 में कि साहब, भाई साहब, मैं इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा 5-star हॉस्पिटल बनाना चाहता हूं. 83, ये दोनों भाई साहब अपना मुंह खोले, जीभ बाहर निकाले, बोले क्या बकवास कर रहा है आदमी, इंडिया 5-star हॉस्पिटल. द मैन हैड द विजन गाइस इन 83. आज आपको मुझे बताने की जरूरत नहीं, अपोलो इंडिया में नहीं दुनिया में टॉप 3 में आता है. And there are more than 200 hospitals in India, कम से कम 200 हॉस्पिटल, जहां पे एक रात का आईसीयू खर्चा आपके सयाजी के एक रात का रहने से ज्यादा है. सो हॉस्पिटल्स हैव बिकम 5-star. कोविड टाइम में मेरा दोस्त और उसकी मां 15 दिन एडमिट थे हॉस्पिटल में, 1.5 करोड़ रुपए बिल था, जिंदा वापस आए खुशी खुशी. और ये सिर्फ कोविड की नहीं है. आई हैव सीन माई फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स वाइफ्स प्रेगनेंसी बिल्स, टाइफॉइड बिल्स, all of them cross what you will pay in Oberoi or Taj or all these. Today 5-star hospitals is happening in India. There are hundreds of them. गोरखपुर में अपोलो खुला है, मैं क्या बोलूं आपको अभी. और गोरखपुर, seriously. So wait, guys, a vision is something which is important. Yesterday I think we spoke about Dhirubhai Ambani. I'll give you a couple of examples to explain what I'm trying to say. Leadership is all about vision, values. Everybody says vision, vision. I have a small point. Values. Values का मतलब क्या होता है? Very good. एक कंपनी है ISS, not ISIS. Sorry, okay. मैं ऐसे किसी कंपनी से कोई ताल्लुक रखता नहीं हूँ. So I'm not talking of ISIS. It's a company called ISS. नाम सुना है किसी ने? IBM से बड़ी है, Infosys से बड़ी है, विप्रो से बड़ी है, LG, सैमसंग से बड़ी है. ISS, इसका एक बिजनेस है, क्या पता है? गेस करो. झाड़ू पोछा कंपनी, वन बिजनेस, दे क्लीन फ्लोर्स. मैं आपको जानबूझ के टेक एग्जांपल्स नहीं दे रहा हूं. सिद्धार्थ ने एप्पल बोला होगा, अच्छी बात है, बिकॉज एप्पल सबको पता है. आई विल ऑलवेज गिव यू एग्जांपल्स व्हिच नोबडी नोस बिकॉज दोस आल्सो एग्जिस्ट. आपको बता दूं गाइस, दुनिया की सबसे इनोवेटिव कंपनी इन्फोसिस, गूगल, अमेजॉन नहीं है. मेरे को बच्चा के बोलते सर मुझे ऐप बनाना है, मैं बोलता हूं सर कुत्तों के लिए टूथपेस्ट टूथब्रश बनाओ, मैं फंडिंग देता हूं आपको. या ओरल केयर फॉर पेट्स, थिंक डिफरेंट, लीडरशिप. व्हाट्सएप ऐप तो हर आदमी बना रहा है, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. लीडरशिप इज अबाउट थिंकिंग डिफरेंट. समबडी कम टू मी एंड से सर कुत्तों के लिए आई विल प्रोवाइड यू ह्यूज, बिकॉज दैट्स the world's most innovative company is not a software company guys, it's a company called MMM, Minnesota Mining Manufacturing. घर में स्कॉच ब्राइट इस्तेमाल करते होंगे, उन्हीं का है. सेलो टेप से चिपकाते होंगे, उन्हीं का है. 100-year-old company. They have 80,000 products and services. कितने? किसी का नहीं इतना. टाटा, बिरला, रिलायंस, LG, सैमसंग, किसी का. No company in the world has 80,000 products and services. और आपको बता दूं, हर साल उनका 80% मुनाफा, 80% रेवेन्यू, 80% बिजनेस, 80% टॉप लाइन, 80% धंधा. Every year, 80% of their profits and revenues come from only those products made in the last 5 years. मतलब जहां प्रोडक्ट ईयर नंबर 6 में गया, वो ऑब्सोलीट हो गया, खत्म हो गया. That's innovation, guys. That's leadership, guys. कंपनी अभी भी एक्टिव है. बताने की जरूरत नहीं है कि 3M आज तक एक बार भी बैंकरप्ट नहीं हुआ. I'm not saying bankruptcy खराब है. It's okay. It's always a test of leadership, but it's a great company. ISS is the world's #1 floor cleaning company. एक बिजनेस, झाड़ू पोछा. फ्रांस में सिक्योरिटी भी संभालते हैं. मैं इन्फोसिस गया था, एक भाई साहब मुझे पानी देने आया था, उसके टी-शर्ट पे लिखा था ISS, हॉस्पिटैलिटी सर्विसेज. So they are into all that mom and pop, you know, जिसको हम बोलते हैं झाड़ूदार, जमादार, ग्रेड 4 जॉब जो कोई करना नहीं चाहता. इंडिया के बहुत सारे एयरपोर्ट्स में आप जब ट्रॉली निकालते हो बेल्ट से, एक पीछे पीछे बंदा भाग के आता है, सर आपको मैं लगेज छोड़ता हूं बाहर तक फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट ISS. सो दे आर इनटू झाड़ू पोछा, सिक्योरिटी, हॉस्पिटैलिटी, चाय पानी. इट्स a $100+ billion कंपनी गाइस. दुनिया के 150 देशों में प्रेजेंट है. नंबर 1 इन नॉर्थ अमेरिका, नंबर 2 इन साउथ अमेरिका, वॉज नंबर 1 इन ईस्टर्न यूरोप, नंबर 2 इन वेस्टर्न यूरोप, हैज कम टू जापान. इंडिया में आके 15 साल हो गए उसको. फाउंडर का नाम है पॉल एंडरसन साहब. क्या नाम है? उनकी मम्मी एक फैक्ट्री में काम करती थी, उस फैक्ट्री में झाड़ू पोछा करती थी. बच्चे ने बचपन से क्या देखा? मम्मी को फैक्ट्री में झाड़ू पोछा करते हुए देखा. तो बच्चे का एक ही एम्बिशन है, मैं झाड़ू पोछा कंपनी खोलूंगा. तो जब मम्मी बूढ़ी हो गई तो बच्चा बड़ा हो गया, जवान हो गया. उस फैक्ट्री के मालिक को बोला मैं नौकरी नहीं करूंगा, मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर बनूंगा. मैं 3-4 लोगों को इकट्ठा करता हूं, आप मुझे पैसे दो, मैं उनको देता हूं. यू कॉन्ट्रैक्टेड. आउटसोर्सिंग हम बोलते हैं ना आज. Infosys, Wipro, it takes $100 to hire somebody in California. I will hire cheap Indian labor for $10, give it to you in $25. My name is Infosys, Wipro, TCS, British Telecom, Mahindra, Satyam. The Californian company called Microsoft can save $65. Infosys can make $10. And all of us students sitting here, highly qualified, uneducated, unemployed, English-speaking Indian youth can make $20. अरे 25 साल से वही कर रहे हैं हम. 25 साल से हमारी नौकरियां कहां से आ रही है? BPO, KPO, LPO, बिजनेस प्रोसेस आउटसोर्सिंग, लीगल प्रोसेस आउटसोर्सिंग, KPOs. Paul Anderson thought of outsourcing 100 years back. So he hired, guys, I'll give you time for questions. थोड़ा शांति. पता नहीं आज के बाद कब आऊंगा दोबारा. I know I'm the last speaker, but please. He began with 7 employees, guys. 7 employees. और ये कौन थे? झाड़ू पोछा करने वाले, जमादार, झाड़ूदार. 7 एम्प्लॉइज, एक फैक्ट्री, काम चल रहा है, पैसा मिल रहा है. पॉल एंडरसन ने अपनी जिंदगी में कभी नहीं सोचा कि मैं $100 billion कंपनी बनाऊंगा, IBM से बड़ी बनूंगा, इससे बड़ी बनूंगा, मैं दुनिया के 150 देशों में, कभी नहीं सोचा. उसके 7 एम्प्लॉय थे, 7 झाड़ू पोछा करते थे, सब खुश. एक दिन साहब सुबह सुबह जॉगिंग कर रहे थे, पॉल एंडरसन साहब, और ये 7 लोग कंपनी से वापस आ रहे थे. रात भर झाड़ू पोछा किया फैक्ट्री में, अगले दिन वापस आ रहे थे. एंड पॉल एंडरसन देखते हैं, अरे ये तो मेरे एम्प्लॉइज हैं, लेकिन मैंने तो इनको जब रात को भेजा था तो मैंने अलग कपड़ों में भेजा था, हाउसकीपिंग के कपड़े अलग होते ना, झाड़ू पोछा यूनिफॉर्म. लेकिन इनके पास तो these 7 एम्प्लॉइज अपना यूनिफॉर्म निकाल के जब फैक्ट्री से घर, रात भर झाड़ू पोछा किए, जब फैक्ट्री से घर वापस आ रहे थे, टेनिस क्लोथ्स, जॉगिंग क्लोथ्स पहन के वापस आ रहे थे. समाज, बिरादरी, नेबर्स को पता नहीं चलना चाहिए मैं रात भर झाड़ू मार के आया हूं. पॉल एंडरसन ने जिंदगी में एक चीज कहा, बोला यार ये गलत बात है. क्लीनिंग इज अ प्रोफेशनल सर्विस. इट इज एज प्रोफेशनल. मैं क्या कर रहा हूं? ट्रेनिंग एंड डेवलपमेंट, बैंकिंग, कंसल्टेंसी, यू नो ऑल दीज बिग कंपनीज, रिटेल, रियल एस्टेट, फाइनेंस, क्लीनिंग, एजुकेशन, एग्रीकल्चर, इरिगेशन, क्लीनिंग, हॉर्टिकल्चर. क्लीनिंग इज अ प्रोफेशनल सर्विस like any other service. You will not believe this, students and people sitting here, all esteemed panelists and professors. Today, ISS spends more money on the uniforms of their cleaners than what Indigo Airlines and Lufthansa and Air India spend on the uniforms of their air hostesses, stewards and stewardesses. ISS spends more money on the uniforms of their cleaners than what big airline companies spend on the uniforms of their air hostesses. तुम बोलते झाड़ूदार बोलता है be proud of it. इतना खर्चा करूंगा तुम्हारे कपड़े में निकालने का मन नहीं करेगा तुमको. Value system, sir. Value system. Company number 1 ऐसे ही नहीं बनी है. 100 साल से ऐसी नहीं चल रही है. Have a vision. Lord Lever. I'm more important than hospitals, pharma companies. And have the value system. I think these are two very, very critical things for leadership. Management is good, administration is good, but leadership, and the best job of a leader is to create somebody better than him. Socrates मरे थे, मैंने अभी बताया था उनकी बात. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Alexander. सुना होगा आपने नाम Socrates? उनको जहर दे दिया था बोलने के लिए कि दुनिया गोल है. बाद में मालूम दुनिया एक्चुअली गोल है. वो बाइबल में लिखा दुनिया स्क्वायर है, ओल्ड टेस्टामेंट में. उनकी एक बहुत अच्छी कोटेशन है, सुना होगा आपने. बोलते हैं शादी जिंदगी में बहुत जरूरी है. शादी जिंदगी में अगर अच्छी बीवी मिली लाइफ सेट हो जाएगा, बुरी बीवी मिली डोंट वरी, मेरी तरह फिलोसोफर बन जाओगे. सोक्रेटिस. सो उनकी कब्र में आज भी लिखा हुआ है, ग्रीस में कहीं तो मरे हैं, आज भी उनकी कब्र में लिखा है, एक लौता इंसान जो अपने से अच्छा इंसान बनाना जानता हो. लीडरशिप इज अबाउट क्रिएटिंग बेटर पीपल देन यू. इसको हम बोलते हैं हार्वर्ड में, सिद्धार्थ बोलता है लेवल 5 लीडरशिप. लेवल 5 सक्सेशन प्लानिंग. बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज क्यों गिरती हैं? एक आदमी चलाता है उसके बाद खत्म हो जाता है. सो मेनी एग्जांपल्स गाइस. वन मैन रन्स इट डिक्टेटोरियली, डेमोक्रेटिकली, व्हिचएवर वे. आफ्टर ही फॉल्स कंपनी इज गॉन. हमने कल रिलायंस की बात की. धीरूभाई अंबानी बिल्ट अप एन एम्पायर लाइक नोबडी एल्स, बट धीरूभाई अंबानीज बिगेस्ट कंट्रीब्यूशन इज उनके बाद एवरीवन थॉट कंपनी. जब पंडित नेहरू मरे थे पीपल डिड नॉट से अब आफ्टर नेहरू हु, दे सेड आफ्टर नेहरू व्हाट. होगा क्या इस देश का उनके बाद? आई एम श्योर बहुत लोग मोदी के बारे में यही सोच रहे हैं. It's not after Modi who, it's after Modi what? चल जाएगा साहब. But lot of companies, when Dhirubhai Ambani died, everyone, people did not say after Dhirubhai Ambani who, this after Ambani what? Because दोनों भाई लड़ रहे थे. And today Mukesh Ambani is among the richest people in the world. So succession planning is about creating better leaders when you are in that leadership position. I think these are very, very critical things. I know आप में से बहुत लोग first, second year में हो, but my topic is leadership, so it's a bit technical. And guys, end of the day, I keep saying this every time, enjoy what you do what you enjoy, but you should do what you enjoy more than enjoy what you do. If you only enjoy what you do, you'll become a great manager. Do what you enjoy, become a great leader. Have the courage. I used to work for Flame University, 1 तारीख को तनख्वाह, COVID time में 1 तारीख को तनख्वाह, ₹1 नहीं कटा. Fantastic. I don't think India में कहीं हुआ होगा. Maybe Prestige would have done that, but very few educational institutions in India. 1200 universities, 50,000 colleges. 1,200 universities, 50,000 colleges, 4 lakh अच्छी पाठशालाएं, 4 lakh good schools in India, and many, many, many others which are not in the good category. 99.99% of them cut salaries in COVID. I used to work in Flame then. Flame did not cut a single penny. I worked with them for 6 years, but I had the courage to tell them after 6 years कि बहुत हो गया, मुझे यहाँ पर retire नहीं करना. Have the courage. My entire family, friends, सब Flame छोड़ रहा है. मैंने कहा हाँ भाई क्या हो गया इसमें? आज मैं सीईओ बन गया हूं यार, फ्लेम कभी नहीं बनाता. आज मैं सीईओ बन गया हूं, फ्लेम कभी नहीं बनाता. आई थिंक इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट. टुडे आई एम अ सीईओ ऑफ अ स्टार्टअप. इट्स ओके, डजंट मैटर. सो हैव दैट करेज टू डू. और मैं आपको ये भी जानता हूं, डोंट गेट कैरिड अवे. यू नो वी ऑल टॉक अबाउट बिग थिंग्स, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, ये है वो है, मैं फंडिंग दे दूंगा. हर दिन यूएस, यूके, जर्मनी, जापान, कनाडा, फ्रांस, सिंगापुर, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, इंडिया, इवन सोमालिया, हर दिन आपको बता दूं 1000 कंपनी शुरू होती है. बिकॉज स्टार्टअप वर्ल्ड, यू नो, बिजनेस में पैसा मिल जाएगा, इन्वेस्टर्स हैं. मैं खुद आपको कम से कम 5-6 बड़े बड़े वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट से कनेक्ट करा सकता हूँ. Startup world, venture capital world, business world, every day in all the big countries, including India, 1,000 new companies start. By the end of the year, of these 1,000 companies, 900 companies don't survive. They die. 3 more years of the remaining 100 companies, 80 companies die. 3 more years of the remaining 20 companies, 17 are below average, 2 are above average, only 1 is exceptional. Success by default is the property of the outlier, not the core. If I am at the core, if I am doing what everybody else is doing, I will never succeed. Leadership is about identifying the outlier. Take those risks. Go out of your comfort zone. I was in Bombay for 20 years, guys, and I left Bombay when I was 25. Everybody said joker है. आज मैं बॉम्बे में होता तो नारायण मूर्ति साहब से कभी नहीं मिलता. आज मैं बॉम्बे में होता तो simple. Out of Bombay हमारी दुनिया नहीं है. Like today, you go to America. Siddharth's been in USA for a long time. Go to America and ask him, अमेरिका के बाहर क्या दुनिया है? बोलेगा कोई दुनिया ही नहीं है, because all Americans think America is the world. लीडरशिप इज अबाउट आइडेंटिफाइंग रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट्स. आज बंदा यूपी बिहार से बॉम्बे आता है, बड़ा आदमी बनता है. इंडिया से यूएस जाता है, बड़ा आदमी बनता है. लेकिन बॉम्बे, मुंबईकर इन बॉम्बे और अमेरिकन इन अमेरिका अच्छा बड़ा ज़्यादा नहीं बन पाते, बिकॉज दे हैव नॉट सीन रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट. मैं बिना बत्ती वाले गांव से आया था, हिंदी मीडियम से आया था, इसीलिए अच्छा कर पाया हूँ. आई हैव डन वेल बिकॉज ऑफ माई कंस्ट्रेंट्स, नॉट इन स्पाइट ऑफ देम. लीडरशिप इज अबाउट आइडेंटिफाइंग रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट्स एंड देन चैनलाइजिंग देम. एनीवेज, आई नो आई एम द लास्ट स्पीकर सो आई कैन गो ऑन एंड ऑन, बट मेरे कल के सेशन के ऊपर और आज के सेशन के ऊपर इफ देयर आर एनी क्वेश्चंस, कुछ बच्चों ने मुझे टेक्स्ट किया था, मैंने कहा अभी पूछो. सो एनीबडी वांट्स टू आस्क एनी क्वेश्चंस, प्लीज गो ऑन गाइस. 1 or 2 questions we can take because everybody is waiting. Yeah, you have to be loud, beta. The most difficult thing in life is to start, I can assure you that. दुनिया का सबसे मुश्किल काम है शुरू करना. मैं समझता हूँ, बैठो आप आराम से. हाउ यू कैन स्टार्ट? वेरी सिंपल. मेरा कल नंबर दिया होगा मैंने आपको, सब लोग आए थे तो मैं नंबर दोबारा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. अपने बारे में 4-5 लाइन लिख के मुझे वो आप में से कईयों ने भेजा है. सेंड मी 4-5 लाइन्स. मैं इसको प्रोफाइल बिल्डिंग, मेरा पर्सनल इनिशिएटिव है. आज भी मैं कम से कम 1000 व्हाट्सएप ग्रुपों में हूँ. मैंने हमेशा वही किया जो किसी ने नहीं किया. आई जॉइन फ्लेम. इंडिया में समर स्कूल नहीं था, हमने समर स्कूल शुरू किया. बाकी सबने समर स्कूल शुरू किया. हमने ऑनलाइन समर स्कूल, विंटर स्कूल, रेनी स्कूल, मानसून स्कूल, दिवाली स्कूल, दशहरा स्कूल. वी डिड व्हाटएवर एनीबडी डिड नॉट डू. सो फर्स्ट स्टेप, अपने बारे में लिखिए 4-5-6-7 लाइन. क्या करना है, क्यों करना है. आज 2024 में आप इंजीनियरिंग के साथ साइकोलॉजी कर सकते हैं. इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी लर्निंग, NEP, वन ऑफ द स्पीकर्स बिफोर मी स्पोक अबाउट दैट. यू कैन डू एवरीथिंग टुडे, बट फर्स्ट स्टेप, राइट. अपने बारे में एक कमरे में बंद करो. बिल गेट्स शट हिमसेल्फ इन अ क्लोज्ड रूम फॉर 7 days. 1990s की बात है. When he entered the room, he was anti-internet, anti-Java, came out pro-internet, pro-Java, and that's how he became the richest man. Michael Dell was bigger than him. Steve Jobs was bigger than him. Then he became bigger than all of them. He is among the richest people in the world even today. 7 days of introspection. आप भी अपने आप को कमरे में बंद करें, अकेले, प्लीज. या आधा घंटा दिन में अपने बारे में लिखिए, मुझे व्हाट्सएप. फर्स्ट स्टेप इज टू राइट टू मी. I meet 1 lakh students and parents every year. Profile building is my personal initiative. Now it's run by my company, so I'll help you develop a profile. Hobbies, interests, career confusion, start from that. Any other questions? We can take one more question. Anybody? Yes, sir. There was a girl who had a question last. बड़ा लंबा भेजा था मुझे WhatsApp पे. मैंने कहा था उसको आज पूछो, पता नहीं वो कहाँ है. हाँ, sorry, बताएं सब. बहुत सारे बंदे बात कर नहीं पाते हैं, and they're very good leaders. No, first of all, it is communication doesn't have to be in English. मैं खुद हिंदी मीडियम से हूँ सब. People mistake communication skills to be English, which is wrong. India can speak better English than 90% of Europe. और वो गरीब देश नहीं है, वहाँ पे सड़क पे कुत्ते बिल्ली नहीं घूमते. Please understand, they're all rich countries, developed countries. वहाँ भिखारी के पास भी कार होता है. Lot of developed countries have become developed without talking English. So for God's sake, don't come to me and say, okay, so people mistake communication skills to English. No, it is not. Communication is all about expression. Even if you don't talk, you can express. बचपन में मेरे पापा जब जिंदा थे, एक उनकी नजर काफी थी मेरे को थर-थर कांपने के लिए. एक्सप्रेशन. अभी गुजर के अच्छा हो गया, वरना पता नहीं क्या होता. Nevertheless, so communication is expression, people. Hand expressions, body expressions. A lot of you cannot talk English. Doesn't matter, guys. Talk in the language that you know best, as long as you can express. मेरे हिसाब से much more than expression. So I call it expression skills, not communication skills. Much more than expression skills for leaders. You need to understand, boss. You should know when to give up, when not to give up. Thomas Alva Edison failed in life 10,000 times trying to make a bulb. What did he say? I have learned 9999 times how not to make a bulb. Attitude. आपको शायद पता नहीं, लेकिन थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन बचपन में ठीक से सुन नहीं पाते थे. उनकी एक कान, जीभ, he had ENT issues. उनकी मम्मी उनको एक स्कूल में ले गई थी. टीचर ने कहा अंधे बहरों के लिए स्कूल नहीं, कहीं और ले जाओ. टीचर से कोई बात नहीं, मैं घर पे पढ़ाऊंगी उसको. नहीं चाहिए, स्कूल का लॉस है, मेरा लॉस नहीं है. एडिसन को उनकी मम्मी ने खुद पढ़ाया. And then this guy goes on to make something called as eargrams, etc. for hearing. A guy who was partially deaf made hearing equipments. Thomas Alva Edison was not genius. He was not Einstein. He was not Newton. He was not Steve Jobs. वरना 10,000 बार नहीं फेल होते. समझो बात को आप. Attitude is what makes you a good. Towards the end of his life, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ उनकी एक फैक्ट्री थी जिसमें बहुत कुछ बनाया था. तब तक वो एडिसन बड़े बन चुके थे. तब तक हेनरी फोर्ड उनको जानते थे. तब तक सारे बड़े लोग उनको जानते थे. Towards the end of his life, उनका एक बहुत बड़ा जानी दुश्मन था. उसने उनकी फैक्ट्री पे आग लगा दिया. पूरा फैक्ट्री. आप और मैं क्या करते? And those days there was no factory insurance, वो सब नहीं था. No fire insurance, nothing. आप और मैं क्या करते? अरे मेरी फैक्ट्री गई, सब कुछ गई. एडिसन को किसी ने बोला फैक्ट्री जल गई. कोई बात नहीं, आराम से उठे, देखिए फैक्ट्री की तरफ, बोले थैंक गॉड मेरे सारे मिस्टेक्स जल के राख हो गए. thank God all my mistakes have been burnt, and he began fresh. इसको बोलते हैं attitude. The most important skill in a leader among others is attitude. If you have that, and you should know attitude के बाद दूसरा concept जिसको हम बोलते हैं relativity. सिद्धार्थ ने बोला होगा, बहुत सारे equation किए होंगे. E equals to mc square. Einstein relativity. सुना है ना आपने? मैं आपको simple हिंदी भाषा में बोलता हूँ. अपनी उंगली जलते हुए गैस पे रखिए 10 सेकंड, आग में रखिए 10 सेकंड, जलते हुए गैस में 10 सेकंड रखो, उंगली निकालो, क्या लगेगा आपको? क्या लगेगा आपको? 1 घंटे तक आग में था वो. 10 seconds, keep your finger on fire on the gas and take it out. You will feel 1 घंटे तक, because जल चुका होगा. You will feel it was there for 1 hour. अगले ही दिन हाथ में पट्टी बांध के अगले ही दिन इंदौर जाइए, कोई मिस इंदौर होगी, उसको कहीं इंस्टाग्राम से कनेक्ट करिए, उसको दोस्त बनिए, 1 घंटा उसके साथ बिताइए, उसको बिठाइए, सिर्फ चाय पीजिएगा. Spend 1 hour with Miss Indore the next day. Spend 1 hour with the most beautiful girl in your city. आपको क्या लगेगा 1 घंटे बाद? 1 ही मिनट, अभी तो आई थी यार, 1 ही मिनट तो हुआ था, कहाँ चल दिए? Relativity. A leader should know what is relativity. कौन सा जंग जीतना है, कौन सा जंग हारना है. नेपोलियन बोनापार्टे lost 40% of all the battles he fought. लेकिन इतिहास में अलेक्जेंडर के बाद उनसे बड़ा कोई नहीं है. Napoleon is the best war leader after Alexander, but he lost 40% of all. So winners don't quit, brilliant. Quitters don't win, stupid. Sometimes you have to quit. कभी-कभी हारना पड़ता है ताकि आप बड़ी जंग, तो ये पता होना चाहिए. महाभारत पढ़िए, आ जाएगा. हार्वर्ड में पढ़ाते हैं, I'm sure सिद्धार्थ ने पढ़ा होगा. Shades of Grey. One last question, guys. Preferably from a girl, because there are a lot of girls here. One last question, yeah? Anybody? Yes? From the panel, from the audience? Yesterday we had this gentleman sitting. Yes, sir. Oh, sir. दुपती नस पे हाथ रख दिया आपने. Contribution of ecosystem, guys, let me tell you. मैं आज देवास में क्यों आ पाया? हम 2 दिन से यहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हैं? सिद्धार्थ और मैं 2 दिन से यहाँ पे क्यों हैं? Why have we come here? ठीक है, आप आपके ओनर्स ने हमको सयाजी में रुकाया है, वगैरह वगैरह, ऑल दैट इज फाइन. मैं देवास क्यों आ पाया? क्योंकि इंदौर में एयरपोर्ट है, क्योंकि बॉम्बे से डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट है. आप समझ रहे हो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? इकोसिस्टम. IIT खड़गपुर सुना होगा आपने. अभी मैं जैन साहब से यही बात कर रहा था 15 मिनट पहले. IIT खड़गपुर नाम सुना है? 1957 में जो जेल, इट वॉज वन ऑफ इंडियाज लार्जेस्ट प्रिजन्स, जेल, अंग्रेजों के जमाने का जेल. काला पानी बताया साहब ने, ऐसे इंडिया में बहुत सारे काला पानी थे. वन ऑफ देम वाज इन खड़गपुर. गांधी, नेहरू, सुभाष चंद्र बोस सारे वहां जाके आ गए. लोकमान्य तिलक. 57 पंडित नेहरू सेठ बहुत हो गया जेल. मैं खुद वहां पे था, आत्मकथा लिखी मैंने, सब कुछ लिखी. अब इस जेल को मैं बदल दूंगा. एंड अ सिंबल ऑफ ऑपरेशन बिकेम अ सिंबल ऑफ एक्सीलेंस. उस जेल के अंदर से बन गया IIT खड़गपुर. 1957, the year that Dr. Shashi Tharoor was born, IIT खड़गपुर also was born. कल मैंने आपसे कहा था 1981 करीब 7 जुलाई, आई डोंट नो इफ आई टोल्ड दिस, 1981 करीब 7 जुलाई का दिन था, शाम को बत्ती का वक्त था. महेंद्र सिंह धोनी पैदा हुए, इन्फोसिस पैदा हुए, एसपीजेन बॉम्बे का रिबन कटा गया. 3 अलग अलग चीजें, बट देखो कितनी सिमिलरिटी है तीनों में. मिस्टीरियस, इनकैलकुलेबल फोर्सेस, एक्सीडेंट्स, कोइंसिडेंसेस, इत्तेफाक होते हैं. एक लीडर को समझना चाहिए, वरना वो लीडर नहीं है. जहां पे साइंस खत्म होता है सब शुरू होता है. कहाँ महेंद्र सिंह धोनी, कहाँ नारायण मूर्ति इन्फोसिस, कहाँ एसपीजेन बॉम्बे, तीनों सेम टाइम, सेम डे, सेम टाइम. मंगल, सूर्य, सारा प्लैनेट पोजीशन सेम था, सेम टाइम पे शुरू हुए. तीनों आज कहाँ से कहाँ पहुंच गए. नरसिंह मोहन जी एक दिन बाद पैदा हुआ था, इंदौर में गिर रहा है, पता होगा आपको. अरे सच कह रहा हूं, मस्ती नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं बंबई से हूं, मुझे पता है नरसिंह मोहन जी एसपीजेन. 1957 IIT खड़गपुर was born. Sir was also born. Fantastic. So Dr. Shashi Tharoor, class. What coincidence, man. So we have one story of Mahendra Singh Dhoni, Narayan Murthy, SPJN, same time, same date, same place, 7th of July. And we also have same year, Shashi Tharoor, IIT Kharagpur, and Dr. Jain, founder of Prestige. Fantastic. Brilliant, guys. Wow, amazing. क्या बात है. मतलब देवास कितना बड़ा है मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन IIT खड़गपुर 2500 एकड़ है. कितना है? हमारा IIT बॉम्बे 300-350 एकड़ भी नहीं होगा. IIT मद्रास छोटा है, IISc बैंगलोर छोटा है, IIT दिल्ली भी छोटी है. आपको बता दूं गाइस, for 30-40 years IIT Kharagpur was not only India's oldest IIT, it was also India's oldest IIT, largest IIT, number 1 IIT for 30-40 years. पिछले 20 साल से number 1 नहीं है. मैं 2007 में गया, 8 में गया, 9 में गया, 10 में गया, अब मैं जाता नहीं हूँ. मुझे मेल करते हैं, मैं प्यार से मना कर देता हूँ. मेरे दादाजी 10वीं बार के लिए मर जाते हैं, कुछ ना कुछ हो जाता है ना, मैं प्यार से मना कर देता हूँ. आई हैव ऑल माई एक्सक्यूजेस टू गिव देम. somebody passed away, ये हो गया, अभी भी छोड़ने वाली है, some or the other nonsense excuse. तो बिकॉज इमेजिन, मुझे पहले बॉम्बे से कलकत्ता जाना है, 3 घंटे का फ्लाइट, बैंड बज जाती है यार. आई एम 43 ईयर्स ओल्ड, कमर मेरी ऑलरेडी जवाब देने लग गई है, 3 गले का सर्जरी हो गया है, पता नहीं दिल की कब होगी. मतलब इट्स 3 आवर्स बॉम्बे कलकत्ता फ्लाइट. एक तो कलकत्ता फ्लाइट्स ही नहीं है, बॉम्बे दिल्ली फिर भी भर भर के फ्लाइट्स हैं. बॉम्बे कलकत्ता फ्लाइट्स कनेक्टिविटी बहुत कम है. 3 घंटा जाओ, फिर कलकत्ता में उतरो, फिर वहाँ पे एक कैब वाला आएगा, फिर वो आपको 2.5-3 घंटे लेके जाएगा. ममता बनर्जी के बंगाल, जहाँ पे सड़कें होना नहीं होना एक ही है, मर मर के जाओ, फिर आप खड़गपुर पहुँचो, वहाँ पे एयरपोर्ट नहीं, नाइट लाइफ नहीं, कुछ नहीं. 10 साल से मैंने जाना बंद कर दिया है. IIT खड़गपुर आज नंबर 1 नहीं है. नंबर 1 कौन सी IIT है? बॉम्बे में. क्यों? Why is IIT Bombay number 1? Because Shah Rukh Khan and Mukesh Ambani stay in Bombay. Simple ecosystem. Why is IIT Delhi number 2? Because Gurugram, bloody hell, it's a bigger commercial capital than Bombay. Because ज़मीन है. American Express चला गया गुरुग्राम, बड़े बड़े कंपनीज चले गए गुरुग्राम. बॉम्बे है, बॉम्बे था, बॉम्बे रहेगा नहीं रहेगा पता नहीं. बिकॉज गुरुग्राम इस नो हरियाणा है संभाल के, दिन में सिंगापुर है लेकिन रात में हरियाणा बन जाता है. बाहर मत निकलना, अगले दिन घर नहीं पहुंचोगे. Gurugram has problems, but it is still Gurugram. Thanks to Gurugram, IIT Delhi is number 2. IISc Bangalore is number 3 because it's in Bangalore. आप यकीन नहीं करोगे, बैंगलोर एयरपोर्ट से इन्फोसिस के ऑफिस में हेलीकॉप्टर में गया हूं. आई डोंट थिंक कोई और शहर इंडिया में ऑफर करता है. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिटी बैंगलोर टू बैंगलोर 2500 रुपया, ओला उबर रेट से भी सस्ते. कैब विल टेक मी 2000. हेलीकॉप्टर शेयरिंग दिवाली डिस्काउंट 2500 रुपया. हेलीकॉप्टर राइड फ्रॉम बैंगलोर एयरपोर्ट टू इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिटी, 15 मिनट में पहुंच गया मैं. Even bad colleges in good ecosystems can do much better than best of colleges in horrible ecosystems. Ecosystems build करिए साहब, बहुत ज़रूरी है. सिद्धार्थ ने मुझे बताया सुबह यहाँ से 1 घंटे की दूरी पे गूगल का सबसे बड़ा फैक्ट्री आएगा. So Indore is becoming a very strong ecosystem. Capitalize on that. Ecosystems don't just matter. Ecosystems determine everything. People used to go to Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore only for ecosystems is everything, guys. उसके बिना कुछ नहीं है. So thank you very much for asking this question, guys. We don't have too much time. Before I'm asked to leave, I would like to leave myself thanking all of you. My numbers are there with you, so anything you want to ask, say, tell, etc., please, more than happy to get in touch. I'm happy to again be re-invited here, come and talk to you guys and so on. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great life, and let the beginning never end. I assure you the end will never begin. Proudly get confused. Don't sadly get confused. Proudly get confused. That is how confusion is good. Be proud about it. We are happy to help you. Thank you. Good day. Good night. Bye.
Thank you very much, sir, for this energetic speech. Now this time for report of conference. I would request Ms. Lubna Archie Pathan, Secretary Conference, to come and present the report of conference.
Thank you, sir. I'm honored to present a comprehensive report on the 4th International Conference on Circular Economy, Practices, Challenges and Opportunities for Business Sustainability, hosted by PIMR Devas. The conference was a dynamic exploration of the practices, challenges and opportunities for business sustainability through the lens of circular economy. The conference showcased how businesses can integrate circular economy principles to enhance competitiveness, streamline processes, optimize profits, and meet evolving stakeholder demands. The two-day international conference, which commenced on February 3rd, 2024, embraced a hybrid mode, breaking geographical barriers and providing an excellent platform for participants to share their expertise and research findings. The event comprised 32 paper presentations across 4 major tracks comprising marketing, finance, HR, general management, and IT. The inaugural session of the conference witnessed exceptional speakers including Shri Ashokji Kadel, who emphasized on the role of higher education system in shaping a sustainable future. Dr. Arun Chambag illuminated aligning core and human and business values for a more sustainable world, while Mr. Shankar Muralidharan discussed the constructive use of technology for societal betterment. The conference marked the debut of 5 notable research works, including the launch of PACE Journal. Additionally, 2 status papers were launched, one focused on the theme, Role and Importance of Green Buying Behavior in Circular Economy for Sustainable Development, and the second status paper were focused on the theme, Practices, Challenges and Opportunities for Business Sustainability with special reference to manufacturing industry. This collective release showcased a diverse array of high-quality research contribution. The success of the conference is further highlighted with the release of Saransh, a compilation of the 52 abstracts received during the event. This collection reflects the diverse and insightful research presented at the conference. In the move to research commitment, PIMR Devas announces release of special edition of the Korean Review of International Journal recognized by ABDC Journal. This special edition focuses on the theme of the conference, showcasing PIMR's commitment to global engagement in advancing circular economy research. The first day's technical session comprises of the field marketing and finance. The conference demonstrated its commitment to student development by organizing 2 student activities on the first day, the National Student Business Plan Contest and the National Student Summer Internship Concert provided a platform to students to showcase their skills and the creativity. A total of 6 participating teams were shortlisted for both the events. On the second day, that is the 4th, the conference featured the Best PhD Thesis competition, emphasizing scholarly development and promoting high-quality research work. In the second day of the conference, several papers were presented on the tracks HR, General Management, and IT. The international conference also featured student research paper contest aimed at inculcating research skill among students, showcasing the institution's dedication to fostering academic growth. The conference concluded with valedictory sessions with by exceptional keynote speakers, including Shri Bindu Bhushanji, Dr. S.S. Bhakar, Ms. Vatsala Shivare, Mr. Siddharth Rajans, Ms. Monica, Ms. Shankar Muralidharan, who highlighted sustainable practices for the businesses. At last, I would extend my deepest gratitude to conference chairperson, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay sir, conference convener, Dr. Ashima ma'am, Dr. Yogen Singh Rajawat, and conference co-secretary, Dr. Ashutosh Vyas sir, and all faculty and staff member whose pivotal role contributed to the success for the conference. Thank you everyone. Thank you for your attention. Now, Prestige Institute of Management and Research would like to facilitate its, like to present Long Services Award to Shri Shagun Bai. मैं शगुन बाई को स्टेज पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी.
दीर्घकालिक सेवा पुरस्कार संस्थान की वृद्धि और विकास एवं 24 वर्षों की प्रतिबद्धता हेतु प्रेस्टीज प्रबंध एवं शोध संस्थान देवास एवं प्रेस्टीज एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन द्वारा श्रीमती सुगनबाई बोढ़ाना सहायक कर्मचारी को अतिथि द्वारा प्रदान किया जाता है.
Next in the category, we have the award for Best PhD Thesis Competition. In the pursuit of promoting research excellence, PIMR Devas organized the Best PhD Thesis Competition. It is with great pleasure we announce the winner of this esteemed event, whose outstanding contribution has set a benchmark for the scholarly achievement. The winner of the competition is Dr. Prayatna Jain and Dr. Sankalp Sengai. in the line of awards, we have Best Student Research Paper Award. The winner for the competition is Mr. Rusi Shah, Ganpat University. I guess that's an online participant. That's an online participant. The runner-up for the competition is Yashasvi Didi, Avantika University. Next in the category, we have Student National Business Plan Competition, and the winner for the competition is Arman Ansari, BBA first year. The next is Sana Vijayvarge, BBA second year. Next in the category, we have Student National Summer Internship Contest, and the winner of the internal team are Vansh Lodhi and Akshara Tomar. And the runner-up is Kanishka Dubey, Ranjana Pawar, Akshara Verma. Now for the external team winner is Mayuresh Rathore, PIMR Indore, and the runner-up is Mimansa Anand, PIMR Indore. I guess these are the online participants. Now we'll be moved towards the Best Research Paper Award for all the tracks. And for the marketing track, the award goes to Dr. Jiten Patel, Dr. Sopnami Acharya, and Dr. Ajay Malpani. And for the finance track, the award goes to CA Umesh Kumar Bhavsar, who is an online participant. Next, we would be moving towards to the HR category. The award goes to Dr. Jaya Sharma and CA Umesh Kumar Bhavsar. And that's also an online participant. Next, for the IT track, the award goes to Rushir Shah, who is also an online participant. Now for the mementos, I would like to request Professor Dr. Ajit Upadhyay sir to present a memento Shri Bindu Bhushan ji. ये हो जाए उसके बाद उसके बाद I would request Dr. Ashma Joshi ma'am to please present a token of remembrance to Ms. Vatsala Shivare. Ma'am, please. Next motion. Please present a token of remembrance to Mr. Shankaran Muralidharan. I would request to please present a token of remembrance to Ms. Monica Singh. Now I would request to please present a token of remembrance to Mr. Siddharth Rajan, sir. Please present a token of remembrance to Ms. Matsla Shivare. That's all for the presentation of mementos. Thank you very much, Dr. Ripin Jain sir, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay sir, and Ashima ma'am. Now, feedbacks are something which help us to improve our events further. Now, I would like to request Dr. Jiten Patel to provide his feedback on the second International Day Conference.
Okay. Very good afternoon to dignitaries of the dais and on the dais. This conference has everything which is needed to be there in the conference. First is the topic is very relevant, circular economy. This is a need of our, we are talking sustainable development goals, and India is topping that list. And this topic is basically talking about taking all the people in and inside the economy. So this is one thing. Second is you need a leader to have a good vision, and we are blessed to have, coming to Prestige is always like coming to home, and we are blessed to have Devesh sir, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay sir as a great leader here. Under their guidance this conference is happening, and this conference is everything. There are different tracks, there are awards for students, there are research initiatives done for students, best paper awards, faculties are being awarded for their research works. We are talking about this concept of organizational citizenship, and I have seen there are at least 3 people who have been awarded with long service award. So again, whenever it comes to good HR practices, we always goes to corporate, but this is the conference where we are talking about an educational institute giving a corporate citizenship. Again, all the students who are being awarded, we have an award for business, business incubation here, which is again great. I think there is one more improvement which can be done is there can be a symposium for PhD scholars or a workshop which can be a part of this particular conference, so that we can have more number of scholars coming up for that particular conference. So that can be added up. Otherwise, the conference remains very great. And thanks for the wonderful hospitality. Prestige Group is always known for their wonderful hospitality. All people are very gracious, and it is just like a family coming here. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll try to incorporate your suggestions. Thank you. Okay, now I would like to present a vote of thanks. I would like to thank you each and every member presented. I would like to thank Shri Devesh Jain sir, the Honorable Chairman of PEF, and all the speakers, Shri Bindu Bhushan ji, Mr. Shankaran Muralidharan, Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Ms. Monica Singh, and the respected Director Ajit Upadhyay sir, Deputy Director Dr. Ashima Joshi ma'am, and all the faculty members, staff, and the students. Thank you for all your support throughout the conference. Thank you very much, everyone.
So it's time for national anthem. Please stand up.
संविधान अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।